Chapter 1843 Killing Move. Shadow radiance shot towards his opponent, but a terrible engulfing force appeared within the black hole storm, which formed a horrifying vortex in the sky. The radiance was sucked into the vortex and then was completely swallowed up and destroyed. Futian looked at the black hole storm. The light of the moon grew even brighter. It not only did not stop, it gave off even more powerful radiance, which it then sent into the vortex. A layer of frost gradually covered the black hole vortex. Looking up at it, it seemed to be freezing and solidifying. The storm gradually grew weaker and weaker as well. This caused a look of utter shock to come over the faces of the cultivators of the Dark Court. This power of yin was too strong. It could destroy anything that they threw at it. Boom, boom, boom. Divine shadow thunder struck inside the storm, making the vortex in the sky tremble. It seemed to be so unstable that it could be destroyed at any moment. "Attack!" someone cried. The other cultivators of the Dark Court were no longer merely watching. They had already released the power within their bodies, and now they were launching their attack. They seemed to have a tacit understanding with each other, and they sent out destructive dark flames at the same time. In but a moment, the entire sky was covered in dark flames. The space where Futian was standing was transformed into a world of destructive fire. Within the deep, dark flames, the world seemed like hell. Futian was engulfed in flames. Lines of radiance bloomed from him and dispersed in all directions. Bright moonlight fell violently from the sky, freezing the dark flames. A mystical stream of qi flowed by. Futian could feel the space around him transform and become silent. It was as if there was no one else there. The lines of destructive qi seemed to enter into a dark illusory space. Many underworld illusions appeared in this hellish space, appearing insubstantial and vague. Terrifying qi flowed through the air, rushing towards Futian. His expression turned fierce, and it seemed like he could see through everything. Boom! There was a loud noise as a huge black spear pierced down towards him. But as it drew near to Futian, it slowed down, as if it had entered a defensive field around him. More attacks came in from all different directions, but not one of them could get close to him. Nevertheless, Futian was buried under these countless attacks. At that moment, lines of destructive flames of the way appeared, flowing through the air. They were everywhere, surging around Futian. He looked all around him with his fierce gaze. He saw that he seemed to be within the flames of an oven formed by a ritual implement. He had indeed been swallowed up by a giant oven. Outside, the cultivators of the Dark Court were surrounding him, standing in all directions. Dark destructive air currents surged violently from them. Every one of them was calling upon both the power of their wheels of the Great Path as well as their own power. As so much power was released, they seemed to form a giant matrix. Dark light covered the sky, rushing wildly between them. There was a giant black oven there that had swallowed up an entire section of the sky. Futian was within it. This oven was the powerful ritual implement of one of the genius cultivation masters of the Dark Court, who was one of their greatest figures. At that moment, all of the cultivators were working together. First they had used a diversion to trap Futian in a dark illusion, then they had covered the sky with their oven. The only way out of the oven was through the gap at the top. Now, they were going to burn him to death. Given the power of the cultivators of the Dark Court, there was no way they could fail to do so. Whoosh! Qi stood atop the oven, wearing a long dark robe that flapped in the wind. Another black hole vortex appeared before him, from which endless underworld spears appeared, each of which then pierced down into the oven. And he was not the only one who did this. The other cultivators attacked continuously as well, adding even more destructive power to the furnace and trying to bury Futian within it. The cultivators of the Divine Prefecture kept looking over at that part of the battlefield, feeling greatly anxious. Although Futian had displayed incomparable power, these were the true geniuses of the Dark Court after all. When they worked together, their power was frightening. Right now, they had trapped within Futian within a ritual implement. They did not know if Futian could handle such a devastating assault. Within the oven, Futian was indeed facing powerful destructive attacks. His body had been swallowed up by the destructive flames of the way. In addition, Lines of poisonous air were mixed with the flames, and violent, dark spears were striking him constantly. At that moment, he truly felt like he was in a dark hell. If his defenses had not been so powerful, he already would have been destroyed by this devastating power. Shadow radiance shot out, and the world tree swayed within him, sending out airflows in all directions that pierced through the dark oven. The power of shadow was integrated into these airflows, and they spread throughout the air, infusing it with shadow. Outside, many of the cultivators could not see what was happening inside. Only the controller of the ritual implement knew what was going on there. "How is it going?" someone asked the cultivator who controlled the dark oven. The cultivator frowned. The dark oven was filled with many kinds of destructive flames that would burn the flesh and destroy the divine wheels of anyone inside. These flames were shockingly powerful, but so far, they had not managed to touch Futian. And at that moment, the inside of the oven seemed to be filled with invisible power. He could not even tell what was happening with Futian's body. Just then, everyone saw the dark furnace begin to shake violently and give off a terrible noise. What is happening? Everyone stared at it. Was Futian attacking from within? This furnace had been forged by an incredibly powerful figure, who had then asked other top figures to refine it until it was absolutely indestructible. If Futian wanted to destroy it, it would be utterly impossible. He could only come out through the gap in it. "Should I go cover it up?" someone asked. The cultivator was hesitating, unsure of what to do. However, in the next instant dazzling light bloomed with a loud boom. Divine radiance shone as Futian came shooting out of the gap. Terrible, dark underworld spears were still flying out of the black hole vortex towards him. But they saw a beam of light shoot out. A divine sword pierced towards the black hole vortex, blazing with shadow radiance. It ripped the black hole apart and then went through it, appearing in the sky above it. Moonlight fell, illuminating everyone and making them feel a chilling presence. The world seemed to freeze. Even the great path of space went still. Up in the sky, Futian gripped his staff, and dazzling divine light burst forth from it. He flew forward, raising his staff with both hands. At that moment, he swept out the staff, causing thousands of staff images to appear. They covered the sky as they swept out, flattening everything in their path. Fierce booming sounds rang out as the sky itself seemed like it would collapse. All of the cultivators fled backward, but since the great path of space was frozen, many of them were swept away and instantly destroyed. Some of them managed to protect themselves with ritual implements and did not die, but they still spat up blood when they were struck. After he had done this, Futian pointed up into the sky. In the next moment, divine radiance bloomed from his sword and shot up into the sky. There were continuous puffing sounds as cultivator after cultivator was pierced by the light and killed on the spot, dissipating into ashes that floated away on the wind. In the distance, more cultivators watched this scene in shock. Futian was too powerful. With a single staff and a single sword, he had brought chaos and killed more than half the people surrounding him. It was a tragedy. Many of those killed by Futian were the greatest talents of the Dark Court. None of them could hope to withstand his continuous attacks. The surviving cultivators retreated some distance, their hearts beating wildly. They gazed at the imposing figure bathed in a kingly radiance. They had been crushed by a genius of the original realm. It seemed like there was absolutely no one in the world who could stand up to this man. Futian stared at Qi and took a step forward. A terrible dark vortex appeared around Qi's black-robed form. A vast area went dark as this force surged unto its fullest power. Endless Qi flowed into Qi, and his body grew larger. There was a booming sound as he reached the height of 1,000 meters. Endless destructive airflows swirled around him, transforming him into a true god of the underworld. His expression was exceedingly cold. In the face of Futian's power, he had absolutely no option but to use every last drop of strength that he had in him. His dark spear had grown larger as well and gave off endless destructive power. He reached out, grabbing at Futian from across a great distance. Suddenly, a terrible vortex storm appeared around Futian, swallowing him up. Futian floated there, seeming incredibly small compared to his opponent. The bright moon was in the sky, its radiance falling upon the land. Shadow radiance covered the area and moved towards the vortex. The divine sword clanged as it swept through the air towards the terrible vortex that his opponent had made. The divine sword was followed by countless air currents filled with swordsmanship, forming a river of destructive swords. It pierced through the vortex storm with a loud bang and struck his opponent's left hand, piercing through it. It continued onward towards his opponent's chest, freezing Chi-Yi's massive body bit by bit with the power of shadow that it contained. But he managed to grab the sword. Whoosh! Yi Futian shot forward, waving his staff. It swept down from the sky, destroying everything in its path. His opponent raised his dark spear, thrusting it towards the staff. There was a loud bang as they collided. The spear shook, and the staff continued downward, slamming into the massive underworld figure and shattering it. A terrifying dark air current burst out and flooded the area, surging all around. Yi Futian seemed to notice something. A figure appeared behind him. It was Chi-Yi, the dark spear in his hands giving off incomparably destructive light. It struck out towards Yi Futian, whose attack momentum had not diminished. This was his true killing move. Die. Cold murderous intent flashed across Chi-Yi's eyes. The power of the shadow was shattered under the dark, destructive light. The blow pierced towards Yi Futian's head. The attack fell. In addition to the incredibly sharp, destructive power, a terrible hellish vortex appeared as well, filling the area around Yi Futian and giving him no power to escape. He was completely swallowed up in an instant. It was like a flower of hell had bloomed and transformed into a killing blow. In reality, this attack was dangerous to Chi-Yi as well, but he knew that as the possessor of a second-tier divine wheel, he might not have another chance in direct combat. The yin power was integrated into Yi Futian's attacks, along with the will of the emperor, making them absolutely frightening. He had used dark escape techniques to avoid harm, and now that he had found this life or death chance, how could he miss it? Countless people watched this attack. It would probably be the end of this fight. Everything around Yi Futian froze, and frost covered it all. Lines of chi became solid, like countless sharp leaves and branches that covered everything around him. Under the dark spear of destruction, the terrifying dark beams of light pierced downward bit by bit, trying to break through his defenses. With a loud bang, the spear reached his divine elephant battle form, making cracks appear on it. And it continued forward, piercing within. But at the same time, brilliant golden divine radiance covered Chi-Yi's body little by little, and soon he was completely engulfed. The yin power went into him, blocking his dark magic. His blood began to flow more slowly, and his divine spirit grew cold. The power in his hands grew weaker and weaker. Everyone gazed fixedly at this scene. Yi Futian's arm moved, and he stretched out his hand. The divine sword came flying back to him, and he caught it then swept it behind him. It swept out, giving off a terrible radiance that pierced through the frozen space. It continued forward, then pierced into Chi-Yi. Chi-Yi's eyes narrowed, and he felt a stab of fear. There in the still space, all seemed hopeless. He was the proud son of the underworld. Was he really going to fall here? Yi Futian raised his hand and slapped it down directly on the hilt of the divine sword. A beam of even more brilliant radiance bloomed. At that moment, Chi-Yi's body shattered bit by bit until he became a little more than an illusory figure. Then he disappeared completely. The heir of the Lord of the Underworld, the controller of the throne of the Underworld, had fallen. He killed him. The battle all around stopped at that moment. Many of the cultivators of the Dark Court looked over there. Had he really not been able to stop Yi Futian? After his divine radiance burst forth, Yi Futian moved into the great army, killing people all along the way. In the end, he had slain the leader of the Dark Army, Chi-Yi. It was just like he had said. He had cut off his enemy's head. At a time of defeat, one man had completely turned the tables. He had cut his way through an army of Renhuans and cut down Chi-Yi, shattering the power of the Dark Army. At that moment, who within the Dark Army would dare continue fighting? It was not only those on the battlefield. Those cultivators outside the battlefield also trembled within their hearts. He was dead. Within the empty palace, the cultivators who were watching were speechless. The cultivators of the Divine Palace and the Golden Divine Nation had once again witnessed Yi Futian's absolute talent. But they were covered in a cold sweat. Showing so much magnificence on a battlefield would make Yi Futian far more threatening in the future. A cold light flashed in their eyes. It seemed as if they were hiding their murderous intent. There were shaken looks in the princess and Cao Jun's eyes as well when they saw this. He had really cut him down. It looks like he has turned the tide of battle, said Cao Jun. A single man had turned the tables in favor of the divine prefecture. In the Dark Court's camp, the Lord of the Underworld let forth his terrible aura. Qi Yi was his heir, and he had been slain. Given his personality, he did not care that much about his death. The people of the Dark Court did not feel too many emotions. But the loss of his disciple made the light go out of his face. The others of the 7 kings of darkness would probably mock him for this. Moreover, because of this, he would have no way to fulfill his duty. That was the most important thing. Thus, a foul mood had come over him. This was all because of Yi Futian. If he had known this would happen, then when he had attacked the Heavenly Mandate Academy, he would have killed everyone there and not just taken Yi Qingyao away. No one spoke. There was a sense of tension in the air as everyone watched the battlefield. Back on the battlefield, Yi Futian did not turn around. His divine sword flew back in front of him, giving off terrifying sword will. This sword was payback for those who had been slain by the Dark Court and for Qingyao, who had been taken by them. Looking up, Yi Futian swept his gaze over the other cultivators of the Dark Court. These mighty figures of the Dark Court broke out in a cold sweat at a single glance from Yi Futian, then they turned and fled. It was as if they feared his sudden attack. Given the power he had shown today, none of them could withstand him. At that moment, another part of the battlefield opened up. The cultivators of the evil Emperor realm stared at Yi Futian. They knew that because of him, they had lost their advantage. There was now no more hope for this battle. If they continued fighting, Yi Futian could slaughter them. A man who even the geniuses of god-level powers could not defeat had arisen in the original realm. At that moment, outside the battlefield, the huge matrix was surging. This made many people look up into the sky, where they saw brilliant light falling. The huge matrix was opening, and a dazzling light curtain spread out in 2 directions, then gradually disappeared. Soon, the matrix covering the nameless realm was gone. The cultivators of the 3 sides appeared up in the sky. The cultivators of the evil Emperor realm, the Dark Court, and the Divine Prefecture were all there. The Divine Prefecture was represented by the Palace Lord of the empty Imperial Palace. His gaze fell upon Yi Futian. A look of admiration was in his eyes. Because of this battle, Yi Futian's name would be like the sun in the sky throughout the 9 realms. No one would be able to compare to him. This was not just a battle of the original realm. It had drawn in 3 god-level forces. And yet he had still performed brilliantly on the battlefield, crushing all his opponents. This news would spread through the 9 realms before long. "Thank you for your help," said the Palace Lord of the empty Imperial Palace with a smile. When they heard this, everyone listening knew that victory had been decided. Their opponents must be giving up. When the cultivators of the Dark Court and the evil Emperor realm heard this, their faces darkened. They had lost. These 2 great forces had allied and yet had still been defeated by the Divine Prefecture. Or rather, they had been defeated by one man. Yi Futian retracted his aura. He was a little tired. Although, as he grew stronger, unleashing the will of the Emperor would no longer cripple him as it had before, he would still become quite tired. It used a lot of energy. He did not know if this battle had been a blessing or a curse. It was just that in the previous situation, he had not had a choice. He had originally planned to first withdraw and then lowly hunt his opponent. But his opponent had not let them go. If he had not acted, many of the people beside him would have fallen. He had to launch his own attack. "Let us return," said the Palace Lord of the empty Imperial Palace. Suddenly the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture gathered to him. They did not say anything as they left. They were worried about what would result from all of this. Yi Futian left with them as well. Behind him, everyone was watching him. Because of this battle, he would no longer only be known in the Divine Prefecture. The cultivators of the evil Emperor realm and the Dark Court would all remember him. Up in the air, the group of cultivators went on their way. The palace lord of the empty imperial palace came up to Yi Futian and said, "Thank you for your help today." "I only did my duty," said Yi Futian. "If it weren't for you, we likely would have lost this battle," said the palace lord. "Previously, our opponents had the advantage. But in the moment that Qi Yi was slain, they knew that they had lost and did not continue fighting, admitting defeat instead. They probably did not want to see any more of their people killed or injured. After all, no one could withstand you." Yi Futian nodded. It seemed like these top forces were wise as well. Although the struggle for the original realm was extremely important, once they realized they could not succeed, they had immediately given up. At that moment, a figure walked towards Yi Futian. It was the leader of the Dark Phoenix division. He smiled and nodded at Yi Futian, saying, "It seems we had a misunderstanding before. Please forgive me." His power had won respect. If Yi Futian had not shown such strength, this man would not have personally come to make things right between them. This man was someone who the divine prefecture had focused on training well. But Yi Futian had won the glory in this battle. He had turned the tide all by himself. Previously, he had blamed Yi Futian for not fleeing the battlefield to prevent further losses. "It is no matter," answered Yi Futian with a nod. Looking at it from the man's perspective, he could naturally understand where he was coming from. But he was not here to make friends, so he kept a neutral expression on his face. After all, this was Dong Huang the Great's man. And as for Yi Futian, perhaps they would be enemies one day. The other man realized this as well, and so he said no more. He walked over to the other side. The other people of the 9 realms who were there, like Shun Hao and Di Wu, felt conflicted within their hearts. They had been in danger of dying in this battle. And they had not been good enough to influence the overall situation of the battle. And they had even fallen short in their small-scale battles. Shun Hao thought back to when they were in the God's Relic, and he had disparaged Yi Futian. He would never have thought that now Yi Futian was on a much higher level than him. He had to look up just to see him. How ironic was that? They no longer were even worthy of being called Yi Futian's opponents. If they fought him, they would probably be killed in an instant. At the empty imperial palace, the mirror within the sky disappeared, but the cultivators did not leave. They stood there, waiting quietly. Princess Dong Huang did not leave either. She waited for the warrior's triumphant return. Countless cultivators were gathered together outside the palace. This battle had deeply shocked them as well. Finally, powerful auras appeared off in the distance. A group of figures gradually came into view. After a while, they could see a mighty formation of troops coming towards the empty imperial palace. They stopped outside the palace, and everyone looked at them. Or rather, they all looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian had once again shocked the world in this battle. Everyone knew of him now. He was the foremost talent in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, and no one would ever again doubt that. Now they only wondered how high he would climb in the future. In the empty imperial palace, Princess Dong Huang and others were standing on the steps. Below them, mighty figures from various factions were all here. The empty imperial palace's palace lord walked forward and bowed slightly. "Your Highness, the mighty figures who fought in the divine prefecture fought bravely in a bloodbath and were lucky to have come out alive." Princess Dong Huang looked at the crowd and spoke, "Thank you all of you for giving your all in the war of the original realm. We will record down the names of everyone who has participated in the war and the course of the war. We will reward you based on your contributions." The mighty figures all nodded. Although they had defeated their opponents, the atmosphere in the empty imperial palace was slightly weird at the moment, and there was not much joy. After all, the one who had performed most outstandingly in this battle was Yi Futian, and the mighty figures from all factions had all suffered losses. Yi Futian did his best to turn the tide this time. He should be given the most credit, the empty imperial palace lord said while smiling. He had previously thought that they would definitely lose this battle. However, Yi Futian unexpectedly turned the tide of battle single-handedly and led the mighty figures of the divine prefecture to victory. The mighty figures from the Heavenly Mandate Academy all smiled. Yi Futian's performance in this battle was amazing. However, there were also allies who looked thoughtful. Emperor Nan of the Nantian Divine Kingdom then spoke up. Although Yi Futian's efforts in this battle started to turn the tide, we won the war because everyone fought courageously. Everyone who participated in the battle was the same, and those who died also made their own contributions. Let's divide the credit equally. Many people looked towards Emperor Nan, and many of them looked shocked. He was an ally of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and regarded Yi Futian highly. Although they had an ordinary relationship, he let his daughter go to the academy to cultivate. Some people even claimed that he was preparing to entrust Yi Futian with taking care of Nan Luotian. Hence, they could all tell how highly he regarded Yi Futian. However, his words at this point seemed to be spoken to erase Yi Futian's credit. Lord Taixian, the Divine Palace Lord, and others quickly reacted and understood what Emperor Nan meant. Lord Taixian also spoke, "Your Highness, as a member of the Divine Prefecture's Heavenly Mandate Academy, everything that he did in this battle is what was expected of him. There's no need to reward him. What Emperor Nan said is extremely true. Those who died and sacrificed themselves in this battle should be honored even more." Their words made the atmosphere in the empty Imperial Palace even weirder. There was no atmosphere of victory at all, and many top figures were standing there silently. The silence was a little terrifying. They locked their gaze on Yi Futian like hunters staring at their prey. Of course, Yi Futian understood as well. He bowed and said, "Your Highness, I am originally from the Divine Prefecture. It is my duty to serve the Divine Prefecture. I do not need any reward." Princess Donghuang looked at Yi Futian. She naturally sensed the weirdness of the atmosphere as well. "Your Highness, I feel that Yi Futian is guilty." At that moment, a voice sounded. This voice was thunderous, and everyone in and outside of the empty Imperial Palace could hear it clearly as it even echoed. In an instant, everyone focused their attention on the person who spoke. The top figure of the Shun clan, Shun Jiao. He stepped forward and stopped below the steps. He looked at Princess Donghuang and said, "I feel that Yi Futian should be executed for his crime." The moment he mentioned execution, everyone within and outside the empty Imperial Palace was shocked. The cultivators from the original realm outside, who had waited for the mighty figures to return in victory, were all a little confused. Yi Futian is guilty and should be executed. Yi Futian single-handedly turned the tide of the war of the three factions, but now he should be executed. Everyone was a little confused, but they soon realized what it meant. No wonder Emperor Nan and the others tried to erase Yi Futian's contributions, and Yi Futian himself dared not ask for a reward. If they looked at it thoroughly, Yi Futian's crimes and contributions were seemingly a little complicated. He should be executed. Princess Donghuang spoke while looking towards Shun Jiao. Beside her, Cao Jun and Du Yu also looked towards Shun Jiao. They naturally knew this top figure of the Shun clan. Yes, Shun Jiao spoke up. The Battle of the Original Realm is a battle between the Divine Prefecture, Dark Court, and Empty Divine Realm. But Yi Futian deliberately hid his strength and did not do his best, making the war extremely passive initially, and we even almost lost the original realm. Yi Futian was powerful but deliberately hid his strength. He must have sinister intentions. Besides, if it wasn't for the threat to the Heavenly Mandate Academy's own allies as well as Yi Futian himself, he might have continued to hold back and chose to retreat, and he did do so on the battlefield. He deceived the princess as well as everyone in the Divine Prefecture by deliberately not fighting. I think that if our opponents didn't gang up on Yi Futian and his companions, Yi Futian would have just let the Battle of the Original Realm be lost without displaying his strength. He does not care about the Divine Prefecture and Original Realm. Also, and most importantly, the various forces of the Divine Prefecture participated in the battle and bathed in blood. Many of their strongest fighters died on the battlefield. Even though they were not strong enough, they still defended the Original Realm with their blood. Yi Futian is a member of the Divine Prefecture. If he didn't have the strength, no one would say anything. But he was able to defend the Divine Prefecture, yet he let it all happen, watching many of the people of the Divine Prefecture who participated in the war die on the battlefield. This includes many members of the Shun clan. He should be put to death for his crimes. Shun Gao's voice was powerful, and the sound rang out continuously, causing this space to tremble. His voice reverberated in the mighty figure's eardrums. What he said was all true. Yi Futian could not deny it, and all the mighty figures saw it with their own eyes. He had indeed not unleashed his full strength before. The Golden Divine Nation was ordered by the princess to participate in this war and lost many cultivators because of this war as well. Among the casualties, there were those of the royal bloodline who died fighting. Yet there are people who have the ability to turn the tide of battle but deliberately hide it, resulting in the unjust death of all the strong fighters. They should be executed for their crimes. The Golden Divine Nation's Gari Kang stepped out and spoke aloud, "Princess, please convict Yi Futian to pay tribute to those who died unjustly in this battle." The mighty figures of two top powers stepped out and declared Yi Futian guilty. It was as if Yi Futian's strength to take this victory had instead become the reason to convict him. That was because he had hidden his strength previously. Outstanding trees will always get destroyed by the wind first. What's more, Yi Futian was so magnificent today. How could those factions that already had grudges against him let him go like that? Therefore, Emperor Nan wanted to diminish Yi Futian's credit at the first opportunity. However, it seemed that those factions were not going to let go. This time, if they did not make trouble, the princess might value Yi Futian even more highly. If she did so, it would spell disaster for them. Hence, they struck preemptively. "Princess, please convict Yi Futian." Another person stepped out and spoke. This time, it was a mighty figure from the martial god clan. He said, "There are also many people from my clan who died in battle." It was as if those who died in this battle were blaming Yi Futian just because he did not do his best and hid his power. "Princess, please convict Yi Futian." "Princess, please convict Yi Futian." Multiple voices rang out as more and more factions walked out. The various factions that had allied with Yi Futian in the war all came out, including the faction holding back the Dou tribe, as well as the clan of the Seven Slayers in the Emperor Star realm, the School of the Emperor Star. Princess, the Holy Land of Taichu and many other Divine Prefecture factions came to the original realm to participate in the war and gave their all. Yet, some people pretended to care about the Divine Prefecture but really only cared about their own interests, causing many innocent people to die in battle. They also deceived you and everyone in the Divine Prefecture. Even though they have contributed to our victory, their crimes are still unpardonable. The powerful fighters of the Holy Land of Taichu also walked out. This time, so many forces walked out at the same time that it created a great movement. Now, they wanted to use the movement to get rid of Yi Futian. Many people did not expect, even the strong fighters behind Princess Donghuang were a little surprised. They did not expect that so many people wanted Yi Futian dead. So it seemed that being too outstanding was also dangerous. It would make people feel threatened, especially those factions that had a grudge against you. They, in turn, would be afraid. "Princess," at this time, Emperor Nan spoke up. Although Yi Futian hid his strength before this war, he had been fighting as best as he could and killed many strong opponents. It was only after the major factions retreated that he prepared to retreat with the people of the Divine Prefecture. He was only forced to fight a battle of life and death later on, and he did not have absolute confidence that he would win. If not for the cooperation of the cultivators of the Mountain Realm and strong fighters of the Divine Prefecture, he would also be in extreme danger. On the battlefield, one should always improvise. Yi Futian must have hidden his strength to take the opponents by surprise and kill them, and he did do so. I think that even if he is guilty, his merits are enough to offset his crimes. Lord Taixian also stepped out to speak. "I also agree with what Emperor Nan said. Even though Yi Futian has made mistakes, he could be considered to have given his all by using his strength to turn the tide and win this war of the original realm. I hope that Your Highness will make a clear decision." Several people spoke up for Yi Futian one after another, and this time, they were all allied forces of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Princess Donghuang looked at Yi Futian and said, "Don't you have anything you want to say for yourself?" "Your Highness, after I fell into a coma in the Shadow Realm, I was able to control some power of Yin, but I do not know exactly how strong the power of Yin is. I did my best to kill the enemy on the battlefield. After the major forces retreated, I planned to temporarily evacuate with the Divine Prefecture army and then hunt them down one by one with more certainty. I hid my strength to retain the element of surprise. When I was surrounded, all I could do was fight back desperately. How could I have predicted the outcome? Futian responded, as to why they are like this, Your Highness must know, they have been at war before, so, naturally, they want me dead. Princess Donghuang nodded, You do have a grudge with one another. The Tiantian Academy has never cared about these matters and has no grudge with either side. Does the Tiantian Academy think that Futian is meritorious or guilty? The college chief of the Tiantian Academy, Gen Ao, raised his head. He stepped forward and said, Princess, the Tiantian Academy cultivators have had direct contact with Futian on the battlefield before. At that time, many people were discussing that Futian had saved many Tiantian Academy disciples. Although I thank him for that, if we look at everything that happened today, Futian does have the suspicion of deceiving Your Highness and the powerful fighters from all factions of the Divine Prefecture. Gen Ao opened his mouth and said, As for the specific merits, I believe Your Highness already has her judgment. Futian glanced at Gen Ao after hearing what he had said. Earlier, Gen Ao did not lift a finger even when Futian was in mortal danger. However, Futian still saved many people from the Tiantian Academy on the battlefield. Although he did not expect that Gen Ao would thank him or anything of that sort, he thought that Gen Ao would have at least been neutral. Unexpected to him, Gen Ao actually said something like that. While he did credit Futian's achievements, saying that Futian had lied to the princess and the people of the Divine Prefecture was the same as agreeing that he was guilty and should be punished for it. A typical example of biting the hand that feeds him. However, Futian was somewhat confused. What was the reason for Gen Ao to target him? Between the two of them, there was no conflict of interest. In addition, a person on Gen Ao's level would not do something without his own logic. Could it be that he was doing it for Gen Qingzhu? Was he, Futian, an obstacle to Gen Qingzhu's path to success? After all, before he appeared, Gen Qingzhu was undoubtedly the most exceptional person in that era. From the abilities and strength of Shun Hao, Di Wu, and the rest, it was obvious that they could not beat Gen Qingzhu. If Futian's group did not appear, Gen Qingzhu might have really become an unparalleled existence in the 9 realms in this era. In addition, Gen Hao had always wished to send Gen Qingzhu to the Divine Prefecture to train beside the princess. So, did it mean that this was the reason why Gen Ao was targeting him? To help pave Gen Qingzhu's way? Even Gen Qingzhu was looking at Gen Ao with an odd expression. He was a little bit confused. The Tiantian Academy preached and trained in the Central Emperor realm. The elders in the Gen clan had always had high hopes for him, constantly wishing that he, Gen Qingzhu, would become a symbol of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, and in the future, to cultivate in the Divine Prefecture. Moreover, he had been striving for this all his life. While Futian's appearance out of the blue and peerless grace and talent had completely overshadowed him, he would still walk his own path. At that moment, his elders' move in attempting to undermine Futian confused him. With their temperament, why would they do that? To help pave his way. If that were the case, he did not need it. Moreover, regardless of the reason why Futian decided to hide his real strength, his contribution during the battle was something that everyone had witnessed. Furthermore, Futian also saved him and a lot of the others from the Tiantian Academy. While Futian did not start acting earlier, it was still ultimately his choice. They were not qualified to force him to do it. Father's words. I'm afraid I have to disagree with them. At that moment, Gen Qingzhu walked forward. He bowed gently to Princess Donghuang, sitting above the steps. I am sure that Your Majesty saw with your own eyes what happened on the battlefield. I was also there. Futian prioritizing the safety of those from the Heavenly Mandate Academy is only human nature. If it were me, I would do the same and place the safety of the Tiantian Academy's practitioners as my #1 priority. I believe all of you present here would do the same. Who would say that they'd be willing to sacrifice their own? While putting the safety of the people from the Tiantian Academy, as well as others, as a precondition, Futian was always giving his all while on the battlefield. His displays have always been the most exceptional in every major battle. He has killed many enemy Renhuangs. The reason we were close to being defeated was due to the other factions from the Divine Prefecture showing weakness. After that, it was only because Yi Futian released his true strength that we managed to turn the tide. If it weren't for Yi Futian, many of the people from the factions here would still be on the battlefield. I do not think that those who have been saved are qualified to indict and convict the person who turned the tide around. Jian Qingzhu's words made many people focus their gaze on him. Even Princess Donghuang seriously took a look at him. To say that at that time required a certain degree of courage. After all, many factions targeted Yi Futian. Apart from the top factions within the 9 realms, there were also factions from the Divine Prefecture. At that moment, they had allied. It was an alliance to target and deal with Yi Futian. For Jian Qingzhu to defend Yi Futian under the circumstances, it naturally required a great deal of courage. Moreover, he implied that the people from the factions were not qualified to say that Yi Futian was guilty. Stand down. This place has no room for you to speak, Jian Ao scolded Jian Qingzhu. Jian Qingzhu glanced at Jian Ao's eyes. Jian Ao's gaze was incredibly serious, seemingly unhappy with him. However, Jian Qingzhu did not avert his gaze. Practitioners should always be frank and honest, after all. It was something that Jian Ao thought him, so why would he go against his own belief and original intention now? If it were for him, Jian Qingzhu felt that it was unnecessary. Yi Futian was a little surprised. He did not expect that Jian Qingzhu would stand up and have an opinion that opposed his family. It impressed Yi Futian. However, it also meant that it became harder for him to understand the Qiantian Academy. Jian Ao. What exactly was he thinking? Princess Donghuang's gaze returned to Yi Futian. Then, she asked, "Power of Yin, aren't you going to explain a bit?" Hearing her words, gazes began to focus on Yi Futian again. The power of Yin was something they had suspected, however, no one dared to bring it up. Everyone had their own guess. Answering the princess, said Yi Futian. Then, he continued and said, "That day in the Shadow Realm, I was pursued by cultivators from the Evil Emperor Realm and was forced to go straight towards the core of the Shadow Realm to avoid the cultivators of the enemy. I went all the way to the Yin Storm Zone, and by then, my plane level could not support me anymore. So, I activated the Emperor's will, which I inherited in God's relic to protect my body. I also used the power I cultivated in an attempt to refine the power of Yin to preserve myself. However, the power of Yin was too strong. It infiltrated my body and spiritual soul. It was impossible to block it, and because of that, I was infiltrated and fainted. It seemed as if everything had stopped. Only my survival instinct and will to live kept me refining the power of Yin even as I became unconscious. As for what happened after that, I am sure Your Highness Princess already knows. After I woke up, I learned that I had refined a decent amount of the power of Yin that could be used by myself. As such, I synthesized them into my attacks. However, I did not know just how strong this power was. It was my first time unleashing it. What Yi Futian meant was that he himself did not know his real strength. As such, he was then able to explain why he had not utilized his full strength earlier. It was because he did not know that he could be that strong. Naturally, he dared not talk about getting possession of a divine item. That was too much. Fear was the reason why those factions wanted to get rid of him. If he added the divine item into the mix, the number of people wanting to kill him would only increase. Moreover, most knew just the dangers of the core area of the Shadow Realm. No one would believe that Yi Futian's plane level was high enough for him to obtain a divine item there. At most, they would guess whether the will of the Emperor had kept him alive and helped him master the power of Yin. However, even as it was, Yi Futian was still considered extremely dangerous. "Right now, you can quibble however you want," said Shenjiao of the Divine Palace coldly. After that, he looked at Princess Donghuang and said, "Your Royal Highness, our Shen clan lost at least 10 Renhuangs in this battle. They were the core of our Shen clan. They were also incredibly talented. If it were really because we were weaker than the enemy overall, then there is nothing more I can say. However, our Shen clan fought in a bloody battle while someone hid his strength, ultimately causing a lot of unnecessary casualties. My Shan clan is not worthy of asking for anything. However, whether the princess rules an award or a punishment, from this day forward, our Shan clan will officially declare war against the Heavenly Mandate Academy. On this day, a great opportunity had presented itself. Cultivators from each side had come out and ended the battle of the original realm. So, there was finally time to take a look at their affairs. Last time, the princess set a rule for the battle of the original realm. To fight, they needed to request a battle assignment at the empty imperial palace and not hurt the innocent. This time, they would use this as an opportunity to request a battle assignment. With this commotion that they had made, even if the princess did not convict Futian, she would no longer intervene in their grudge anymore, right? They said that Futian was guilty and should be beheaded. However, they also understood that it was almost impossible to convict Futian. They had to strike first. They had to control the situation better. At the very least, they could not let the princess lean towards Futian. If that were to happen, everything would be for naught and they would not be able to do anything. Our Golden Divine Nation would also like to request a battle assignment, said Gari Kang. After that, each of them consecutively requested battle assignments. The people from the Heavenly Mandate Academy, as well as Futian, did not seem too thrilled. They saw Futian's strength and did not want to give him the opportunity to turn things around. The oppressive mood was subtle. These factions were some of the strongest factions in the Divine Prefecture and Original Realm. Their strength could not be underestimated. Even Princess Donghuang could not ignore their existence. These top factions were powers that the Divine Prefecture needed to rely on. Cao Jun stood behind Princess Donghuang. His gaze swept across the room. Mixed in his dignified gaze was a sense of coldness. It was an incredibly sharp gaze. On this day, on the outside, they said that they wanted to indict Futian. However, in truth, they were also putting pressure on the princess. He could naturally see that the people feared Futian's potential. They did not want a person like this to get the opportunity to reach the skies in one go. That was the reason why they struck first. Striking before the princess could decide if Futian was guilty or not. This was their method for stopping the princess from awarding Futian and thinking highly of him. After all, if and once the princess awarded Futian and decided to cultivate and develop him, everything would have already been set in stone. By then, if they wanted to change, it would already be too late. They were all old foxes, cunning and calculative. They were not only planning against Futian but also the princess. Then, the next moment, a powerful aura from afar reached their location. Many people raised their heads to look towards the source of the aura. There, they saw surges of a golden divine light of space. A group of cultivators descended from the sky. Darkness followed as the empty imperial palace was completely enveloped. The evil emperor realm and the dark court's cultivators had arrived. The people raised their heads to look at the two. The evil emperor realm was led by Shasier. The dark court was led by the lord of the underworld, who stared coldly at Futian with a gaze full of killing intent. The empty divine realm and the dark court have lost. You are all here at the empty imperial palace because you want to breach the agreement and start a war. Cao Jun's gaze swept across the enemy cultivators as he spoke coldly. The reason the war began in the first place was due to a mutual understanding between the three factions. Even though the factions wanted the original realm, each of the three sides did not want to lose too many troops. That was why an arranged fight was introduced. Lower Renhuangs would fight to lower their losses to the minimum. Each side had its own concerns. Otherwise, none of the three sides dared to imagine what would be the result of the battle. At that moment, since the Divine Prefecture had won the battle, there was a lower likelihood of them going back on their words. Otherwise, they would only have no choice but to wage a real war. Since we've lost, we will admit defeat, Shasier answered. However, us coming here to visit you is not considered going back on our agreement, isn't that right? Our evil Emperor realm will promise not to get involved in all original realms' affairs. Please continue whatever it is you are doing. It is even better if you can ignore us. Many people frowned. The two other major factions were definitely unhappy about the defeat. Moreover, Yi Futian killed a lot of their people. The heir to the Lord of the Underworld had also been killed by Yi Futian's hands. Moreover, Yi Futian now wielded the power of Yin. One can only imagine that whether it was the Dark Court or the Underworld, they wanted Yi Futian's head. They promised that they would not interfere with the affairs of the original realm, but it did not mean that they would not go for Yi Futian. That was the reason why Yi Futian hid his strength during the battle. Branches exposed in the woods will eventually be destroyed by the winds. After he went on the rampage and destroyed his enemies, he had wondered if it was a curse or a blessing. At this time, whether it was the factions of the Divine Prefecture, the Dark Court, or the empty Divine Realm, everyone wanted to get at him. That was unless Princess Donghuang decides to protect him. Otherwise, he would be put in a very precarious position, and many top figures would focus on him. The cultivators outside the empty imperial palace were silent. They would never have imagined that the situation would turn like this. The person who led the Divine Prefecture to turn the tides of the battle, the practitioner who brought them victory in the battle of the original realm. That person was actually in such a terrible situation. Should he not be rewarded for his feats and achievements? The gazes were now focused on Princess Donghuang. The arrival of the Dark Court and the evil Emperor realm was also a different sort of pressure. While they said they were only there for a visit, it was a given that they had plans of their own. At this time, only Princess Donghuang's approach could decide everything, or perhaps, it was more accurate to say that she would decide Yi Futian's fate. Princess Donghuang shifted her gaze away from the cultivators from the Dark Court and evil Emperor realm to Yi Futian again. She stood there quietly, however, it was as if she was bathed in divine light. She was born a divine being, hence she had always been dazzling. All the women in the world would be envious of her. Yi Futian, you killed quite a lot of enemies in this battle. You took down the proud son of the underworld by yourself. In terms of contribution to the victory of this battle, you ranked first. Princess Donghuang spoke. In that instant, everyone looked at her. Princess Donghuang's approach was too important. It would decide everything. When she spoke, a sense of seriousness filled the eyes of those from the Shun clan, as well as the cultivators from other sides. If the princess made up her mind to protect Yi Futian, no matter how much they wanted to kill Yi Futian, even if they were to use the rules of the princess to start a battle, the princess could still easily overrule that and prohibit them from doing so. If that were to happen, no one would be able to kill Yi Futian. So, at that moment, it was time to see just how much Yi Futian meant to the princess. The reason why they kept repeating Yi Futian's errors and offense, highlighting the fact that Yi Futian disregarded the benefits of the Divine Prefecture and claiming that Yi Futian did not care about winning, was so that the princess's perception of Yi Futian would deteriorate. Right now, it was time to see the results. However, you intentionally hid your strength, restraining yourself, and ultimately hindered the entire operations. You prioritized the benefits of the Heavenly Mandate Academy on the battlefield. Even though you had your reasons, this had led to many of the practitioners from the Divine Prefecture meeting their demise. On these, do you have any objections? Princess Donghuang asked as she faced Yi Futian. This time, it was time for the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy to look solemn. What was the princess's intention? No one could understand what she wanted. No emotion could be seen from her eyes, which could be regarded as absolute beauty. What the princess has said is true. I have no objections, admitted Yi Futian honestly. He could not deny it. Everyone clearly saw what happened on the battlefield. Princess Donghuang was also not stupid. Of course, she understood what she saw. The key was how to balance it. As such, it still depended on the princess's judgment. Princess Donghuang looked at Yi Futian. She waved her hands as bright and dazzling divine lights appeared, floating in front of her. It was a bright square box suffused with a frightening space will of the way, which made the area around it surrounded by bright and beautiful divine light. She waved her hands, and the box flew towards Yi Futian. Then, Princess Donghuang said, "This is an important treasure. Now, I hand it over to you. I've said it before. We would grant rewards based on one's achievement during the battle. You contributed the most, and this is your reward." The box flew in front of Yi Futian. It floated in front of him, the bright divine light shining upon Yi Futian's handsome face. Multiple gazes fell on the box in front of Yi Futian. The box was unique, and the treasure inside the box was surely incredibly valuable. However, since it was granted by the princess, they did not dare to have any ideas. This was particularly true for the divine prefecture factions. Even if they were to snatch it away, they would still have to return it to the princess. Who would dare keep it as their own? Moreover, at that moment, they were very curious as to what the treasure was. "Thank you, princess." Yi Futian took the gift. He accepted directly and did not act overly courteous. With regard to what the item was, he would check it out later. "This is what you deserve. You do not need to thank me. Apart from that, hiding your strength and hindering the overall battle operations, which resulted in the demise of many from all sides, was your personal choice. Since we achieved victory in the end and since I only look at the result, I have no reason to punish you for your crimes." Princess Donghuang's word made the expression on the faces of the cultivators from many factions change. In particular, Shun Jiao and the cultivators from the Shun clan. Did this mean that Princess Donghuang had decided to protect Yi Futian? However, Princess Donghuang was not finished. With that word, everyone stood straight and listened carefully to the words that were yet to come. "Just as I have no reason to punish you for your crimes, the other factions of the Divine Prefecture also participated in this battle. They have made a lot of contributions and sacrifices in this battle. Similarly, I have no reason to stop them from hating you or from exacting their vengeance upon you. As such, in terms of the grudge between the Divine Prefecture factions and yourself, I will not side with anyone. If you want to fight and wage war, you can do so based on my preset rules. On this, do you have any objections?" Princess Donghuang answered while looking at Yi Futian. The cultivators from the Shun clan breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the words of the princess. It seemed like the princess was very thoughtful and considerate in whatever she did. The lines between punishment and rewards were clear, and she treated both sides fairly, and this was enough. They never really expected the princess to sentence Yi Futian to death. They knew well enough that this was impossible. The true objective of their previous efforts was to ensure that the princess did not interfere with them dealing with Yi Futian. Otherwise, if the princess were to favor Yi Futian, it would be too late for them to deal with Yi Futian. Who would dare kill a person under the princess? The princess is clear in rewards and punishment. "I naturally do not have any objections," answered Yi Futian while nodding. Yi Futian could not find any fault in Princess Donghuang's approach. They were all representatives of the Divine Prefecture in the battle. He made the most contribution and was thus rewarded by the princess personally. However, the others also took part in the battle, so she would not interfere with their personal grudges or affairs. One could only say that this was an amazingly fair way to deal with the situation. However, the overall situation was still very disadvantageous for Yi Futian. At the moment, the number of people and factions wanting him dead had increased. Princess Donghuang nodded. She shifted her gaze toward the cultivators from the Shun clan and asked, "What about you? Do you have any objections?" "We naturally do not object to the princess's will," answered Shun Jiao as he nodded. This result was sufficient. This time, as long as Princess Donghuang did not protect Yi Futian, he would be powerless, he would not be as lucky as the last time. "Good." Princess Donghuang nodded. "Princess, our Shun clan has had a grudge with Yi Futian for a long time. In addition to the incidents during the battle, we are prepared to conclude things. Yi Futian is from the Heavenly Mandate Academy. If the Heavenly Mandate Academy or the other factions help him, our Shun clan, and the other factions will also intervene," said Shun Jiao. "What other factions want to take part in this battle?" asked Princess Donghuang as she looked toward the crowd. "Our Golden Divine Nation will take part," Gari Kang answered. "Our holy land of Taichu has also lost a considerable amount of people." "We will take part," answered the cultivators from the holy land of Taichu. "The Martial God clan will also partake in the battle. The School of the Emperor Star will take part as well." One after another, factions began to voice their opinions. It seemed as if they had a tacit understanding, or perhaps they had already communicated with each other through divine consciousness. The factions of the 9 realms and divine prefecture expressed their opinions one after another. All of them wanted to put Yi Futian to his death. Many from the 3,000 realms of the Great Path wanted to see Yi Futian rise. For example, many cultivators outside the empty imperial palace wanted to see the birth of a legend. However, at the same time, many people did not want to see a legendary person like him to reach his peak. In particular, the factions that had grudges against Yi Futian. They would not allow this. The Heavenly Mandate Academy and their allies were too strong. Once Yi Futian reached the top, this alliance would dominate the entire 3,000 realms of the Great Path. By then, the other factions would be affected directly. This time, the number of factions involved was higher than the earlier Battle of the Divine Palace. This time, the Solar Divine Palace of the Solar Realm also announced that they would participate in the battle. They wielded the power of the sun and did not want the appearance of a peak existence who wielded the power of yin. The Nantian Divine Kingdom will take part in the battle as a representative of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, said Emperor Nan, supporting the Heavenly Mandate Academy's side. However, allies of the Heavenly Mandate Academy was obviously weaker, and they would be completely overwhelmed. In particular, since they would be fighting under the rules set by Princess Donghuang, they would not need to worry. The Shun clan will join as well. Allies of the Heavenly Mandate Academy also showed their support one after another. However, in comparison to the other side, there was a huge gap. Regardless, as allies, if they did not stand up to protect Yi Futian right now, they would be targeted and pulverized in the future. Cultivators continued to speak up. Finally, Princess Donghuang asked, "Are there any more? The 9 realms is in turmoil. I am surprised by how hated little Yi is among the people. Perhaps the Tiantian Academy should not have joined the battle outside God's relic. That way, we would not be faced with the storm right now," said the Tiantian Academy College Chief, Gen Ao. He then continued and said, "Princess, since Yi Futian started this battle, it should end with him as well. If Yi Futian dies in battle, I hope it will also end this debacle." Princess Donghuang glanced at Gen Ao and then the rest of the others. Then, she said, "What do you think?" Replying to the princess, "We have no objections," Shen Jiao said. Yi Futian was too much of a threat, killing him would be enough. The others were far less of a threat than he was, moreover, they had many opportunities in the future. Clearly, this was going to be a hunt, with the prey being Yi Futian. Everyone wanted him to die. Yi Futian's death would end everything. Since that is the case, our Tiantian Academy will also take part. We hope that order will be restored to the original realm as soon as possible, said Gen Ao with a strong sense of righteousness. He looked at the Heavenly Mandate Academy and said, "I can only apologize first to little Yi now." "Father," Gen Qingzhu shouted. He did not understand why they had to do that. They held no grudges against Yi Futian. Why did it have to come to this? Yi Futian raised his head to look at Gen Ao. He was curious. So, he asked, "Last time in the Shadow Realm, Elder, you did not lend a hand even as I was on the verge of death. On that, I hold no grudges. After all, you and I were mere acquaintances. We do not know each other that well. However, on the battlefield, I have at least shown kindness to your Tiantian Academy. Why are you, Elder, repaying my kindness with cruelty? Moreover, you are doing it with such dignity and righteousness. I am very much confused. Could you please clarify and enlighten me?" Yi Futian's revelation helped many from Tiantian Academy understand. So, there was actually a story like this in the Shadow Realm. It was no wonder Yi Futian hesitated in helping them. This meant that Tiantian Academy ignored the plea of those in mortal danger first. Yi Futian hesitated and did not give his all, however, he ultimately still extended his help. On this, Yi Futian could already be considered incredibly kind. If one were to argue that they were allies on the battlefield, were they not while they were in the Shadow Realm? Why did Tiantian Academy not help him then? Many shifted their gaze to where the people from Tiantian Academy gathered, particularly towards Gen Ao. The Tiantian Academy preached in the Central Emperor Realm. They were regarded as the number one holy land throughout the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. They had cultivated numerous disciples, had countless cultivators, and were admired by many. After all, who in the land of the 9 realms had not heard of the Tiantian Academy name before? However, in a holy land like this, the college chief of the Tiantian Academy was actually a hypocrite. If what Yi Futian said was true, then in comparison, the actions of Tiantian Academy was indeed quite despicable. Yi Futian repaid cruelty with kindness, whereas the Tiantian Academy repaid kindness with cruelty. Moreover, the Tiantian Academy college chief actually announced their participation in the battle in the name of justice so that he could join the others in getting rid of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and Yi Futian, claiming that he would restore the original world to its order. However, the thing no one could understand was, why would Jian Ao do this? With his position and status, there was no need for him to lower himself to deal with Yi Futian using a method like this. After all, the Tiantian Academy held no grudges against Yi Futian. Even if Yi Futian were to rise, a holy land like the Tiantian Academy would not be affected in the slightest. That was unless they were afraid that the Heavenly Mandate Academy would replace the Tiantian Academy as the number one holy land. That should not be the case. Some people shifted their gaze to Jian Qingzhu. They could gander a guess. After all, one of the things, or perhaps more accurately, people, that Jian Ao prized most was his son. The son was regarded as Tiantian Academy's most outstanding person among the new generation. If it were for him, it was certainly possible. Without Yi Futian, Jian Qingzhu would become the number one proud son of the original realm. Perhaps, the attention he would gain would be on a whole other level. At the moment, all the attention in the original realm was focused on Yi Futian. Jian Qingzhu also noticed the gaze of the people. He looked at his father. He did not understand. Tiantian Academy actually ignored someone on the verge of death. He had a feeling that Yi Futian was not lying. This made him feel quite embarrassed. On that day, the Shadow Realm was filled with powerful cultivators. The scene was extremely chaotic. Indeed, I did see you back then, but I did not have the time to provide assistance. With regard to you helping the people from our Tiantian Academy during the battle, I am indeed very grateful. Jian Ao was actually quite calm. He then continued and said, however, the disturbances in the original realm needs to be concluded. If the disturbances dispersed and vanished, the Heavenly Mandate Academy will remain the Heavenly Mandate Academy. No one will move. It is fine, even if you hate me. I understand. Jian Ao's answer was the equivalent of admitting to it. It was disappointing to many. While his words remained pretty, many people were already feeling that the college chief of the Tiantian Academy was posing as a person with high morals. Moreover, he was scheming. To make his move on Yi Futian at a time like this, to stand and oppose the Heavenly Mandate Academy. For the Heavenly Mandate Academy and Yi Futian, this was undoubtedly a disaster that could very well end them. After all, a situation like this would have already been extremely disadvantageous for Yi Futian and his allies. It looks like I will not get an explanation, Yi Futian said after hearing Jian Ao's answer. It was clear that Jian Ao would not tell him the reason. Was it because of the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Or was it because of Jian Qingzhu? Maybe it was something else entirely. He would not find out. Princess Donghuang also glanced at Jian Ao. After that, she returned her gaze at the others and said, since all of you have no objections, we will decide the two sides taking part in this battle. After 1 month, the battle will take place in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Both sides will select their own combatants. They are not allowed to raise even a hand against non-participants. The battle will end with one side's defeat. No one is allowed to exact revenge on anyone outside the battle. Do you have any objections? The words of the princess will be remembered. We will only kill Yi Futian. We won't touch the people from the Heavenly Mandate Academy or their allies, said Shen Jiao. As long as Yi Futian died, the enemy's side would crumble. Many people would die, however, the dissolution of the enemy alliance would naturally reduce their strength. It was a matter of time before they were annihilated. He was not going to be impatient. The remainder of the cultivators also nodded to agree with it. Yi Futian saw that Princess Donghuang was looking at him. So, he nodded and said, Yi Futian has received his orders. If I die, this debacle will end. I do not hope to involve the innocent. As such, I would like the princess to help take care of them. He was also preparing for the worst. I will promise you that. Princess Donghuang nodded. Thank you, Princess. Yi Futian bowed slightly. He then said, this issue has concluded. We will have to start our journey back. Could I borrow the space teleportation grand matrix within the empty Imperial Palace? Due to the latest incident, teleportation grand matrices that could access the factions of the 9 realms were built in the empty Imperial Palace so that backup and support could be provided to the cultivators of all sides in the least amount of time. Among them was, naturally, a way to reach the Heavenly Mandate realm. The reason Yi Futian did not use the typical way and, instead, asked to borrow the teleportation grand matrix was that he was wary of the Dark Court and Evil Emperor realm. He was worried that those 2 factions would make a move against him. As such, he decided to leave directly. Before Princess Donghuang could answer, the palace lord of the empty Imperial Palace standing not far in front of the princess announced, "You've worked hard in the battle today. All the factions can return by using the teleportation grand matrix directly." Yi Futian nodded and replied, "Thank you very much." As he finished speaking, he led the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy towards the matrix. Factions that were his allies also headed toward the matrices that led to their homes, their expressions solemn. However, they still had a month to prepare. Based on the rules of the princess, and since both sides had made an agreement, no one would make any moves beforehand. 1 month was sufficient, but in front of absolute strength, 1 month was, in reality, not enough to be meaningful. It would not make much difference. After all, cultivation is not something that could be achieved overnight. They could not realistically increase their strength by a lot in 1 month's time. The teleportation matrix lit up with bright lights. The Heavenly Mandate Academy, along with the other cultivator factions, left one after another. The Shun clan, Golden Divine Nation, and many other cultivators did not leave immediately. They still had issues to discuss, like how they would destroy the Heavenly Mandate Academy and kill Yi Futian. The boy was growing too fast. His battle prowess and potential too high. They would always be worried if he were left alive. If he were to be regarded highly by Donghuang the Great, entered the Imperial Palace, and reached the top quickly in the future, not to mention getting the opportunity to kill Yi Futian, but they would find it difficult to get rid of him. What awaited them in a situation like that would be to await Yi Futian in getting his revenge. That was the reason why they were so decisive and resolute, to the point where they even put pressure on the princess so that another battle would ensue. All this to get rid of future troubles. This time, more than half of the top factions in the 9 realms wanted Yi Futian's life. Whoever helped Yi Futian would die. The conclusion was set. No one could change it. How interesting, Shi Xie from the Evil Emperor realm laughed. He looked at Princess Donghuang and said, "I sure opened my eyes today. We will meet again in the future." After finishing his sentence, he led the cultivators from the empty divine realm and left. This time, Yi Futian killed a lot of his people, among them several heirs to top factions. This determined that there was no longer a possibility of recruiting him. Otherwise, he would lose the hearts of the people and, at the same time, displease many others. Since he could not obtain and use him, the only other option was to remove him. However, at that moment, it seemed like the original realm was in a state of internal turmoil, which might also end with Yi Futian losing his life. With that, they only needed to stay on the sidelines as observers. If needed, they certainly did not mind doing other things. The cultivators from the Dark Court also left. Only then did the darkness subside. The practitioners of the empty Imperial Palace were in a complicated mood. The people who watched the battle outside the empty Imperial Palace were also the same. It was not what they had in mind, and it was certainly not the conclusion that they wanted to see. Yi Futian and the others returned to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Everyone was in a bad mood. They had just achieved a great victory and defended the original realm, preventing it from being divided. However, apart from getting the halo, the one who made the biggest contribution, Yi Futian, was faced with a life-or-death situation. The people from the Heavenly Mandate Academy were in a very bad mood. Their faces were cold and hard, a tinge of anger mixed within. Heavenly Mandate Academy. The day was calm and quiet. It was as if nothing had happened earlier. In a courtyard within the academy, two figures sat quietly on a bench. They leaned back on the bench and looked particularly relaxed. "I heard something big happened outside. How come you still have time to sit here?" Hua Fengliu looked at Yi Futian and asked. He was spending his remaining days at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. His everyday life was very relaxed. He was also not all that aware of the things happening outside. No one told him about the things this time as well. "Master, you are already quite old. Naturally, I should spend more time with you," answered Yi Futian with a chuckle. "Are you cursing me right now?" Hua Fengliu asked. "No, I would never dare to do so. With your current condition, Master, you will most certainly outlive this disciple of yours," Yi Futian replied with a laugh. "Now, I do not have such a wild wish. You should be the one living longer." Hua Fengliu sighed. Yi Futian single-handedly founded the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Ever since he came here, several major incidents had occurred. Things had been going back and forth, and things never calmed down. He knew that Yi Futian was facing a lot of issues and was burdened with many responsibilities. Being able to see Jiyu and how close and intimate Jiyu and Yi Futian had grown, Hua Fengliu had no regrets in his life. Nianyu had also been growing gradually. Nandu Wenyan, Tang Lan, and himself were all retired. If it were really possible, he did not mind living a few years less, as long as Yi Futian and the others could live in peace. "Are there elders like you who talk about their disciples like you?" Yi Futian smiled wryly. "Can't help it. You're too much of a troublemaker," said Hua Fengliu. While he said it casually, his words were immensely profound and meaningful. The one who understood Yi Futian most was most probably Hua Fengliu. Of course, it was just a reminder. He would not try to convince Yi Futian. It could not be helped as he was born extraordinary, so he had to face his fate one way or another. "Sure, then if I, your disciple, am not around, you should remember to take good care of yourself," said Yi Futian as he shook his head and chuckled. Hua Fengliu glanced at Yi Futian after hearing his words and asked, "What are you going to do now?" "Nothing much, I might just leave and will be gone for a while," answered Yi Futian. "Making arrangements after?" Hua Fengliu stared at Yi Futian. Again. Yi Futian was speechless. It seemed as if Hua Fengliu had developed some psychological trauma. "Master, you are the person who is going to become the great emperor's father-in-law." Yi Futian looked at Hua Fengliu. However, Hua Fengliu kept staring into his eyes. His eyes had transformed from the earlier casual and lazy eyes into a pair of deep and piercing eyes, both of which stared straight at Yi Futian as if trying to see through him. "I am not young anymore, so it is all right. You have only just found Jiyu not that long ago." Hua Fengliu looked at Yi Futian. "Really, it is nothing to worry about," Yi Futian interrupted. Hearing the conversation between the two, Hua Jiyu and Nianyu walked over hand in hand. Hua Jiyu's beautiful eyes and gaze landed on Yi Futian. She did not speak, only gazing at him quietly. Yi Futian extended his hands and pulled Jiyu closer to his side. Hua Jiyu gently and docilely let herself be pulled to Yi Futian's side. She knelt and rested her head on Yi Futian's lap. The two of them had become incredibly intimate. After spending so many days and nights together, even if Hua Jiyu did not remember much, she still regarded Yi Futian and Hua Fengliu as closest to her, and to be more accurate, her only family. It was just that she had no memories. "Jiyu, if I am not here, you should still not go back to Brahma's pure sky to cultivate. Just stay in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. You can find Granny if there are any issues. You can also reach out to the Lord," Yi Futian said gently as he gently caressed Hua Jiyu's hair. Hua Jiewa raised her head, and with her beautiful eyes, stared into Yi Futian's eyes. However, all she could see were Yi Futian's gentle smile and an extending her that reached and gently pinched at her delicate face that seemed as if it could break by the slightest of touches. Yi Futian thoroughly enjoyed heartwarming and loving moments like these. However, It seemed as if Hua Jiyu did not feel it. She stared at him and said, "No. Where you go, I go." Yi Futian felt a gentle and tender sensation in his heart as he heard Hua Jiyu's words. He kept a straight face and said, "Be good." Hua Jiyu shook her head. "Brother-in-law, you won't abandon Nianyu, right?" The young woman on the side stared with her eyes wide open. She was beautiful. The young woman was already a budding beauty. Her delicate and charming eyes stared at Yi Futian. She also understood what the conversation meant. So young but already so sophisticated. Yi Futian pulled the child over and said, "When I'm not here, you have to take good care of your sister and masteress, got it?" "No." Nianyu shook her head. "I am still a child." Yi Futian stared at her upset eyes. He had no way to deal with her. The child was always the smartest, and the Lord also liked her very much. "It's fine too if you don't want to. You'll have to grow up eventually," said Yi Futian. Nianyu looked at Yi Futian with a slightly upset gaze and asked, "Brother-in-law, are you really going to abandon Nianyu and sister?" "No way. I'll come back to find you guys once I've completed my task," replied Yi Futian gently, the ever-present gentle smile still hanging on his face. It was as if he was intentionally trying to not put any pressure on them. "I will go and visit the other masters," Yi Futian said as he stood up. Hua Jiyu followed and got up, though she did not let go of his hands. Nianyu imitated her and held onto Yi Futian's other hand. Yi Futian smiled wryly. It was like having his wife on one side and a lover on the other. "All right, then. Both of you will come with me." Yi Futian brought the two of them with him and left the place. They arrived at Qi Shengang and his group's residence. Qi Shengang and a few seniors were there. Fei Xue had also just returned after cultivating at Shen Luoshue's place. She was sitting beside Qi Shengang. Upon seeing Yi Futian's arrival, Yang Yuan and Nan Zhai, who were both cultivating on the side, also walked over. They smiled and shouted, "Younger brother, big brother, second brother." Yi Futian walked forward and then shouted at Qi Shengang, "Master." Qi Shengang addressed Yi Futian and said, "Have a seat." "I will." Yi Futian sat down. Jiyu sat quietly beside him. Nianyu, on the other hand, had gone to find Fei Xue, constantly calling sister Fei Xue passionately. "Master, do you remember our previous discussion about how the Great Path is boundless? However, right now, it is incredibly difficult to spread this teaching in the 9 realms," said Yi Futian. Many people and factions did not want to see the Heavenly Mandate Academy rise to power. Some were even pushing to have the Heavenly Mandate Academy dissolve and crumble. That is natural. Humans will naturally prioritize themselves and place their benefits first. Everything else comes after that. If you want to preach and spread our teachings all over the realms, it will most certainly affect the benefits of many. Even when Donghuang the Great conquered and united the world, he could not truly make the Divine Prefecture one. The 9 realms has separate factions, and the Divine Prefecture is also most definitely the same. As such, what we want is most probably just an idealized concept that suits one region, said Qi Shengang. Yi Futian nodded. The world was too big. There were many practitioners, and every single one was different from another. As such, uniting everyone into one was not possible. "Master, what kind of person do you think Donghuang the Great is?" Yi Futian asked. "A man with talent and a bold vision. A one-of-a-kind genius and the symbol of an era. A character like that is not someone whom I can easily judge," said Qi Shengang. "And in terms of the person himself, I had never met him before, so, naturally, I do not know. However, from the records, he could be said to be a legend of an era. However, Emperor Yi Qing," Yi Futian opened his mouth to speak. "That is unclear. That period in the history of decades past is a secret of the Divine Prefecture. The people of the original realm knows even less about it. Perhaps it was a clash in their ideology, or perhaps it was some other reason," Qi Shengang answered with a sigh. Both these emperors were symbols of an era and the start of another era. However, Emperor Yi Qing fell while Donghuang the Great conquered the Divine Prefecture. It was a forbidden topic. They could not even get close to the truth. Some had guessed that they were capable of suffering and going through difficulties together but did not share their wealth. The divine prefecture only needed one master. After all, such stories are unbelievably common and have taken place multiple times in history. However, Qi Shengang felt that it might be due to other reasons. After all, the two emperors were never normal, to begin with. Yi Futian nodded lightly. It was impossible to uncover this secret while he stayed in the original realm. He needed to get to the divine prefecture. Moreover, he also needed to get into contact with someone at a higher level. Master, brothers, no matter what happens to the Heavenly Mandate Academy in the future, you have to cultivate calmly. If the Heavenly Mandate Academy is faced with a crisis in the future, please leave. The reason I founded the Heavenly Mandate Academy in the first place was to spread our ideology so that the Heavenly Mandate realm can stand proud within the 9 realms. However, it looks like the 9 realms is getting more chaotic by the day. No one knows the future of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. If there is a time where it can no longer be maintained, just let it be, Yi Futian said. Qi Shengang looked at him. Yang Yuan and Nan Zhai also looked at him. A formless air flowed around Feishue. Feishue, stop trying to peek at me, Yi Futian smiled and said to Feishue while looking into her eyes. She could peek into him and see his real inner emotion. I have already felt it, said Feishue. Yi Futian forced a smile as he shook his head. This talent was seriously unbelievable. So, how am I feeling? Yi Futian asked. In summary, no sadness and despair, answered Feishue with a gentle smile. Naturally, she knew what had happened, and for Yi Futian to show this emotion. Did this mean that he had a plan to deal with it? You are amazing, Yi Futian said with a chuckle. Do you plan to leave? Yang Yuan asked Yi Futian. Perhaps, replied Yi Futian. I will have to trouble older brothers to help take care of the master in the future, even though I did not really take care of him even when I am here. You don't have to worry about me, Qi Shengang said to Yi Futian. Do what you want to do. Just remember what I told you last time. Yes, I remember. Yi Futian nodded. Relax. We will take good care of ourselves, Qi Shengang said again. Yi Futian nodded. He was not really all that worried about Qi Shengang, to be honest. By now, everything was already on track. The only thing left was to destroy the Shen clan to avenge his master. Then, younger brother will take my leave first. Yi Futian got up and excused himself. After that, he left the place. After he left, Feishue gazed at his back and mumbled gently, but there's a slight sense of reluctance to leave, worry and a tinge of sadness. Qi Shengang gazed at Yi Futian's back. Perhaps Yi Futian was hiding something from them. However, he believed that Yi Futian would deal with it appropriately. By now, he was already a big shot who could influence the entire original realm. He had grown too much over these years. Yi Futian went to the practitioners in the 9 states to visit Dozhan, Zhuge Qingfeng, and Gang, and chatted with them, making further arrangements with them. After that, Yi Futian returned to the cottage in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He went to a place for cultivation first. Xia Qingyuan was cultivating there. Seeing Yi Futian come over, the pretty Xia Qingyuan light of life dispersed and vanished. The holy lotus shut, and her beautiful eyes shifted to look at Yi Futian. It has been a while since I spoke to you, princess, Yi Futian smiled and said to Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan felt odd. She looked at Yi Futian and said, the divine prefecture has only one princess. Yi Futian understood what she meant. He smiled and said, in the past, I often bickered with you, princess. Nowadays, I address you by your name more often, which is actually harder to get used to. Perhaps in my subconscious, I still regarded you as a princess. Xia Qingyuan's brows raised slightly. She seemed displeased. She said coldly, if you don't have any business here, please stop interfering with my cultivation. Yes, that's the feeling I'm talking about, said Yi Futian as he chuckled. Xia Qingyuan often spoke to him like this in the past. Cold and arrogant. He seemed to have got used to the dynamic between the two of them. Later, as things changed, he always felt that there was something wrong. Of course, he knew what the reason was. Xia Qingyuan glared at him. This guy did not just come to find her just so he could quarrel with her, right? Who would have thought that, even after so many years, having experienced with the vicissitudes of life and so many major changes, and with the princess having already proven her path and has become a queen, I can still feel that you are that cold and beautiful princess, said Yi Futian with a laugh. When she was in God's relic, Xia Qingyuan's spiritual soul assimilated into the lotus that had the karma of the Great Path and was where the Great Lotus Emperor sat on when he reached enlightenment. As a result, Xia Qingyuan transformed thoroughly, and her cultivation speed also increased later. Now, she may even be stronger than Emperor Xia. Are you complimenting me? Asked Xia Qingyuan. Yi Futian walked beside her and said, I guess so. Now that the princess has proven her path, may I ask if you have already decided on a date to return to Emperor Xia's realm? Xia Qingyuan was stunned. Her body trembled gently for a bit, and the light in her eyes seemed to have dimmed. She appeared to be intentionally avoiding Yi Futian's gaze as she looked at a loss. When would she return to Emperor Xia's realm? That's right. Why was she still here? Did she not already decide that she would leave once she reached the Renhuang stage? At the moment, she had already proven herself and reached this stage at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. She was already a queen. Why did she not return to Emperor Xia's realm to help her father? If she were to return, her strength would be enough to terrorize the surrounding realms. So then, why had she not yet left? Emperor Xia's loves and dotes on you. Many years have passed by since he last saw you. I am certain he misses your Royal Highness very much. The Heavenly Mandate Academy has a teleportation matrix that connects to the Crimson Dragon realm. You can return to Emperor Xia's realm after getting to the Crimson Dragon realm. That would quicken your journey a lot. If your royal princess wants to return one day, do remember to give me a holler. I will personally send you off, said Yi Futian with a gentle smile. Xia Qingyuan looked at him, immobile as if wanting to see through him. This time, Yi Futian was the one who intentionally avoided her gaze. It was as if he could not endure looking at that pair of sad-looking yet immensely beautiful eyes. At the moment, Xia Qingyuan's eyes were without light. It looked as if she had lost all the brilliance of becoming a queen. It even seemed a little bit empty. Yes. She should have left a long time ago. Why did she have to wait until he came to hurry her? However, did he want to send her away at that time? He would definitely not let Hua Jiyu go. I will leave in a few days, said Xia Qingyuan. I will cultivate in Emperor Xia's realm in the future. As a queen in Emperor Xia's realm, her father would be able to rest. She could go sightseeing outside too. It seemed kind of nice. That sounds good too. Princess, you choose the time. Remember to let me know, said Yi Futian. He then continued, if there's an opportunity in the future, I will go and visit yous in Emperor Xia's realm. That is unnecessary. After I return to Emperor Xia's realm, I don't ever want to see you again, said Xia Qingyuan coldly. It was unclear if she meant it or not. Now, princess, you should not be so narrow-minded, Yi Futian said, laughing. Then, he said, all right then, I will not disturb your cultivation anymore. As he finished speaking, he got up and turned around to leave. The moment he turned around, the smile on his face vanished. After that, he sighed in his mind. Some things were naturally known without it being said. However, he could not tell what was going to happen in the future. Sending Xia Qingyuan back to cultivate in Emperor Xia's realm was already considered a relatively perfect ending. He hoped that she would return as soon as possible. He knew that his words today were hurtful. They were intentional. He hoped that Xia Qingyuan wouldn't take it too personally. Yi Futian left the place and headed to another. In this cottage, several disciples were present, including older brother Sword Saint, second sister Zhuge Mingyu, third brother Jiyu Dongliu. There were also Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, and a few others. They were gathered together, seemingly in the midst of discussing something. Upon seeing Yi Futian arrive, Zhuge Mingyu glanced at him with a smile before asking, "Made around?" "Yeah." Yi Futian nodded. "I just came back from Qingyuan's place." "What did you say?" Zhuge Mingyu stared curiously at Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at his second sister's faint smile and forced a smile before replying, "I asked her when she will return to Emperor Xia's realm to cultivate." "Why?" Zhuge Mingyu understood his intentions after hearing his reply. She knew that Yi Futian always wanted to plan and do things properly, however, everyone would choose, and it was not something that was up to him to plan. Yu Sheng. Yi Futian suddenly shouted. Yu Sheng raised his head to look at him. If my Ting wants to bring you to cultivate, you should just go with him, said Yi Futian, addressing Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng did not immediately answer after hearing his words. Instead, he looked thoughtful, as if he had not yet decided on it. What would happen if he were to leave with my Ting? He did not know. At that moment, he did not have an answer. Even though he had a habit of listening to Yi Futian, he did not immediately agree to it this time. At that time, Jiyu Dongliu, who was on the side, suddenly shouted, "Little brother." Yi Futian looked at him. Then, Jiyu Dongliu continued, "Are you really able to ensure that there will be no loss?" "It is probably not going to be a problem," Yi Futian answered. "What do you mean probably?" Jiyu Dongliu was clearly dissatisfied with Yi Futian's answer. His brows furrowed together tightly. Yi Futian's answer seemed to imply that he himself was not absolutely confident. This was not an answer that Jiyu Dongliu wanted. Otherwise, he did not want Yi Futian to risk himself, moreover, for a major event like this. "There is no problem," Yi Futian replied after noticing his third brother's gaze. He thought in his mind, it does not really matter when it is. Third brother is still so ever imposing. It is just like back then when we cultivated at the cottage. One glare from third brother and no one else would even dare to move. It looked like, even now, third brother still had a rather high status. However, everything or everyone has its vanquisher, and second sister was the vanquisher of third brother. Right. Finally, Jiyu Dongliu nodded satisfactorily. Since Yi Futian was so sure, he would also believe it. Next, all that was left was to watch. Days went by, and apart from setting aside time to settle some issues, Yi Futian had been cultivating. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was extremely calm and quiet. However, something big was happening in the outer realms. Multiple cultivators had gathered in the Heavenly Mandate City. No one knew just how many famous and great characters were present. News of the battle between the three hyper-strong factions had already been spread all across the 9 realms. Yi Futian's name was common knowledge. No soul under the heavens did not recognize his name. However, an unbelievable genius, an unparalleled character of an era, who turned the tide of the battle of the original realm all by himself, did not receive the treatment he deserved. On the contrary, he was faced with a major crisis. Half the top factions of the original realm sought trouble with him all at the same time. It was condemned by countless people. The top factions of the original realm were most definitely doing this because they were afraid of Yi Futian's talent after his earlier overwhelming display of strength. All of them wished for the death of Yi Futian. Now, inside this Heavenly Mandate City, the cultivators of each faction had arrived. They stared and glared at every move the Heavenly Mandate Academy made every day. Yi Futian had no chance of escaping. The moment he showed any signs of intending to escape, those people would no longer maintain in hiding. The entire Heavenly Mandate City was surrounded by an invisible storm. The storm and the rain was coming. Once it was time, the top factions would suddenly appear, surrounding the Heavenly Mandate Academy before killing Yi Futian. However, even as they were shrouded in a storm like this, the holy land of their ideals remained firmly standing as if it would never fall. In addition to that, the holy land of their ideals remained peaceful and quiet within. There were no signs of anxiety or restlessness. No one attempted to leave or escape. Of course, there was no need to do so as well. The rules set by the princess demanded that the innocent would be protected. Many people of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were still discussing the battle targeting the Divine Palace, about how many cultivators were involved and how Yi Futian survived by killing the High Order Renhuang after releasing the will of the Emperor. Moreover, it was with the help of my Ting. However, what about this time? The enemy's camp was a lot scarier. Moreover, they were determined to kill Yi Futian so that they could prevent any future problems. The other factions involved in this were also forced to join hands. Could Yi Futian survive this time? The day had finally come. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was as quiet as ever. Outside the Heavenly Mandate Academy, a huge number of cultivators stood high in the air while many others were stationed on the ground. They all looked toward the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The holy land of the ideals for the Heavenly Mandate realm was as quiet as ever. It was as if it was just another day. However, today was the day the two sides would meet and fight. With the Heavenly Mandate Academy at the center, rays of might were released before they were pushed inside the academy. These arrays of might came from all sides and permeated every location. They kept staring at the academy. The moment Yi Futian stepped out of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, the cultivators of every faction would know immediately. That was why, this time, Yi Futian had no escape. In the Heavenly Mandate City, with the Heavenly Mandate Academy as its center, countless cultivators had arrived. All the inns and taverns were bursting at their seams. It could be said that this place was currently the center of attention in the 9 realms. Now, Yi Futian's fame was like the sun during high noon. Everyone paid attention to everything about him. Moreover, the various forces of the 9 realms wanted to kill him. It was possible that this legendary figure of the 9 realms would soon die. Last time, he had already faced a life-threatening crisis. This time, he might truly be unable to escape unscathed. Too many people wanted to kill him. They almost covered all of the top forces of 9 realms. Those after Yi Futian included Shen Clan, Golden Divine Nation, Solar Divine Palace, Martial God Clan, Sky Reaching School, and many others. There were also the forces of the Divine Prefecture. Even the number 1 training holy land of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, Tiantian Academy, also participated this time around. One could imagine what sort of catastrophe Yi Futian was faced with this time around. This was a truly deadly predicament. They were certain to kill him. Yi Futian had made a huge contribution by winning the war over the original realm. Afterward, the other party had actually suggested killing Yi Futian. By doing so, they might even draw the ire of the princess. The strength of their conviction was plain to see. Mai Ting had also come this time. He still drank wine at the tavern he did last time. The situation this time around seemed to be similar to back then. However, it was also completely different. This time, it was even more dangerous. Mai Ting had always been speculating about Yi Futian's identity. Was he related to Emperor Yi Qing? Then, if Emperor Yi Qing was behind all this, would the 3 top cultivators who they encountered last time appear? If they appeared and were discovered by the members of Donghuang Imperial Palace, they would most likely die. Donghuang the Great would surely send people to pursue them. Hence, Mai Ting wanted to know whether they would choose to emerge from the darkness. This time, the members of Donghuang Imperial Palace might come in person. Even if they did appear, they wouldn't be able to help the situation. If Yi Futian was killed, could Yu Sheng be brought back to the Devil Emperor in the Devil World? Mai Ting drank wine quietly alone. No one disturbed him. After all, currently, many people recognized him. The last time he appeared had been too astonishing. Additionally, it was also in this tavern. It was naturally effortless for people to recognize him in the same setting. Hence, many people looked at him from a distance. He was a demonic general figure from the Devil World, a super cultivator. The original realm was truly a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Nobody knew how many extraordinary figures were currently here. The Divine Prefecture, the Dark Court, the Empty Divine Realm, and the Devil World. 4 god-level forces were gathered here. Aside from that, various forces from the lower worlds of the Divine Prefecture, as well as almost all the top forces of 3,000 realms of the Great Path, might also be here this time. One could imagine what an event this was. Many people were wondering whether such a grand event had ever occurred in the original realm before. Such grandeur might be unprecedented. At that moment, a group of silhouettes descended on the tavern. The leading figure had a somewhat sinister temperament. His appearance was extraordinarily handsome. He looked very young, and his gaze was deep and lively. Sir Mai, the person who arrived, cried out loudly. However, his tone was not too respectful, it was just a formality. Mai Ting raised his head. The pair of deep, jet-black eyes looked at him, Then, Mai Ting raised his glass again and continued drinking quietly. The person was not someone Mai Ting was familiar with. Mai Ting knew who the person was. He was a cultivator of the empty divine realm. This youth was most likely the monstrous youth that was extremely famous in the empty divine realm. He was Shi Xie. He was an existence with the divine body of the Great Path. However, regardless of how talented the other party was or how high their status was, as a demonic general of the devil world, Mai Ting did not need to be polite with the other party. Mai Ting was not associated with him in any way. He did not need to put up an act and grovel. He had always disliked talking with strangers. Most of the cultivators of the devil world had arrogant personalities. Shi Xie also did not care. He smiled and sat down at the table next to Mai Ting's. He poured himself a cup of wine. He then raised his glass at Mai Ting and said, "I have long heard of you, Sir Mai of the devil world, but I have never had the honor of meeting you. Allow me to give you a toast today, Sir Mai." Without waiting for Mai Ting to respond, he bottomed up his cup of wine on his own. Mai Ting still minded his own business and drank his wine as though there was no one around. This caused the cultivators of the empty divine realm to be somewhat displeased. The people beside Shi Xie frowned. A formless pressure emanated from their bodies. Among them, there were also extraordinary top figures. They were all existences who were famous in the empty divine realm. They were naturally similarly arrogant and proud. Seeing that Mai Ting was ignoring them, they felt dissatisfied. However, Shi Xie did not mind. Mai Ting ignored him, but he still said to Mai Ting, "I have heard that Sir Mai had arrived in the original realm long ago. However, Sir Mai has been the only person from the devil world here all this while. Since you are not here on behalf of the devil world to contend for the original realm, why are you here?" Upon hearing Shi Xie's words, Mai Ting was somewhat astonished at how sharp he was. Shi Xie actually suspected his reasons for coming to the original realm. Back then, the devil world had never tried to contend for the original realm. The Devil Emperor's goal has always been to rule the entire universe. With the Devil Emperor's ambitions, the original realm would certainly not be within his sights now, Shi Xie seemed to say to himself. He continued, "As one of the demonic generals, it would naturally be impossible for Sir Mai to be here just for sightseeing. What in the original realm has drawn Sir Mai's attention? Is it Yi Futian?" Shi Xie asked softly. Shi Xie's gaze flickered. However, such a slight movement could not be detected at all. "I have heard that last time, Sir Mai attacked the Dark Court in this tavern for disturbing you while you were drinking. Later on, in the Sea of the Path, you have also attacked them once more and taken Yi Futian away," Shi Xie continued. He seemed to be well versed in the events of the original realm. He had clearly carried out detailed investigations beforehand. This was especially so regarding Yi Futian. Ever since the war 1 month ago, Yi Futian was not only known by the members of the Divine Prefecture. The cultivators of the Dark Court and the empty divine realm had all remembered him. After that time, Shi Xie had made it a point to pay more attention to Yi Futian. Shi Xie discovered that his growth was a legend in the original realm. He had risen up the ranks and became the #1 proud son of heaven in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Shi Xie had also discovered that Mai Ting's appearances seemed to be related to Yi Futian every time. This time, Mai Ting appeared here again. Shi Xie could not help but suspect that Mai Ting coming to the original realm was because of Yi Futian. Upon mentioning Yi Futian, many people behind Shi Xie revealed murderous looks in their eyes. In that war, Yi Futian had killed many of their juniors. Even among the cultivators of Empty Mountain, many of their juniors had perished to him. This time, they had come to see that Yi Futian died. Mai Ting ignored them. The other party knew quite a bit. However, he had come to the original realm, not for Yi Futian. Nevertheless, he had also formed a deep connection with Yi Futian. Now that he had been marked by other parties, Mai Ting did not appreciate this happening. Today, the members of the Divine Prefecture want to kill Yi Futian. He will undoubtedly die. We hope that Sir Mai will not intervene, Shi Xie said with a smile. If Mai Ting interfered, they would not hesitate to attack him as well. There should not be a problem if they attacked a person from the devil world without participating in the affairs of the divine prefecture. Shixie's gaze turned towards the Heavenly Mandate Academy in the distance. He lamented, "No wonder Sir Ma enjoys drinking wine here. The view here is quite impressive. Seeing the number one genius of the original realm perishing before you is also entertaining. If I were Princess Donghuang, I would be reluctant to kill Yi Futian." Although Yi Futian had defied orders and even kept his ability hidden, that was how all of the members of the evil Emperor realm acted. Their personal benefit was their top priority. Everyone for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. The members of the divine prefecture were forced to kill Yi Futian. If it were in Shixie's empty divine realm, he would have directly intervened. However, since Yi Futian was an enemy, Shixie could only watch as Yi Futian died. The cultivators of the Dark Court also arrived. However, they headed over to another place. They were also here to observe the battle and watch Yi Futian die. The last time they invaded the Heavenly Mandate Academy, they had not killed Yi Futian. The Lord of the Underworld somewhat regretted this. This time, although they could not attack, they could still watch. Yi Futian would certainly be killed. The sky above the Heavenly Mandate Academy suddenly became exceptionally downcast. From afar, auras descended. It was as though a heavenly might was descending from the sky and enveloping the entire academy. The cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy looked up into the sky. As they were enveloped by the oppressive aura, they all felt a suffocating sensation. It was as though the god of death was about to descend upon them. Many disciples in the academy had ugly expressions. Their gazes were extremely dissatisfied. These past few days, Yi Futian had always been calm, going about everywhere. Every time they saw him, he was smiling and friendly with them. However, the disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Academy felt that he had already accepted reality and was facing it calmly. There was also news that spread within the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Rumor has it that Yi Futian had already settled his affairs. It was as though he knew that he would be facing such a predicament. Renhuang Yi led the divine prefecture to victory and prevented the original realm from being divided up. Now, the various forces of the divine prefecture want to deal with Renhuang Yi instead. It is truly a mockery. Some disciples in the academy were very dissatisfied. Even Princess Donghuang has also silently acknowledged this act. It is truly laughable. If we had known, Renhuang Yi should not have participated in the war. He fought for the original realm and emerged victorious. However, he brought about such an end for himself. It is truly laughable. Mocking voices sounded in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The disciples of the academy were extremely dissatisfied with this. Although nothing would happen to them, the person involved was Yi Futian. Among the junior cultivators of the academy, who didn't idolize Yi Futian? Yet, no matter how much they complained, they could not change the outcome. In the heavens above, silhouettes appeared. It was as though a large army was approaching. Their pressure could be felt across the sky. These silhouettes were divided into different groups. There weren't many of them, yet their auras were all very frightening. The cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy noticed that they were almost all upper-level Renhuangs. Clearly, for this battle, they were not planning to use people with weak cultivation. Only upper-level Renhuangs had the qualifications to join the fight. All those below the rank of upper-level Renhuang did not need to participate. After sensing this powerful pressure, the members of the Heavenly Mandate Academy turned pale. This lineup was too powerful. It could only truly be felt when faced head-on. This time, the top 3 figures of the Shen clan had all arrived. There were also the top 2 cultivators of Golden Divine Nation, as well as the other various major forces. With such a lineup, let alone the Heavenly Mandate Academy, they could even raise the entire Heavenly Mandate realm. In the 9 realms, who could stand against this lineup? There was also a cultivator from the Tiantian Academy, just one. The college chief of the Tiantian Academy, Gen Ao, had come in person. No one else had come. The Divine Palace Lord looked at Gen Ao. He had also not imagined that the college chief of the number 1 training holy land of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path would choose to kill Yi Futian, someone whom the original realm owed a debt of gratitude. In the last war, if it weren't for Yi Futian, the original realm would have been divided up. Who knew how many people would have lost their lives then? However, in the current original realm, who would fight for Yi Futian? On the contrary, they were all here to kill him. Right now, Yi Futian was in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He quietly stood there and looked up into the sky. From different directions, giant figures, who would not be seen on an ordinary day, personally descended upon the Heavenly Mandate Academy just to kill him. This time, the various forces of the 9 realms truly showed him due respect. So many cultivators had gathered to take his life. There were the huge figures of Shen Clan, the sovereign of Golden Divine Nation, the Hierophant of Sky Reaching School, and so on. On any normal day, it was hard to catch a glimpse of them. Now, they had all gathered for his sake. Yi Futian did not know whether he should feel honored or sorrowful. Since the situation was such, there was no stopping it. He was certain to die. With such a lineup, no one in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path could save him. Moreover, the Dark Court and the Empty Divine Realm also had their eyes on him. Of this, Yi Futian knew clearly. He was currently known as the number 1 proud son of heaven in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Yet, the 3,000 realms of the Great Path no longer welcomed him. He had used the last month to arrange various matters. He also established a large cultivation matrix in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. After he left, the core figures of the Heavenly Mandate Academy could use it to train. This way, they could make up the shortcomings of his absence. Next to Yi Futian stood many silhouettes. Each one of them was similarly a major figure of the 9 realms. The weakest among them were 9th-tier Renhuangs. They were the leaders of the forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm. 8th-tier Renhuangs were not allowed to participate in the battle. Their presence would be meaningless. On such a battlefield, 8th-tier Renhuangs were already of no use in determining how the battle swayed. Moreover, this was a battle that they were certain to lose. They clearly knew the disparity in strength between the two sides. They did not have any notion of luck. Beside Yi Futian were Lord Taishen, Divine Palace Lord, Emperor Nan, Xiao Dingtian, the Dou Tribe Clan Lord, Dragon Master Demon Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, as well as other top cultivators. They were all looking up at the sky. They had decided to join this perilous fight. They also did not know what the future would look like. The worst-case scenario was that this might be the last time they joined forces. They were in this fight for a junior who only had a 2nd-tier divine wheel. However, Yi Futian was recognized by them as a figure who would affect the future of the original realm. Unfortunately, the cultivators of the original realm did not wish to see such a figure reach the top of the realms. Before he had fully developed, they wanted to eliminate him. "They are all here," Lord Taishen whispered as he looked at the silhouettes in the sky. No one was left out of this. All the people that they had considered were all here. Since Lord Taishen and the rest had decided to participate, they would certainly do so and would not hold back at the slightest. In this battle, Yi Futian would surely die. Under such a murderous atmosphere, the disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were extremely dissatisfied with the situation. Yet, they could not do anything. Right then, Yi Futian's figure rose up into the sky. The cultivators beside him followed suit. Yi Futian swept a glance towards the various cultivators in the sky. He suddenly laughed out loud. He originally looked somewhat effeminate and handsome. Now, he revealed a smile that appeared somewhat sinister. This caused the top figures to frown. What was Yi Futian laughing about? "You all truly think highly of me, Yi Futian. You have arranged such a lineup to kill me. You must really be afraid of me being alive," Yi Futian said. His tone was very calm and did not contain a hint of terror or despair. It was as though he was talking about a very common occurrence. "You will not get out alive," Gari Kang said. Many of his juniors had perished at the hands of Yi Futian. He initially thought that Yi Futian was very easy to kill. He had never imagined that, to this day, they would actually require such a powerful force to kill him. However, it was clear that Yi Futian had run out of chances now. A mere lower-level Renhuang like myself has drawn such a lineup over to kill me. My life has not been in vain, Futian said as he smiled. I hope that you all may have your wish and slay me here today. Otherwise, if, by chance, I do not die, I am afraid that you all will not be able to eat and sleep in peace. The crowd laughed coldly. By chance? Where would such a chance emerge from? Futian had to die. No other possibility was allowed. Today, we have come here to settle the dispute of the original realm. To not involve the heavenly mandate realm cultivators, Futian shall choose the location of the battlefield, said Genao, the college chief of Tianqian Academy. He made it seem as though they were killing Futian to enact justice and quell the conflict between the various forces of the original realm. The dispute in the original realm stemmed from Futian. Futian glanced over at Genao. This college chief of Tianqian Academy was truly hypocritical. To this day, Futian still did not understand why Genao wanted him dead. If Genao had merely wanted to leave him to die last time, Futian could still understand everything that occurred afterward. Yet, Genao had not merely done so and had instead wanted to kill him. Genao had never revealed this desire so openly as others had. He had always done it so obscurely. They also did not have any grudges or clashes between them. Hence, many people easily overlooked this point. Genao had no reason to desire Futian's death. Let us fight in the sky, Futian suggested. In this battle, only those who participated in it would fight each other. Those who did not take part would not be involved in it. No one else could meddle in this battle without authorization. To maintain order in the original realm, Princess Donghuang had laid down such rules. No one dared to defy these rules easily. The various forces all did not mind. Today, they had come primarily to kill Futian. As for the others who took part, if they could kill them, they would. If they couldn't, it did not matter. Of course, in battle, they did not hesitate to be ruthless. By killing more people, they could also eliminate future troubles. At that moment, another resplendent divine light shone down from the heavens above. The space seemed to split apart, and beams of brilliant light rained down. Many people looked up at the light and saw a group of silhouettes appearing high in the sky. In the spot where the light was most dazzling, a stunning silhouette appeared there. She did not seem like a person from the mortal plane but instead appeared as though she was an unattainable goddess from heaven itself. It was the first time many of the Heavenly Mandate Realm members saw her, yet they instantly knew who she was. Only Princess Donghuang had such elegance and talent. Many people felt their hearts waver. This was their first time seeing the daughter of Donghuang the Great, ruler of the Divine Prefecture. For this battle, Princess Donghuang had come in person. Your Highness, the various cultivators in midair bowed slightly in respect towards the silhouette, who had appeared. Futian similarly looked over there. To this day, he still could not grasp the intentions of the daughter of the great emperor. He did not know what she was thinking of. Futian welcomes your highness. Futian bowed and said, after the battle today, Futian has a request for your highness. What sort of request? Princess Donghuang asked. During the war for the original realm, regardless of whether or not I had kept anything hidden, I still helped the original realm win the battle, Futian said. I dare not take credit for this alone. However, now the various forces want to kill me because I apparently did not give it my all and resulted in their members dying. Since the forces of the original realm are so united and righteous, after I die, I hope the dispute in the original realm can truly be quelled. I hope the various forces will not try to use this opportunity to retaliate and eradicate the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the forces allied to it. I hope that the conflict of the Heavenly Mandate realm does not continue. Just because he had not given his all, the other forces had used this excuse to press charges against him and wanted to kill him. If so, what reason would they find to eradicate the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the forces allied to it? I have said that your death will be the end of this war, Princess Donghuang assured him. Thank you, Your Highness. Futian bowed slightly. He then looked at the others and said, You all have come to kill me in the name of justice. I hope that in the future, you will not betray that principle. If you all go against the Heavenly Mandate Academy, then everything that you are doing now will be considered for personal gain, and you all will have deceived the princess into convicting and killing me." The members of the other forces frowned. This Yi Futian was relentless. Before he died, he actually wanted to restrict them. Was he trying to settle his affairs? Was he trying to do one last thing for the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the forces allied to it? In the Heavenly Mandate Academy, the various cultivators all looked at Yi Futian. Up until this moment, he was still looking out for them. They felt saddened. Many of them looked at Yi Futian with more respect in their eyes than when they looked at Princess Donghuang. They seemed to harbor some resentment towards her. As the daughter of the great emperor, Princess Donghuang absolutely had the ability to prevent this battle. However, she had not done so. Although she had rewarded Yi Futian, what meaning did it have? It seemed more like a vain formality. For her to not stop this battle was the same as silently acknowledging all of this. A hero who had turned the tide during the war for the original realm had been abandoned. Hence, many people harbored resentment toward her. In the distant tavern, Mai Ting looked up into the sky above the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He looked at the princess. She was the most beloved person in the divine prefectures of the East. Donghuang the Great doted on her excessively. If she knew that the youth below was related to Emperor Yi Qing, would she kill him herself? Or should it be said that she already knew of this and was making use of others to kill him? However, this was unimportant. Mai Ting continued to drink and watch the proceedings quietly. Today, he was merely an observer. Right then, Yi Futian's group continued forward, heading up high into the sky. The surrounding cultivators also joined them merrily, especially the members of Heavenly Mandate Academy. Their silhouettes rose high into the sky. "Do not approach," Lord Taishian ordered as he lowered his head and looked at them below. His tone was stern as he warned the Heavenly Mandate Academy's cultivators not to approach the battlefield. Those who were below the upper-level Renhuang Plain could not survive this battle at all. They would perish if they were caught in the aftermath. Hence, Lord Taishian did not allow them to get near. Only then did the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy stop their advance. Yu Sheng clenched his fists as demonic will circled around him. He looked at the silhouettes in the sky with a cold and furious look. He would remember the people who participated in today's battle. In the future, the Heavenly Mandate Academy would eventually pay this debt back. Xia Qingyuan looked at the white-haired silhouette. There was a look of pain in her eyes. Although Yi Futian had driven her away, she still did not leave. She wanted both of them to make it through this crisis together. Yet, it seemed impossible. Even Yi Futian and the others believed that there was no hope. Hua Fengliu, Dou Jiao, Qi Shengang, and many others looked up into the sky. They clearly remembered the conversations that they had with Yi Futian these past few days. It was just that they had a lot of questions regarding what Yi Futian had said to them. They did not understand his words fully. The silhouettes rose higher and higher into the sky and gradually became blurry. High up in the sky, Yi Futian and the others ascended. Very soon, they had left the ground far behind until they reached the edge of the sky. Only then did they stop. Yi Futian looked around at the crowd, at the familiar figures around him. He felt a warmth inside as he said, "Thank you, everyone. Let me send you off," Lord Taishian said. Yi Futian nodded his head solemnly. In the heavens above, at the edge of the sky, looking down from where they were, the Heavenly Mandate Academy was no longer in view. They could only see a huge landmass as they were already high in the sky. A chaotic storm rampaged. Right now, the top figures of the realms stood in various parts of the space. Yi Futian stood in the center. Lord Taishian, Emperor Nan, Divine Palace Lord, and the others circled him. Right now, they appeared very calm as they looked at the cultivators in various directions. They were all top figures. Most of the people who participated in this battle were still the local top cultivators of the original realm. After all, there were restrictions on the members of the Divine Prefecture. As long as they participated in this battle, they remained in the original realm for 10 years without leaving. 10 years was not a long time, but they still did not want to stay here for 10 years. Moreover, The lineup to kill Yi Futian today was more than enough. There was no chance of them failing. There was no suspense at all. Otherwise, Martial God Clan and Sky Reaching School would not have joined in. Although they had some conflicts with Yi Futian, the hatred between them did not run deep in reality. The reason why they wanted to eliminate Yi Futian was primarily to prevent future troubles. The Heavenly Mandate Academy and their allied forces were too powerful. Once Yi Futian developed, the Heavenly Mandate Academy allied forces and the possessors of flawless divine wheels beside him would directly rule the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. When that time came, who could contend with them? Setting aside whether or not Yi Futian would seek revenge on them, even if he didn't, other forces like Yuanyang Clan, Xiao Clan, and many more forces were close to Yi Futian, whereas they had had friction with Yi Futian. If so, who would rise and fall did not need to be mentioned as it was understood in a glance. Hence, Yi Futian had to die. If Yi Futian perished, at least they could still maintain their current status quo. When Shen Clan and Golden Divine Nation approached them, they had agreed to act without hesitating for too long. Even Yi Futian could not escape from such a lineup. The plan was flawless. As for the alliance of Divine Palace and Golden Divine Nation, they were not too worried. It was an alliance originally established to deal with the Heavenly Mandate Academy. As long as Yi Futian died, everything would end. They did not have so many scruples over it. They were not concerned about how the Heavenly Mandate Academy developed afterward. The cultivators of the Academy would not be able to threaten these top forces. They might be able to suppress the cultivators of the Academy from time to keep them in check. Even further away, on the outskirts of the region, many cultivators were observing the battle. Among them were cultivators from the Divine Prefecture forces such as the Song Imperial Palace and the cultivators of the Dark Court. Of course, Princess Dong Huang, Spear Emperor Du Yu, and the other cultivators were also here. They had personally come to observe the battle. Since the end result is determined, why do we need to fight this battle? Jiao Ao, the college chief of Tianqian Academy, asked the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. What does the college chief want? Emperor Nan responded to Jian Ao. In reality, Emperor Nan also did not understand. Jian Ao was the person with the least reason to take action on Yi Futian. Regardless of how powerful the Heavenly Mandate Academy or Yi Futian were, the Tianqian Academy would still be the training holy land of the Central Emperor realm. There was no harm even if the Heavenly Mandate Academy surpassed them. After all, they were not sects. Only the fame of Tianqian Academy would be affected. If Jian Ao had come to kill Yi Futian for this reason, his reasons were insufficient. Emperor Nan, what are your intentions for joining this battle? Jian Ao asked Emperor Nan back. Both of them could be considered the top cultivators of the original realm. Emperor Nan looked at Jian Ao. He did not respond, and he did not get the answer he wanted to hear from Jian Ao. Perhaps only Jian Ao himself knew. Divine Sword Qinghe flew out from Emperor Nan's hand and floated high in the sky. Instantly, endless green divine light enveloped the endless space. The light contained frightening and destructive sword will that seemed capable of destroying everything. Divine Palace Lord also took a step forward, and a towering divine mountain immediately appeared around them. It enveloped Yi Futian's figure within it. Divine Palace Lord stood on top of the divine mountain. A stone tablet frenziedly expanded while emanating astonishing might. Lord Taishian also stood atop the divine mountain. Guqin strings of the Great Path appeared around them. He extended his hands and used the Great Path in the surroundings as his Guqin strings to play a song. It was the song of the lost divine. From the sounds of the Guqin, many people could sense sorrow as well as rage. This seemed to reflect Lord Taishuan's current mood. The Dou tribe clan lord and the leader of the clan of the Seven Slayers stood to the left and right. One of them emanated an overbearing spirit from his body while the other had a murderous intent on him that covered the endless space. Xiao Dingtian and the clan lord of Yuanyang clan also released their respective powerful auras. Dragon Master, Golden Raven Demonic Lord, Divine Elephant Emperor, and the other top figures of the Heavenly Mandate realm surrounded Yi Futian, forming layers of defenses around him. In the sky, a frightening storm of the Great Path was swept up. The cultivators on the other side stood at different locations, allowing the storm to bash against them. They similarly had astonishing auras around their bodies. The three top cultivators of the Shun clan stood together. Divine halos emanated from their bodies. The brilliant halos destroyed all powers of the Great Path. An unparalleled spatial storm rampaged, cleaving the space apart. The three top cultivators of the Shun clan all had divine eyes. They looked ahead at the sky above. Sharp blades that cleaved the space apart appeared from different locations and slashed towards where the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were. It was the Tiantian cleave that could slash through all existences. Under the frightening storm of the Tiantian cleave, spatial cracks seemed to appear. Upon reaching the levels of the three top cultivators of the Shun clan, they could already rip apart the space of the original realm. Before, during the battle in the Shadow Realm, when Spear Emperor Du Yu and the Lord of the Underworld had fought, Spear Emperor Du Yu had forcefully penetrated the space of the original realm and led the Lord of the Underworld away. Swoosh! A green divine light that was frightening beyond comparison radiated. Divine sword Qinghe flew out again from Emperor Nan's hand and directly pierced through the space. It stabbed up into the sky above. Endless green divine light swept out. When the menacing storm of the Tiantian cleave reached the area of the green divine light, it actually gradually shattered into dust under the light. It was as though no attack could approach the domain of the green divine light. The various cultivators stared at Emperor Nan. As expected of one of the peak existences of the divine prefecture, he used his domain to cover Yi Futian. If they did not have a powerful enough force today, it would have been truly difficult to kill Yi Futian. After all, the lineup of the Heavenly Mandate Academy was also terrifyingly powerful. However, this time, it was also impossible for Emperor Nan to protect Yi Futian. The winds and the clouds around them shifted. The destroyed Tiantian cleave technique sealed this region within itself. They naturally could tell that Yi Futian's side was using an attack as a defensive measure. It was to protect Yi Futian within. The two strongest cultivators of Golden Divine Nation stood in the sky above. It was as though they had become deities. Their figures became majestic and authoritative. They wielded golden divine spears in their hands. The sigh of the divine god sounded, and the great path resonated with it, blocking the sounds of the Guqin. At the same time, formless destructive storms swept downwards. Rumble. Bolts of frightening golden lightning struck down from the sky. The two deities sent their two divine spears stabbing out at the same time. From the heavens above, a beam of light shone down. The heaven-slaying light immediately penetrated through the domain of the green divine light and pierced towards Yi Futian at its center. Another huge rumble could be heard. The gigantic stone tablet appeared. It seemed to become a huge handprint that could block out the sky. It charged up towards the divine spears. Terrifying storms of the great path rampaged around them. The rumbling sounds persisted. The stone tablet released unparalleled divine light that attacked the two brothers of Golden Divine Nation, Gari Kang and Gari Cheong. The cultivators of Solar Divine Palace, Celestial Worthy Temple, Holy Land of Taichu, and other forces released heavenly might that filled the skies one after another. In reality, these forces had more than one top figure. Solar Divine Palace and Celestial Worthy Temple were branch powers of the Divine Prefecture. Top figures from both forces had come. However, these top figures had yet to act. They did not need so many people. The current lineup was more than enough to kill Yi Futian. Before they came, they had already discussed who would join the battle. Solar Divine Palace Lord stood high in the sky. The vast and endless land seemed to be covered by a sun. A frightening solar storm swept up. It was blazing hot. Even the power of the Great Path was burnt to ash and destroyed in the heat of these scorching solar winds. He walked forward step by step until he was in the sky above the Heavenly Mandate Academy cultivators. The destructive solar storm continued to rampage. He extended his hand, and the endless power of the solar storm gathered within his palm. A sun god sword immediately appeared. This sun god sword was forged from the divine fire of the sun. The solar winds that circulated around the divine sword could incinerate all powers. He lowered his head and looked down below. With a palm strike, The sun god sword immediately pierced through the power of the great path and continued shooting downwards. Divine sword Qinghe shot up straight into the sky. Green divine light became a destructive storm that shot towards the sun god sword. It caused the sun god sword to stop descending. Two different powers gathered at one point, forming a destructive spiral of power of the great path. From the ground, this spiral appeared as though two devastating storms were swirling together. The scene was astonishing. The Lord of Celestial Worthy Temple pressed downwards with his palm. A huge rumbling sound could be heard, and a gigantic mountain-like handprint pressed down from above. The Palace Lord of the School of the Emperor Star forged an unparalleled Ziwei Grand Matrix. Countless stars circled the Grand Matrix. The Palace Lord of the School of the Emperor Star wore a long purple robe. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Purple divine light shot out from his pupils as he looked down. Instantly, the Grand Matrix of stars pressed towards the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. In the middle of the Grand Matrix, there were pillars of destructive light that eradicate all existences. The various top cultivators continued to attack. Each of their attacks contained might that could destroy the world. Individually, they were all giant figures who dominated their opponents. Behind them, there were still many mighty figures who currently had yet to attack. They were merely observing for now. Princess Donghuang and the cultivators from the Dark Court could see this epic battle. From the tavern, Mai Ting's will was powerful enough to cover such a distance, so he also could observe the battlefield. However, down on the ground, in all regions of the Heavenly Mandate realm, countless people were looking up into the sky. They had no means of watching the battle. High in the sky, the destructive swirling storm of the Great Path covered the sky and blocked out the sun. Frightening divine light radiated. Even though they were very far away, the people on the ground could sense the heavenly might emanating from the heavens above. Ordinary Renhuangs were not qualified to witness this battle. If they observed up close, they would be swept away and destroyed immediately. They could not hold off the attacks. Powerful Renhuangs secretly thought to themselves as they observed the battle. Although the people around Yi Futian were extremely powerful and they were all mighty figures at the peak of the realms, the lineup of their opponents that surrounded them was very menacing. With the opponent attacking and Yi Futian's side being on the defensive, they were already forced into a passive position. They could not hold off the attacks of the enemy at all. The spears of Golden Divine Nation, the Tiantian Cleave technique of Shun Clan, the Sun God Sword of Solar Divine Palace, the large suppressing handprint of Celestial Worthy Temple, and the Grand Matrix of School of the Emperor Star. When all attacks of all these cultivators landed at the same time, the space where Yi Futian was seemed to be flooded with destructive divine light. The defensive powers that Yi Futian's group put up were also constantly being sliced apart. The leader of Sky Reaching School stepped forward. A tower that reached the sky appeared. He pointed his palm toward Yi Futian, and immediately, the 81-story sky-reaching tower radiated unparalleled divine light. The tower came crashing down from above. Everywhere it passed, the great path in the space turned to dust. The towering, ancient mountain that Divine Palace Lord had set up was flattened and crushed little by little. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard, and more cracks appeared in the great path. The 81-story sky-reaching tower continued crashing down, attempting to flatten the space below. An unparalleled battle intent burst forth from the body of the Do Tribe clan lord. His will of the fighting god activated layer by layer. He activated 8 layers consecutively. The terrifying battle intent alone could kill Renhuangs. Beams of divine light swept out and formed astonishing waves that crashed toward the sky-reaching tower, descending upon them from the sky above. His body became that of a war god. He became towering and gigantic, as though a deity had descended. His head reached the sky, and his feet touched the ground. He raised a hand, and his golden palm that contained intense battle intent attacked the sky-reaching tower. A clang sounded as though 2 ritual implements collided. Waves of destructive light swept out into their surroundings. The various cultivators were battling while surrounding Yi Futian, protecting him in their midst. As for Yi Futian himself, right now, he was quietly floating in midair. The power of yin flowed over his body. An extremely brilliant will of the emperor radiated from him. Such a dazzling light would surely catch the eye of many if it were any ordinary time. However, right now, no one appreciated it, and no one had noticed it. The battlefield around him was too frightening. Battles between peak figures were erupting all around him. The three top cultivators of the Shun clan cleaved apart the space with the Tiantian cleave technique. Endless spatial cracks appeared, followed by a frightening spatial storm that appeared from within the cracks. With their bodies as the center, extremely resplendent spatial will enveloped the space. It seemed to contend with the green divine light in wanting to flood the space. With the combined might of the three top figures of the Shun clan, the domain of the green divine light released by Emperor Nan was gradually invaded. The rampaging spatial storm enveloped his domain within itself, separating this space of the Great Path and forming an independent space. I will lead Emperor Nan away. I will leave this area to the rest of you, Shun Jiao spoke up. He and the Shun clan lord moved forward at the same time while Shun Ji stepped back instead. Shun Jiao was the top figure in the Shun clan back in the day. He went to the Divine Prefecture to train and returned. His ability was extremely powerful. There was also the clan lord of Shun clan, who was also a giant figure in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. He was truly renowned. The two of them together were enough to deal with Emperor Nan. Both of them leading Emperor Nan away was also to be on the safe side. This was to prevent a figure of Emperor Nan's level from complicating the situation here. As for Shun Ji, he could remain here and continue fighting to kill Yi Futian. Emperor Nan, you cannot stop this, the Shun clan lord said to Emperor Nan. He had barely uttered these words when a formless spatial storm circled the region where both of them, as well as Emperor Nan, were. The divine light of space radiated endless halos of the great path of space. The next moment, it was as though the space shifted. The three top cultivators disappeared at the same time. Shun Jiao and the clan lord of Shun clan used their powerful understanding of the workings of the great path of space to forcefully pry Emperor Nan away from the battlefield. The two of them would deal with Emperor Nan while the others continued to kill Yi Futian. Without the protection of Emperor Nan, the attacks of many other cultivators immediately descended, no longer affected by the domain of the green divine light. Why do we need to continue this meaningless struggle? Jian Ao, the college chief of Tiantian Academy, said with a sigh. He took a step forward and looked at the battlefield below. His palm extended forwards in front of his body. Instantly, a storm of the great path swept up with his body as its center. Within this storm, a divine light shone brightly, and a divine picture actually appeared. Jian Ao waved his hand, and it seemed as though a spring rain poured down, drenching everything without a sound. The divine picture nourished all things as well as the great path around them. It constantly expanded, becoming bigger and bigger. It then rolled down below. The attacks were all swept into the divine picture by the power of its great path. It was as though the attacks were consumed by it. Many people narrowed their eyes. Their expressions became solemn. The college chief of Tiantian Academy, the top academy in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, had made his move. Divine Palace Lord swept a glance at the dazzling divine picture. He waved his hand, and the heavens immediately roared. Endless aura of swordsmanship emerged and was indestructible. He raised his hand and pointed upward. Countless divine swords pointed at the divine picture. The divine picture kept expanding and covered the sky. It kept all that was swept into it within itself for later use. Rumble. A huge rumble sounded. The heavens and the earth split apart. The divine picture seemed to be formed from Jotian divine thunder. In an instant, it became world-ending lightning. Billions of bolts of lightning descended and struck everything. The ancient mountain set up by Divine Palace Lord was immediately shattered and returned to nothingness. It seemed that this divine picture only contained one attack. Jian Ao waved his hand. Another divine picture flew out. It seemed to be a scroll of Tiantian. It also seemed like a piece of paper. However, in the eyes of cultivators of this level, even a piece of paper would be extraordinary. This piece of paper flew out and immediately exploded into millions and millions of sword will currents. They descended upon the various cultivators on Yi Futian's side, causing them to defend themselves frantically. What was even more frightening was that Gen Ao continued to wave his hand. He actually waved it more than 10 times in an instant. Each piece of paper that flew out was a devastating attack. Very soon, there was not a calm place left in the sky. There were only chaotic currents of devastation. He was too powerful, many people thought to themselves as their hearts trembled. High in the sky, Princess Donghuang was slightly stirred when she saw this scene. As a clan lord of the Gen clan, Gen Ao had already been a renowned mighty presence for many years. Later on, he was sent to the original realm. As the leader of one of the divine prefecture's top clans, one could imagine how powerful his ability was. He was an existence, who stood at the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Although he had never made any moves before, no one would suspect his true ability. If this continued, the defenses of Yi Futian's group would be torn apart very quickly. Princess Donghuang was somewhat surprised. She had never imagined that these people would be so efficient. From the looks of it, they did not want to give Yi Futian even a shred of opportunity. Down below, many Renhuangs who were observing the battle also saw this scene play out. They clenched their fists as they secretly sighed inside. Yi Futian would not be able to avoid the inevitable outcome. For Yi Futian, it was difficult for him to escape from this battle. It was unavoidable. His only way out of this was to die. Rumble. Another shockingly loud thud sounded. Everyone saw that the domain was finally breached, and their defenses were torn apart. All the cultivators gathered and pressed towards Yi Futian. This time, in the sky, the sun god's sword absorbed the halo of the sun. It slashed towards Yi Futian while emanating the flames of the sun. However, the sword was blocked by Lord Taishen. His great path had transformed into strings, and his power of the great path could directly attack the enemy through the strings. Yi Futian himself stood there and observed the destructive storm rampaging. His gaze remained calm. He had mentally prepared himself for this battle. This was a battle that they were sure to lose. There was no suspense to it. Many cultivators were willing to fight for him, but before the battle began, he had advised them to place their own safety as the top priority. He hoped that no one would encounter anything bad because of him. The destructive current and terrifying storm swept towards his side. The storm covered every single corner of the sky. No one was spared. Those top figures were starting to engage in close-quarter combat. They had actually given up attacking from a distance. Instead, they had advanced to the area where Yi Futian was. Since all their long-distance attacks were blocked, they had no choice but to kill Yi Futian in close-quarter combat. One by one, the cultivators standing guard around Yi Futian stepped out and went in different directions, battling the enemies head-on. The rampaging storm of the Great Path was approaching, and it ran amok around Yi Futian. Around him, the mighty cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm were still protecting him. When the aftermath of some attacks approached Yi Futian, the cultivators would destroy the attacks. At the same time, in their surroundings, the tears caused by the fragmentation of the space were increasing. The tears grew deeper and deeper as they became more and more menacing. "Get ready to charge into their midst," shouted Gen Ao, the college chief of Tiantian Academy. As soon as he finished speaking, pages flew out from his body and floated in the sky. The next moment, these floating pages of paper spun in the air and transformed into scrolls of pictures. Each picture was a unique type of attack of the Great Path. "Go!" As Gen Ao's order spoke, countless attacks descended instantaneously. At the same time, silhouettes traversed the space and slashed their way downwards. Tears ripped apart the sky. All the cultivators charged downwards. The cultivators around Yi Futian unleashed their most terrifying attacks to defend against the enemy. However, they were being separated as the crowd flushed downwards. Their formation disintegrated. Their defense was not as sturdy as it was before. Moreover, a few cultivators from the opposing side had charged into their formation. Above their heads were countless top figures. These top figures stared at Yi Futian as though he was already dead to them. "Your hour of doom is here," uttered Gari Kang from Golden Divine Nation. Today was the day when he would avenge Gari Shashur and the rest. The enemy is charging into their midst, someone in the distance exclaimed in a low voice as they watched the battlefield. Yi Futian was being protected amidst the various cultivators. However, after Emperor Nan was led away from the battle, Jian Ao from Tiantian Academy made his move. The opening in their defenses was finally broken through. One by one, the enemy cultivators charged into the inner circle that was being protected. Of course, this region was huge in reality. Everyone who participated in this war today were mighty figures. Although they were protecting Yi Futian, the shockwaves from the exchanges were terrifying. Their attacks frequently swept out for hundreds of thousands of miles. Hence, they were not just beside Yi Futian. In reality, they were spread out across a very big space. Even though they had made their way into the inner circle, the place was still big enough to accommodate the raging war. In the outer regions of the sky above, menacing crimson lightning suddenly flashed. In the darkness, a crimson storm descended. Many people turned their heads and looked in the direction of the storm. Over there, a silhouette appeared. It was Sky River Great Elder. Many people were slightly astonished. Terrifying crimson currents swept across the sky. He swept a glance down below, and then his body disappeared, becoming a beam of crimson light. In the sky, the beam of crimson light spanned across a few hundred miles. Princess Donghuang also saw this scene. Spear Emperor Du Yu, standing beside her, frowned and said, "Your Highness." It seemed like Du Yu was asking her something. However, Princess Donghuang did not say anything. Du Yu understood her intention. The princess did not plan to interfere in this matter. Since Sky River Great Elder joined the battle, then he would be considered as one of the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy. On the battlefield, Shenji launched an attack at Yi Futian. The other two Shen clan cultivators had drawn Emperor Nan away from here, leaving Shenji behind. However, Lord Taishen was playing the guqin of the Great Path in the space above Yi Futian. Countless guqin strings flew towards Shenji. Each one of the guqin strings contained a menacing sword will. Moreover, the sword will gathered and coalesced into a divine sword, which could reverse the Great Path. Rumble. The attacks from both sides collided. The destructive sword will enveloped Shenji's body. He frowned as he sensed a sudden danger. He emanated the aura of the Great Path of space. His figure morphed into nothingness right away as he prepared to disappear from this region. As his body was merging into the void, streaks of crimson divine light descended. The lights did not land on his body, instead, they landed around him. The streaks of crimson light turned into a terrifying crimson grand matrix, sealing off this region and causing the figure of Shenji to once again materialize. He actually failed to escape from here. His great path of space was forcefully sealed off. Swoosh! Swoosh! Sharp shrieks sounded as the space turned into a crimson grand matrix. Shenji was located at the center of the matrix. The menacing crimson grand matrix was corroding his way, and it was even gushing into his body. Shenji's gaze revealed a chilly look. Spatial divine halos radiated from him as he unleashed the Tiantian cleave. He attempted to rip apart the crimson grand matrix with his astonishing cleaving force. However, at the same time, two beams of destructive light appeared above and beneath him. The sound of guqin could be heard as the great path flowed in reverse. Lord Taishen sent out an attack with the fleeting divine sword. When the sword sprang forward, it was as though time was flowing in reverse, and everything was being wiped out. On the other side was Sky River Great Elder's crimson divine sword. A terrifying storm, which could destroy the heavens and earth, was stirred up by the crimson divine sword. It was like a swirl, crushing everything within its path. Shenji had seen this sword technique before. In the day, Sky River Great Elder's eldest disciple was known as the #1 swordsman in the Tianhe realm. This disciple had been killed by Shenji. The disciple had used this sword technique. Yet, due to the difference in their cultivation planes, he was no match for Shenji. However, when Sky River Great Elder unleashed the might of this sword technique, it was not on the same level as the one that Shenji had seen before. Shinji's expression became extremely ugly. Two astonishing divine swords slashed towards him at the same time. He unleashed the Tiantian divine halo on his body to its utmost limits. Storms that sliced apart the space erupted from his body. He waved his hands both up and down at the same time, and spatial blades sliced the space apart. Yet, he still could not block the two-prong attack from above and below. The divine swords slashed straight towards him. He could only block one of the attacks. He stood in the middle and faced the two-prong attack. Light that destroyed the space shot out from his eyes. With a loud cry, he extended both of his palms to his sides. The space was trembling violently. A divine sword flew out from his body and cleaved towards the fleeting divine sword. His hands then suddenly grabbed out into the air, accompanied by his loud shout. Even space was distorted. There was a faint look of terror in his eyes. He felt that he could not annihilate these two attacks. Yet, at that moment, no one actually came to help him. The other two cultivators from the Shun clan were not here. The other cultivators did not seem concerned at all that he was being surrounded. Their only goal was to kill Yi Futian. This was their common goal. As for Shinji, if he were to perish here today, would there be any detriments to the others? None at all. If Shinji died, the power of the Shun clan would even be weakened. For the forces of the Central Emperor realm and other forces, this was beneficial to them. That way, of the three top figures in the Shun clan, only two would remain. The current Shun clan was somewhat powerful. If Shinji died, it would instead balance out the powers. Hence, at that moment, many people had very tacitly decided to do nothing. On the contrary, they used this opportunity when two cultivators attacked Shinji to charge towards Yi Futian. They wanted to eliminate Yi Futian as quickly as possible before things became complicated. In the battlefield, the divine swords from above and below left behind beams of sword light. A roar of fury and terror could be heard. Then, everything in that space was reduced to dust and dissipated. Even a powerful figure like Shinji had his body reduced to nothingness. Under the light of the sword, his soul scattered and dissipated. Menacing, deep, jet-black cracks appeared. They were terrifying. Many people shuddered inside when they saw this scene. In today's battle, a giant figure at the peak had perished. Shinji from the Shun clan had died. From today onwards, the Shun clan was only left with two peak figures. Moreover, Shinji had always been training in the Divine Prefecture. Who knew what Shinji and the clan lord of Shun clan would feel when they discovered what happened here? Most likely, they would regret drawing Emperor Nan away from here. If they were around, Shinji would not have been killed. However, to kill Yi Futian, they had drawn Emperor Nan away. No one could aid Shinji in his battle, and this resulted in his death. No one knew how they would feel when they returned. After Sky River Great Elder killed Shinji, a glint of sorrow flashed past in his eyes. In the past, Shinji was the sinner who led the Shun clan's cultivators to invade the Tianhe realm. His actions had resulted in the death of countless people. Now, Shinji had finally perished at the hands of Sky River Great Elder. However, this was still not enough. Shun clan needed to be eradicated. His daughter, his disciples, and many other innocent lives were killed. Shinji's life alone was insufficient to settle the score. However, there was no time to ponder upon that now. Crimson demonic might churned as he strode forward and advanced to another battlefield. A silhouette blocked in front of him. He was a top figure from the Mo clan of the Divine Prefecture. The Mo clan cultivator had merely swept a glance at Sky River Great Elder, and he knew that the latter was carrying a demonic item with him. In another battlefield where Yi Futian was, a menacing sky-reaching tower appeared in the space above Yi Futian. The 81-story tower spun as divine halos rained down. The tower caused Dragon Master and other cultivators to retreat. Renhuangs from various forces charged into this region and engaged in battles with Dragon Master and the rest. Rumbles. Divine halos pressed down. The might of the Great Path penetrated through layers of space and blasted Yi Futian. Brilliant divine light shimmered on Yi Futian's body as he was unleashing the will of the Emperor. He was also covered with divine armor. Despite all that, The divine halo attack by the sky-reaching tower was still unbearable for him. The aftershock wrecked his body. His internal organs were on the brink of crumbling due to the shock. The clan lord of Do tribe raised his arm and sent out an attack. His strike once again hit the sky-reaching tower. Sky-reaching master coldly snorted. He took a step forward and directly stood on top of the tower. As he put his weight on the tower plummeted from the sky. He intended to crush the figures beneath with the tower. Divine Palace Lord desired to lend aid to this side of the battlefield. However, the college chief of Tiantian Academy, Gen Ao, extended both his arms. Rolled-up scrolls flew out, and as they unraveled, they encircled the space. Endless attacks were unleashed from the scrolls, suppressing Divine Palace Lord. "Why are you still struggling?" Gen Ao said. His gaze pierced through the sky. Numerous seals flew out from the pages of scrolls and wrecked the cultivators. One of the terrifying seals landed directly beside Futian. Even though someone blocked and weakened its might, it still sent Futian flying from the shockwave and made him cough up blood. They could not hold off the enemy. One could imagine how difficult it was to protect one person from the powerful attacks of so many top figures. It was almost impossible. Futian understood this as well. No one here could deal with the ability of Gen Ao, the college chief of Tiantian Academy. He was one of the people who stood at the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. As Futian saw the people beside him getting hurt one after another, he lifted his head and looked up at the various cultivators around them who were charging towards him. He then said, "Seniors, please give up." When Divine Palace Lord and the others heard these words from Futian, they fell silent. Before the battle today even began, they already understood that the outcome had already been determined. A terrifying storm of the Great Path swept across the sky. Once again, the sound of collisions could be heard. Several cultivators were injured. With Futian's figure as the center, everyone else drew closer to him, circling the area around his body. Beside Futian, the gazes of Lord Taishian, Divine Palace Lord, and the other cultivators were as cold as ice as they glanced around at the people in midair. However, the other party did not mind. The looks they gave Futian were burning with murderous intent. They also understood that from the very beginning, there was no way for Futian to make it out alive. It was because of this that some forces joined in this fight. Since Renhuang Yi himself understands, then we do not need to fight anymore. We don't need to increase our casualties and affect the ability of the 9 realms, Gen Ao proclaimed in a loud voice. The cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy looked at Gen Ao. He truly desired Futian's death. Was he truly doing this for peace in the 9 realms? No one believed that was so. "Futian, we can still fight," Lord Taishian said. Futian shook his head and said, "Lord Taishian, seniors, for all of you to have done all this for me, it is already enough. Legitimacy belongs to the victors. Since so many people in the 9 realms want me dead, let's grant their wish." Lord Taishian and the others took a step forward. Their powerful auras enveloped Futian's body, forming layers of dazzling light shrouds. It seemed that they were still dissatisfied. Futian looked at Lord Taishian and shook his head. Futian then suddenly smiled and looked at the crowd. He said, "College Chief Gen, I will remember you." Today, with Gen Ao present, no one could manipulate the situation. It was firmly in the control of the other party. "You can blame me all you want," Gen Ao replied. "In the 9 realms, you showed the greatest talent. I also did not wish to witness such a scene. Nevertheless, the wishes of the people cannot be defied. After your death and this turmoil, the future of the 9 realms will be even more prosperous." "You are still so hypocritical," Futian said mockingly. "Who will be the one to kill me?" Who would make a move? Did Futian finally give up? All eyes were fastened on him. This number 1 genius in the original realm, now asking for his own death. But everyone understood that as the battle reached this point, the outcome was all but determined. He couldn't stay alive when more than half of the top figures in the 9 realms wanted him dead. Besides, The cultivators from the Dark Court and the empty divine realm also desired his demise, so how could he stay alive? If he continued to fight, it would only drag down the people who were around him. Therefore, Futian finally decided to give up. Beneath the sky, inside the Heavenly Mandate Academy, those with weak cultivation had no idea what had happened above, but those who were Renhuang knew. Some of them looked on with coldness, some were angry, and some clenched their fists tightly. A murderous intent permeated from them. However, none of them could help because no one could change any of it. What's going on? Hua Fengliu couldn't see anything, so he could only ask those around him, but no one answered him. It was not because they were unwilling, but because they didn't want to be cruel. Did he lie to me? Hua Jiyu murmured. She felt so terrible, and her heart ached. And, this feeling seemed so familiar, it was so painful, yet so familiar. It was as if she had experienced it before. All these felt unbearable to her, but there was nothing she could do. Didn't he explain all this with a smile? Didn't he say that he would be fine? Was he lying to her? At this moment, a group of people walked out of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and headed toward the sky above. They wanted to see the battlefield for themselves and behold Futian again. Xia Qingyuan was there too, her long black hair flying in the air. She was traveling fast, and there were tears in the corners of her eyes. Was this the reason why Futian drove her away? So that she would return to Emperor Xia's realm. A drop of a shining tear slid down her cheek as she sped up in the air. They were all extremely fast, rushing toward the battlefield above the sky. Hua Jiyu didn't move, she was still standing there in a daze. At this moment, her mind was full of confusion, and it hurt her head. It was as if, suddenly, there were countless pictures appearing in her mind. A thought crossed her mind. Who was she? Where did she come from? And why was she born? She was Futian's wife, but why did she have no recollection of that at all? Scene after scene appeared in her mind, taunting her, making her head hurt, but her eyes were still fixed on the man in the void with some affection. She only knew that she was his wife and that Futian was the person who was the kindest to her. Now, was he leaving her? What's happening? The people in Heavenly Mandate City were asking because they didn't know what had happened. Those who knew were silent and simply felt a sense of sadness. They were hoping for a miracle, but they had to face reality in the end. No matter how genius he was, no matter how many legends he had created, he couldn't face a melee involving all the top forces from the entire original realm and still survive. Mai Ting was still drinking inside the tavern, but he had seen everything that happened on the battlefield. Xie saw it too. He looked up at the sky, with a vicious smile in his eyes, and said, "It's a pity. If he hadn't killed so many cultivators from the empty divine realm, perhaps I could have taken him away." "Could you have?" Mai Ting said with a casual glance at the other. This was the original realm. With the representatives of Donghuang the Great here, it was highly unlikely that the princess would allow the empty divine realm to take him away. Xie looked at Mai Ting with a smile and said, "Perhaps this man is a super genius in the outer realm, but now, he perishes in the internal conflicts in the original realm." Mai Ting didn't say anything. Internal conflict. Perhaps, in the eyes of Xie, it seemed like internal conflicts. After all, they were all cultivators from original realm. But the original realm was vast, and they were all different forces fighting for their own interests, so it was far from being an internal conflict. Above the firmament, on the battlefield, those who laid siege to Futian were not so anxious by contrast. The overall situation had been determined, as Futian himself had asked for this, and the Heavenly Mandate Academy had given up its last resistance. Now, they were just one last step away. A group of men came over, standing in front of Futian. They were top cultivators such as Jian Ao of the Tianqian Academy, Gari Kang of the Golden Divine Nation, the Hierophant of the Sky Reaching School, and the Palace Lord of the Solar Divine Palace, all standing above Futian, enveloping the void with their divine might. It would be impossible for Futian to escape now. Once they get started, Futian would never leave here alive. But who would start them off? In the killing of this first genius in the original realm. But at this stage, some of them felt that they almost could not go through with it. It was not that they didn't want to kill him, but that it was a rarity for such an enchanting genius to come out of the original realm, and now they had to destroy him themselves. There was no way around it. If they had been friends with Yi Futian before, they might have been willing to guarantee his safety. But since there were conflicts before, then it was better for Yi Futian to be dead so that they would not need to worry about him becoming a stepping stone for the rise of a Heavenly Mandate Academy alliance in the future. Golden Divine Nation should take the lead, someone said. The hatred between Yi Futian and Golden Divine Nation was the deepest and one that could not be resolved. There was also the Shun clan, but their cultivators were not present. In addition, many forces had participated in the last incident at the Divine Palace, so they were extremely worried and wanted to get rid of Yi Futian. Gari Kang glanced at the people surrounding Yi Futian, and they were all notable figures. To task him with killing Yi Futian was no doubt a way to lay all the hatred upon his head. How could he possibly allow that? Although the alliance formed by the Heavenly Mandate Academy might collapse in the future, and even if they dared to form the alliance again, they would repeat what they did this time. It was really nothing they need to concern themselves with. However, Gari Kang was not entirely comfortable with the idea for the Golden Divine Nation to shoulder such a task alone. What if they ended up like Shinji, used up and abandoned? Therefore, it was far better to do it together. Since we are already at this point, let's do it together, as a way to pay respect to the end of this number one genius of the original realm, Gari Kang said. He even went so far as to admit that Yi Futian was the number one genius in the original realm, but it was not something they could deny any longer. In the land of the original realm, not only was there no one who could stand side by side with Yi Futian, it was as if he was in a level all his own. Good, let's do it together then, someone responded. Yi Futian looked at the figures in the sky above, with the sacred and brilliant imperial radiance enveloping his body. Although he had given up, it seemed that he was still unwilling. Lord Taixian and other cultivators also deployed the might of Wei around him. It turned into traces of light screen, and those cultivators let out a groan. The sigh of the divine god was heard, and the two great cultivators from the Golden Divine Nation were holding the golden divine spears. Divine lights fell from the sky, radiant and beautiful. In front of the Hierophant of the Sky-Reaching School, the Sky-Reaching Tower released an unparalleled brilliance, which erased everything in its path. The cultivators of the Solar Divine Palace summoned the Solar Divine Sword, as the Solar Divine Light appeared from the sky, to create a destructive force. Cultivators from all sides released their own power. At this moment, the area where Yi Futian was located was under horrific suffocation, as if it was difficult to withstand the oppressive force of this suffocation that was inside it. Yi Futian's silvery hair was dancing frantically in the wind. He was without fear, there was only indifference. His cold eyes swept toward those men as if to carve them into his mind. If I had several more decades, I could kill you all, Yi Futian spat out with a cold voice. Unfortunately, you won't even have one more day. The golden spear in Gari Kang's hand trembled. He said, kill. As soon as his voice fell, the golden divine spear pierced the sky, and a loud rumbling sound followed. The dazzling golden brilliance blinded those who were standing to witness this. Golden traces were left between the sky and the earth. Then, horrible cracks of great path appeared to have torn through the space, aiming at Yi Futian with a kill shot. At the moment when he took action, other cultivators did too. The solar divine sword wiped out everything, slashed across the sky. The sky-reaching tower suppressed the sky and gave rise to a storm of destruction. A series of apocalyptic attacks came down at the same time. The firmament was about to collapse in total destruction, never mind someone of the divine wheel second order. Cultivators of any realm when facing an attack of this level would surely die. No! In the distance, among those who rushed in from the sky below, Xia Qingyuan made a frightened and desperate sound. Her face was pale, her long black hair was a mess, dancing wildly in the air. Her heart was twitching, was bleeding. In her mind, she seemed to recall all the memories of how she got acquainted with Yi Futian. In the past, they often quarreled, and one would not yield to the other. She was always annoyed by Yi Futian but gradually became accustomed to him. And without her realizing when, she found that he had firmly implanted himself in her heart, an indelible existence. So, she had been silently accompanying him, from Emperor Xia's realm to Crimson Dragon realm, and now to the 9 realms, experiencing many challenges with him, some between life and death. But now, she saw a series of devastating attacks, as well as that terrifying crack. Those top figures unleashed one fatal blow after another, and none of them held back. They had released their most powerful attack right away without giving Yi Futian a chance to fight back, clearly wanting him to die once and for all. The attacks of all the cultivators who had descended converged together and destroyed the space, causing dark spatial cracks to appear, hideous and terrifying. Traces of devastating storms radiated toward the surrounding spaces, and the bodies of those around it, such as Lord Taishen, were shaking uncontrollably. Their robes fluttered violently as the halo of destruction swept across the sky and continued into the distance. As the residual might swept over them, Xia Qingyuan and the others groaned. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her face pale. She was so far away, and it was only the residual might from the attack that had already been partially blocked by Lord Taishen and the others. Still, when it fell on them, it had injured them considerably. Yi Futian, who was in the center of the storm, was facing an unimaginable slaughter. The storm of destruction was still raging in that space, and those deep cracks seemed to have torn open a dark passage. But Yi Futian was no longer there. It seemed that the soul had scattered, disappeared completely, and was completely destroyed. In the sky below, inside the heavenly mandate city, at an endless distance, even they could see the light beams of destruction falling from the sky and piercing through that space. At this moment, they seemed to sense something foreboding. Don't. Hua Jiyu held her head with both hands. She seemed to be in even more pain. Seeing her reaction, Hua Fengliu let out a sigh. He was still looking up at the sky as he slowly turned to walk away. At this moment, he seemed hunched over a bit more and appeared even older. How senseless. Why did I accept this unruly disciple back then? Hua Fengliu mumbled under his breath. His eyes seemed a little moist. Not a day had gone by in peace. Didn't he say that everything was going to be fine? Could all this be true? Finally, dead. In the sky above, the cultivators from the Golden Divine Nation looked at those dark cracks and heaved a sigh of relief. This time they had finally achieved their goal. After Yi Futian's death, Heavenly Mandate Academy would no longer be a threat. The aura on their bodies gradually retracted, as they had promised previously to Princess Donghuang that when Yi Futian died, it would be the end of everything. Gari Kang's eyes were cold and indifferent. Too bad they couldn't kill them all. They should have taken this opportunity to destroy the Heavenly Mandate Academy once and for all, but the pretext they used for their attack against Yi Futian was that Yi Futian didn't do his best in that battle, thus negatively affected the others in the alliance of the original realm. Now, if they proceed to slaughter the Heavenly Mandate Academy, it would be a blatant breach of the agreement they had made with Princess Donghuang. Moreover, the princess had promised not to interfere in this battle, in the hopes that the original realm would restore its order, choosing to sacrifice Yi Futian so that the original realm may return to the way it was before without more killings. If they continue to push their limit at this time, nothing good will come out of it. Not only now, but in the future, all the principalities from the Divine Prefecture may need to tone down a bit more when they come here. At this moment, 2 figures moved toward the place where Yi Futian was last seen, surprised many who were present. They saw a very beautiful woman, and the deep, dark cracks were still on the battlefield of destruction. It was as if a passageway had now been opened. Get back! Lord Taishen shouted at the figure that was rushing over there. It was Xia Qingyuan. He knew that she liked Yi Futian, but now, was she seeking her own death? In addition to Xia Qingyuan, there was also the demonic beast, the black-winged condor. Its eyes were extremely sharp as it rushed in the same direction, saying, "Come on, princess." Xia Qingyuan landed on its back in a flash as woman and beast seemed to have reconciled their previous quarrel, now rushing toward that terrifying space passageway together. The black-winged condor was extremely fast, and it dived into the crack in just an instant, which caused a look of confusion on many people's faces. Suicide pact. The cultivators from the Gold Divine Nation and the others showed a look of interest. And that demonic beast, could it be so loyal as this? A rare display of true feelings. What a pity, Genao said in a low voice. The cultivators' united attacks had abruptly opened up a space passage. But before that, Yi Futian was already dead. The attack converged upon him first and then tore through the space. Probably because the woman still held on to a sliver of hope when she didn't see Yi Futian, wanting to rush into the crack to find him, but this was clearly an act of foolishness. There was space turbulence within, and based on Xia Qingyuan's realm, it was not something she could possibly survive. Even the top figures dared not step into it easily. The cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy looked at that disappearing figure and sighed in their hearts. They didn't expect that this taciturn woman had such deep feelings of affection inside her. Lord Taishian was going to stop her, but Black-Winged Condor was too fast, and it was too late when he realized what they were about to do. The Black-Winged Condor had dashed in with a flash, too late for him to stop it. Lord Taishuan's face was somewhat uncertain as he watched the dark cracks gradually closing. They were too careless. Didn't Yi Futian tell her? Lord Taishian didn't know that Yi Futian had intended to drive Xia Qingyuan away so that she would return to Emperor Xia's realm. Before long, the cracks disappeared, and the sky returned to normal. This most powerful battle of the 9 realms had come to an end. Yi Futian is dead, so everyone, please go back. In the future, don't stir up any discord in the 9 realms, said Genao. Everyone looked at him and thought that this Genao was not only an expert in flattery, but now he seemed to be in the business of being a peacemaker. This old fox, as if everything he did was for the original realm. It was more likely that he did it all for Jian Qingzhu. Princess. Genao raised his head to look at Princess Donghuang and bowed slightly. Everyone followed his lead. Princess Donghuang stood high above in the sky as she surveyed those below. Everything stops now. Yes, Princess. Everyone nodded. Princess Donghuang's voice was slightly more aggressive this time, with a certain incontrovertible intention. Presumably, the princess was not well pleased with their killing of Yi Futian. Presently, no one dared to contradict her. Princess Donghuang looked at the crowd one last time. It was a look without any emotion, but it gave many quite the chill. Then Princess Donghuang turned to walk away. The cultivators next to her followed suit. The cultivators in the dark court also left upon her departure. In the tavern, Shixie smiled vaguely as he put down the wine glass that was in his hand, and glanced at Mai Ting who was across from him and said, "I will drink with Mr. Mai again if opportunity allows in the future. I bid you goodbye." Then, he took his men and left. What an irony that the number 1 genius of the original realm died in the hands of the original realm. Mai Ting raised his head and glanced above the sky. Indeed, they did not appear. However, he understood that the representatives of Donghuang the Great were here, so they wouldn't dare to appear. Even if they did and didn't die today, they would be spotted. It would be impossible for them to escape. But, was Yi Futian really dead? He had a feeling that things were not as simple as they seemed. In the void, Emperor Nan, Shen Jiao, and the clan lord of the Shen clan were returning. The expressions on the two from the Shen clan were extremely sullen and especially gloomy, as their eyes swept toward the others. Shen Ji was dead. His death was not only caused by the allied forces of the Heavenly Mandate Academy but also by those who came with them. The only possibility for Shen Ji to die when they had the absolute advantage, which was when they were abandoned by their own allies. These be asterisk stars. They only thought was to kill Yi Futian, so they spent all their energy holding Emperor Nan back and didn't expect a setup by those on their own side. A top cultivator was hard to come by because any top figure was powerful enough to create a top principality that could stand at the peak of the original realm. However, in this battle, only the Shen clan had incurred a loss on this level when no one else did. So, did the Shen clan win? Killing Yi Futian was certainly a win, but they lost to the other forces. However, they had to swallow this offense because who could they fight to get their revenge? The alliance of the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Now that only 2 of them were left, how could they possibly deal with the allied forces of the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Their own allied forces? Who among so many of them? Those cultivators left one by one, as if nothing had happened, ignoring them, pretending to know nothing. Shen Ji died in vain. B** stards. The others had already left, they were all part of this conspiracy. At times like this, who would want to engage them proactively? Blame yourselves, Lord Taishen said coldly. The two men glanced at him with indifferent eyes. We have all the time in the world, but Yi Futian is dead. I want to see just how much further Heavenly Mandate Academy could go in the future. Just wait and see, then, responded Lord Taishen. The two men from the Shun clan huffed coldly and left angrily. They couldn't get their revenge. The cultivators all left one after another. Emperor Nan glanced at the place where Yi Futian disappeared, hoping that what he had said before was true. Yi Futian had said that he would volunteer to die in this battle. But, he would be back. Therefore, although they tried their best, no one was all in, as they tried their best to protect themselves first. Since the beginning of the battle, they knew how this would end. Everything they did was to cooperate with Yi Futian's plan. Many forces in the 9 realms could not tolerate Yi Futian, not to mention that the Dark Court and the empty Divine Realm also had their eyes on him. He was too outstanding as the one controlling the power of shadow. In reality, they understood that the land of the original realm itself could no longer allow Yi Futian to exist. They glanced at each other, then headed down below the sky, and the group returned to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Everyone at the Heavenly Mandate Academy looked up with reluctance, anger, and sadness in their eyes. Did he die just like that? The Heavenly Mandate Academy had produced a peerless genius talent, who was hailed as the #1 genius in the original realm, and he was besieged and slaughtered by the cultivators of the 9 realms. They felt persecuted. Qi Shengang and Yang Yuan were together, and Qi Shengang didn't believe it in his heart. He still remembered the conversation he had with Yi Futian that day. Yi Futian would not ask for death like this, he still had too many things that he wanted to do. He had dreams, he couldn't die. People from the 9 states looked toward the void as well. Even though everything was so real, they were holding a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Jiyu Dongliu was one of the insiders. Yi Futian didn't tell everyone so clearly about his plan, probably because he had his concerns. If everyone knew about it, it would be difficult to keep the plan undercover. However, he did not expect the Little Condor and Xia Qingyuan to rush out like they did. The Little Condor and Yi Futian were connected in their minds. Perhaps, it had discovered something, hence the rash action. Could it be that something unexpected happened? He certainly hoped not. Jiyu. Zhuge Mingyu was next to Hua Jiyu and saw that Hua Jiyu was still in a great amount of pain. There were tears from her eyes, and she looked extremely unwell. There were more and more images in her mind. It was as if countless thoughts were now started to awake, all imprinted in her mind. At this moment, she had no idea who she was. It was as if every thought was her own. At this moment, many people inside the 3,000 realms of the Great Path suddenly appeared listless and raised their heads to look into the boundless sky. A ray of consciousness came out of these women and turned into an elusive figure that flew into the distance, as if toward another self. In the midst of the Heavenly Mandate realm, Shentian Goddess was there. Her mind was trembling violently. It was as if something had also awakened inside of her. She looked in the direction where Hua Jiyu was, and an illusory figure came out of her body, flying toward Hua Jiyu. So, I am too, Shentian Goddess murmured. Maybe, everyone who had cultivated that particular method was one of the incarnations. The cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy looked at Hua Jiyu and saw that many illusory figures floating from everywhere, blending themselves into Hua Jiyu's mind, which caused a surprised look on these cultivators' faces. What cultivation method could be so terrifying? The Mountain Master of the 10,000 Divine Mountain and others like Jiang Chengzi of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven knew that Lady of Brahma's Pure Sky cultivated an extremely special method. They had urged Yi Futian to be careful around Hua Jiyu, knowing that she may have been a manifestation of Lady of Brahma's Pure Sky, who was using his power to cultivate. But they didn't expect it to be so domineering. They had a strange feeling at this moment. It was as if Hua Jiyu was the real manifestation and not the Lady of Brahma's Pure Sky. At this time, a powerful aura permeated everywhere, and all eyes were looking that way. They saw an illusory figure of peerless elegance appeared, shining with divine light, and it was the lady of Brahma's pure sky. She stared at Hua Ji. How could she wake up so quickly? This interrupted her plan. However, it would not affect the overall situation, but the timing was less than ideal. She had cultivated many years but constrained by the great path. Even if she had obtained a powerful method, she still could not break the shackles of the great path. There was a lack in the way of heaven, and she was limited by this. Therefore, she needed to recast another body. She chose Hua Ji not because of how talented Hua Ji was, but that she had detected an opportunity for enlightenment on her. Hua Ji had a strong life force that could be used for her own enlightenment. However, Hua Ji was somewhat out of her control and had always retained a strong sense of self. Under everyone's gaze, the lady of Brahma's pure sky's elusive figure entered into Hua Ji's body. In a flash, an extremely tyrannical aura bloomed, and Hua Ji's face was changing. It seemed to have turned into the peerless beauty that was the lady of Brahma's pure sky. No, in Hua Ji's mind, there was another consciousness waking up. This consciousness was extremely strong and obstinate. At this moment, she finally realized who she was and where she came from. A smile appeared in her tearful eyes, and her name was Hua Ji, his wife. That face turned into Hua Ji's face again, and the two beautiful faces kept changing as if competing for control. Her body was trembling slightly. She seemed to be experiencing a painful struggle. Ji remembered that she once said that whoever won would have control of the body. Under the gaze of all these cultivators, this scene lasted for quite some time. Finally, a beautiful face appeared, no longer changing, and a brilliant smile bloomed on that face. However, the tears continued to slide down that beautiful face. She looked at the vast void, at that disappearing figure. In her mind, countless memories washed over her, and all of them were occupied by the memories of the same person. Now that she came back, why did he leave her again? The divine prefectures of the East was in chaos and anarchy over 300 years ago. Many extraordinary men rose to fame there. Among all the realms, the divine prefecture produced the most superstars in history. The divine prefectures of the East was united for real only when Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing entered the stage more than 300 years ago. At that time, the 18 domains in the divine prefecture all submitted to Donghuang the Great Emperor and Emperor Yi Qing, which smoothed the way for the time of prosperity 3 centuries ago. Donghua domain was one of the 18 domains in the divine prefecture. Right now, a body was lying quietly in the middle of a vast field. The person wore white clothes and had silver hair. Covered in blood, he lay on the ground without moving a muscle. His eyes were open, yet he couldn't muster a tiny bit of strength. The only thing he could do was stare at the endless sky where the clouds were floating around. The air was exceptionally fresh here, and the worldly spiritual qi was intoxicating. However, he couldn't even absorb the worldly spiritual qi right now. The meridians inside of his body were all shattered, and his internal organs suffered a great deal of damage. His life was hanging by a thread. Was he in the divine prefecture? He survived, Yi Futian thought to himself. Princess Donghuang awarded him a precious gift that day, which took his breath away when he sneaked a peek at it after he went back. It was a divine item that could make Yi Futian look through and depart from the original realm without cracking open the space. It also meant that he could have left earlier. Nevertheless, he didn't choose to do it. More than half of the top forces in the 9 realms wanted him dead. The Dark Court and the empty divine realm also set their sights on killing him. What would happen to the Heavenly Mandate Academy if he left by himself? What would happen to his friends and the alliance he built? At that moment, Yi Futian understood Princess Donghuang's intention. She presented a gift to him while also allowed other groups to kill him. Princess Donghuang wanted him to disappear from the original realm. That was how the battle earlier happened. It was actually for show only. To making it convincing, everyone on Yi Futian's side was fighting for real. But they didn't exert their full strength. They did everything they could to make it look like Yi Futian was driven into a corner. In order to make it appear more real, Yi Futian left the moment when the strike landed on his body. Therefore, Everyone would think that he was obliterated by the attack instead of leaving on his own. For that reason, Futian suffered extensive damage. The brutal assault pierced through the space of the original realm and hit him, which caused devastating injury to his body. It was such a horrifying attack. Is the original realm, the void realm, something that doesn't exist for real? Thinking back to how he left the original realm with the help of the divine item, Futian couldn't help but suspect the truth about the void realm. Who was capable enough to make such a formidable divine item that could bring him out of the void realm altogether? Could it be that Donghuang the Great prepared this divine item for Princess Donghuang? It was possible. No one else would be aware of the existence of such a divine item. Princess Donghuang certainly spent a lot of effort to keep him alive. Nonetheless, Futian and Princess Donghuang were more likely to be enemies rather than friends in the future. A strident sound reached Futian's ears from the sky far away. Severely injured, Futian closed his eyes. He needed to rest for a long time to recover from his current state. It was naturally the best choice for him to pretend he was dead. His body could heal and amend on its own. After all, he didn't know what kind of people he would encounter. The strident sound was getting closer and closer. Futian also heard a voice ordering people to go to examine him. Futian soon felt that someone was approaching him. He remained perfectly still and had his eyes tightly shut, hoping he wouldn't be disturbed by the incoming person. After all, he had to be extra cautious since he just arrived here. He felt a hand touching his body. The person seemed to be observing him. Is he dead or alive? A calm yet authoritative voice was asking about Futian's state. The person promptly left Futian and returned to midair. She bowed to a cultivator who appeared to be in his 30s and said, "Young master, he will be dead any second even though he is still breathing now. We don't have to pay attention to him." The Renhuang cultivator glanced at the woman speaking and cracked a smile. He asked, "Which level is he at?" "I'm not sure," the woman answered. "Go to take a look," he said to a middle-aged man next to him. The man quickly examined Futian and returned to his place, said, "He already built the body of Wei and reached the Renhuang plain. If I guessed it correctly, he should have a second-order divine wheel." "Second-order divine wheel," the Renhuang cultivator muttered. He ordered the woman, "Take him back." "Yes, young master." The woman was only in the Saint Plain and didn't hesitate after receiving the order. She approached Futian again, lifted his body from the ground, and brought him with her. They strode across the field. After a while, a range of mountains came into sight. Ancient castles were perched on crags in the mountains, imposing and forbidding. Senluo Manor was one of the main forces in this area and was ruled mountains. They entered the Senluo Manor and kept walking forward until they arrived at a cultivation temple in the mountains. The head of the group lowered his eyes and darted a glance at Futian. He said in a cold voice, "Take him to the Yu Pavilion." The woman remained composed and expressionless even though her heart trembled for a second. She had been in Senluo Manor for quite a long time and knew the place like the palm of her hand. She understood when to speak and when to shut up. She took a brief look at Futian and sighed to herself. This man was so unfortunate. Yu Pavilion was a place in Senluo Manor that specialized in refining corpses. The young master of Senluo Manor wanted to turn Futian into a chief corpse directly controlled by him. The woman brought Futian to the Yu Pavilion, where many people were busy working. She met the master of the Yu Pavilion and said, "Young master ordered me to bring this man to the pavilion." The master of the Yu Pavilion was a dark Renhuang who emanated a dangerous brooding air. He shot a glance at Futian. Futian seemed to be a young man with great talents. It certainly made things more interesting. "Okay." The master of the Yu Pavilion nodded slightly and replied, "You're in charge of it. Send him to the Matrix." "Yes." The woman bowed and received the order. It appeared like she was in a low standing in Senluo Manor. After all, Senluo Manor was a famous and powerful group that held sway in the region, and its chief was a high-level Renhuang. A cultivator in the Saint Plain couldn't possibly enjoy a high status in the manor. She brought Yi Futian to a cavern residence that was guarded by soldiers and pushed the door to step inside. The mountain was hollow inside. A terrifying smell of death permeated the empty space. There was a chasm further into the mountain, under which an extremely scary grand matrix of death. The dark currents were flowing around and filled the place with the will of death. Countless chains of death locked numerous people inside. Those people didn't seem to be alive, yet they were able to move. They were all corpses that were being refined. The woman lowered her head to look at Yi Futian, said, "How much longer are you going to pretend?" Yi Futian opened his eyes and surveyed the woman in front of him. She had a masculine manner and black, piercing eyes. Her face was pretty, but not in a breathtaking way. She looked emotionless and indifferent while staring at Yi Futian, who just opened his eyes. Yi Futian didn't expect himself to be so unlucky. He pretended to be unconscious yet was still taken away. On top of that, the people who captured him were bad guys. Indeed, they wanted to refine him with the grand matrix of death. He gazed into her eyes. The woman flinched and turned her distant eyes away. She had known Yi Futian was only pretending since the beginning, yet didn't expose him. Yi Futian figured that she didn't really want to do this to him. "What are you doing?" Yi Futian asked her. "This is the place to refine corpses in Senluo Manor. The matrix below will kill and transform you into a puppet. Do you have any last words before that?" the woman asked him. "Can you let me live?" The woman shook her head, said, "I don't have a choice." She didn't dare to defy the order. Otherwise, she would be the one being killed. She brought Yi Futian to the chasm. At this moment, Yi Futian didn't have any ability to fight back. He could only be manipulated by her. "I'm sorry," the woman said to Yi Futian. Before her voice faded away, she pushed Yi Futian's body into the chasm. Yi Futian started falling immediately and eventually landed on the ground. The grand matrix of death at the bottom of the chasm activated right away and engulfed his body. Millions of tentacles stretched out of the grand matrix of death and grabbed Yi Futian's hands and feet. Wisps of the frightening will of death invaded his body through his limbs. Yi Futian never thought that the first thing that happened to him after arriving at the divine prefecture was to be refined into a corpse puppet. He closed his eyes and let the death will took over his body and flowed around inside. The death will entered the life palace and became part of it. Yi Futian lay there quietly as if he stopped breathing for good. The woman looked at Yi Futian from the top of the chasm and sighed to herself. She knew what she did was sinful, yet she couldn't defy or escape from Senluo Manor. Thus, she had no choice but to obey the orders submissively. The Renhuang in front of her was quite handsome and dashing. He probably was an extraordinary young man when he was alive. But he still couldn't avoid such misfortune. Ying Qing left Yi Futian there and left the cave. She didn't like it there. To put it more accurately, she abhorred that place. Yi Futian was abandoned in the matrix alone. The energy that poured into his body contained not only the power of death but also a toxin that corroded and paralyzed every part of his body and made him completely incapacitated. Wisps of air flowed out of Yi Futian's life palace to resist the invasion of this forceful foreign energy. However, they barely stopped the corrosion and couldn't destroy the invader at all. Yi Futian could hardly gather enough strength at this moment. This is getting troublesome. Yi Futian closed his eyes and stopped struggling. He didn't want to waste any more energy. He didn't expect that he would escape from a hopeless situation only to fall into another right away. Everything in Senluo Manor remained the same. Nothing was changed because of Yi Futian's presence. He was only a near-death guy who was brought back by the people of Senluo Manor in order to be transformed into a corpse puppet. This was nothing but usual business for Senluo Manor. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Futian had stayed in the matrix for 7 days. During this time, some people came to take away the corpse puppets that were ready to go. No one touched Yi Futian, though. Each corpse puppet belonged to the person who brought it there. On this day, Ying Qing finally came to the cavern residence again. She looked at Yi Futian. An astonishing look flashed across her face when she saw the color of Yi Futian's skin. Her consciousness swooped into Yi Futian's body, and she said to him in surprise, Are you awake? Yi Futian opened his eyes. At that moment, Ying Qing saw a pair of inscrutable eyes that contained a frightening magical power that devoured her spiritual will and forced her into an illusional world. Don't speak. Ying Qing's expression changed the moment she heard a voice in her head. The illusional world created by the eye sorcery disappeared in an instant, and everything went back to normal. Ying Qing could feel the cold sweat on her back. Cultivators in the Renhuang Plain were powerful for sure. This man was extremely dangerous. She inhaled a deep breath and stared at Yi Futian's body below. He didn't change at all after 7 days. How can you withstand the corrosion of the corpse venom? Ying Qing transmitted her voice to Yi Futian. She was well aware of how scary this corpse venom could be. Even a perfectly healthy lower Renhuang would certainly be refined if dumped inside, let alone someone who was on the verge of death like Yi Futian. Nevertheless, Yi Futian didn't seem to be affected by it. You told your young master that you don't need to pay attention to me after examining my injury on that day. I suppose you don't want me to be brought to Senluo Manor. You later said you were sorry. I guess everything that has happened to me is not what you wish to see. Am I right? Yi Futian said to Ying Qing. He was still in poor condition. It was hard for him to recover while staying in this matrix. A strange look appeared in Ying Qing's eyes. She stared at Yi Futian and replied, You don't need to work on me. You can't leave Senluo Manor once you're here. She didn't want to die with Yi Futian even though she felt a little sympathetic to him. She was not so selfless. You already witnessed my eye sorcery. I'm not an ordinary Renhuang. Senluo Manor can't keep me here as long as I recover from my injury. I can promise you something in return if you're willing to help me, Yi Futian continued to say. Ying Qing experienced a moment of hesitancy. Sensing her reluctance, Yi Futian said, I can take you out of here, so you don't need to be trapped in this place. I will ask the young master. Ying Qing turned around and was about to leave. She was wavered by Yi Futian's offer, but she also didn't want to be thrown into the matrix, like him. Wait for a second, Yi Futian said to her. Indecisive and doubtful, Ying Qing stopped. Give me some more time. A fellow of mine is about to come here. You can make a decision after seeing what kind of a person she is, Yi Futian said. Who is she? Which level is she at? Ying Qing asked. How does she know you're in Senluo Manor? She has her ways of tracking me down. We have the same master, but she is junior to me. Her cultivation level is not particularly high, it's about the same as mine. But trust me, you will change your mind after meeting her. Give us both a chance, Yi Futian continued to say. Ying Qing heard him and left the cave. Yi Futian closed his eyes again after Ying Qing left. It was a horrible feeling to be unable to control one's own fate. He knew Ying Qing didn't do anything wrong. She had to do things against her will in order to survive. Majestic old trees, many of which black, stood in the courtyard of a palace in Senluo Manor. There were also a creek and a waterfall at the front where one could enjoy a distant view of the architectures and mountains. Han Lin, vice chief of Senluo Manor, was sitting on top of the waterfall and cultivating with his eyes closed. Wisps of the energy of death flowed around his body. He heard Ying Qing's footsteps approaching. But she stood quietly behind him and didn't interrupt. How is it going? Han Lin asked her. That man has protective energy in his body. He is not totally transformed yet. We may need to wait for a little longer. Ying Qing bowed to Han Lin and answered. Han Lin opened his eyes. Wrapped in the will of death, he turned around and looked at Ying Qing. His inky eyes made Ying Qing lower her head even more. You have been in Senluo Manor for a few years now. Are you still feeling resistant? Han Lin asked Ying Qing. With her stomach in knots, Ying Qing shook her head and replied, Ying Qing doesn't dare. That means you do feel reluctant, but you're afraid of expressing it, Han Lin said in an icy voice. However, he didn't mind her answer. He smiled and said, Senluo Manor only refines our enemies or people who are about to die anyway. We're offering them a new life, a chance to live again. What kind of objection do you have? Young master, I don't have any objection, Ying Qing bowed again and answered. She didn't dare to raise her head. Okay, Han Lin nodded slightly and said, "You should cultivate diligently so you can reach the Renhuang Plain sooner. Go away now." "Yes." Ying Qing nodded and left. Her strides were long and steady, yet her heart was filled with dread. She could feel a chill down her spine. Despite Han Lin's mild eyes and calm tone, she had an ominous feeling. What would her life be if she advanced to the Renhuang Plain? She heard some rumors in the years she spent in Senluo Manor. Several Renhuangs allegedly violated the rules of Senluo Manor and were transformed into corpse puppets. Ying Qing paid frequent visits to the Yu Pavilion in the following days to remind Yi Futian to improve his disguise. Yi Futian understood that she agreed to help him despite not saying it explicitly. She couldn't do anything but wait inside of the Yu Pavilion. One day, a giant demonic beast spread its wings and flew to Senluo Manor. It was a demon emperor, whose cold and piercing eyes were jet black with a metallic sheen. Its wings gleamed like dark, sharp blades. A pretty woman dressed in men's attire stood on the demonic beast. She looked extraordinarily energetic and spirited. They were Xia Qingyuan and the Black-winged condor. Yi Futian knew the Black-winged condor would come for him since their hearts were linked. The Black-winged condor sensed Yi Futian's condition when he left the original realm and brought Xia Qingyuan to follow his course. However, they encountered some trouble when going through the space crack and would have died in the chaos if not for the Black-winged condor's ability to track Yi Futian's location. They also suffered serious injuries during the trip, albeit not as severe as Yi Futian's. After resting for a while, they learned about Yi Futian's situation and came to Senluo Manor after asking around about it in the outer realms. A guard with a stony face appeared and asked, "Who are you?" The Black-winged condor's eyes were filled with disdain. The invisible demonic chi enfolded the guard and alarmed him. "I heard people in the Senluo Manor cultivate the power of the Great Path of Death. I'm here to learn a lesson or two," said Xia Qingyuan. The Black-winged condor barged directly into Senluo Manor. The guard had no choice but to let them through. Who dares to intrude into Senluo Manor? Many cultivators came out of the palaces in Senluo Manor. Several of them were in the Renhuang Plain. Xia Qingyuan took a brief look at them before the terrifying swords of death shot out of her body. Those Renhuangs hurried to protect themselves from the swords of death. At that moment, Xia Qingyuan's divine will bloomed behind her. It was a frightful, dual-colored lotus that symbolized life and death. The dual-colored lotus emitted dangerous light of death and illuminated the vast space. Those Renhuangs who came out to stop her stared at the brilliant divine wheel of the Great Path open-mouthed. It was a perfect divine wheel. "Welcome to Senluo Manor, my friend." Hearing a voice that came from the distance, the crowd drew back immediately. The Black-winged condor stretched its wings and sprinted to a great hall in Senluo Manor, where a large number of cultivators were gathering. Han Lin sized Xia Qingyuan up and down. She had a perfect divine wheel and was obviously a stunning woman, despite the way she dressed. "I wonder which goddess the Senluo Manor is honored to host?" Han Lin asked the woman respectfully. In light of her beauty and her perfect divine wheel, she probably wasn't anyone ordinary. On top of that, she was confident enough to barge into Senluo Manor. "How dare you ask my lady's name?" the Black-winged condor said arrogantly. Its strident voice was cold and piercing. Han Lin glanced at the Black-winged condor. How came that even her demonic beast was so impudent? "My last name is Xia," Xia Qingyuan said to Han Lin. "I have been studying from my master, who sent me into the real world after I proved my path. I heard that the cultivators in the Senluo Manor are good at the Great Path of Death. So I come here to learn from you." Xia Qingyuan had a stately bearing and had achieved the first-order divine wheel. The young girl must be extraordinarily talented in order to develop the perfect divine wheel and prove her path at her age. She did seem like someone who immersed herself in cultivation. If that was the case, this young woman was probably inexperienced and unworldly. Her master must be a recluse with tremendous power. A series of ideas popped into Han Lin's head. Such a beautiful and wide-eyed woman was no doubt naive. He felt a rush of excitement at that thought. "Your master must be an esteemed man. May I ask his name?" Han Lin said. My master is a countryman who doesn't know much about cultivation. You won't know his name, Xie Qingyuan replied. Han Lin's grin turned even broader. Just as he expected, her master was definitely a powerful man. Ying Qing stood behind Han Lin and stared at Xie Qingyuan. She began to believe what Yi Futian had told her. This must be his sister under the same master. Han Lin showed a surprisingly refined manner and cracked a gentle smile. He looked at Xie Qingyuan and said, "Your master doesn't care for fortune or fame. I won't pry any more then. Since you came to assess the ability of the cultivators in the outer realms, how about I arrange it for you?" Innumerable powerful cultivators resided in the boundless divine prefecture. Naturally, people in the divine prefecture were well aware of the existence of formidable master cultivators whose names were virtually unheard of. They had developed a way to survive in this situation. After witnessing Xie Qingyuan demonstrated her ability, Han Lin had no doubts that her master was an accomplished cultivator. Han Lin certainly needed to serve such a distinguished guest well. Okay. Xie Qingyuan nodded. Although she had learned about Yi Futian's current condition from the Black-Winged Condor, she wasn't going to save him without a thoughtful plan. An influential group like Senluo Manor must be brutal and merciless. Considering her deep background, what would they do if they knew that she knew her best friend was being transformed into a corpse puppet? Would they bet on her forgiveness even if she promised so? They might release Yi Futian, but they could also kill them both. Furthermore, how could she let Senluo Manor off the hook for killing and refining Yi Futian? "Please," Han Lin said with a smile. He looked at the people around him and ordered, "Summon the lower Renhuangs who are currently in Senluo Manor to Senluo Cultivation Temple." "Yes, young master." People received his order and left. Han Lin led the way for Xie Qingyuan. As respectful as he was, he didn't seem too obsequious. After all, he was a Renhuang who only tried to be polite. Senluo Cultivation Temple in Senluo Manor stretched a vast expanse of the land on top of the mountains, surrounded by matrices for protection. A great number of cultivators gathered in Senluo Cultivation Temple at the moment. People in Senluo Manor all rushed to the temple after hearing the news. They couldn't help but exclaim how gorgeous and extraordinary Xie Qingyuan was. Standing next to the black-winged condor on the side of the temple, she emitted brilliant divine light like a goddess. Even the men's clothes she was wearing couldn't conceal her striking beauty. People tended to glorify a person in their minds after learning about the person's special identity. They might not think the same way if Xie Qingyuan was only an ordinary girl. Even some middle-level Renhuang elders of Senluo Manor were gazing at the temple from their own palaces. Cultivators who had perfect divine wheels were usually disciples of top forces or offsprings of aristocratic families. The Senluo Manor was already a prominent force in the region. But no one in this generation had developed a perfect divine wheel. Even though Han Lin's divine wheel was perfect when he was a lower Renhuang, it didn't last after he advanced to the middle-level Renhuang plane. No one else in the younger generation, including other children of the chief of Senluo Manor, had had such accomplishments. For that reason, Han Lin was referred to as young master. He had the most talent and probably would surpass the chief in a few decades. "Who wants to try with the goddess?" Han Lin looked around the crowd and asked. A man named Han Yang walked onto the Senluo platform in a couple of strides and stared at Xie Qingyuan. He was an outstanding cultivator in Senluo Manor and had already proved his path as a Renhuang despite his young age. "I hope to learn from the goddess." Han Yang released his energy and revealed his first-order divine wheel. "You're not worthy enough to fight with my lady." A tinge of disdain flashed across the black-winged condor's face. Han Yang shot a menacing look at the black-winged condor, his eyebrows knit tightly together. This demonic beast was only Xie Qingyuan's mount. How dare it show such insolence? Han Lin also glanced at the black-winged condor. Despite his fake smile, deep down he was cursing. What an annoying beast. "Of course you can join the fight as well if you want," Han Lin said, smiling. The black-winged condor's eyes gleamed with a metallic sheen. Its body hovered in midair and caused a violent storm around. Buzz it dove down at full speed like a shadow. The law battle platform was only a place for internal sparring sessions in Senluo Manor. Even with its considerable size, it was still too small for a fight at this level. Han Yang's eyes glinted coldly when he saw the black-winged condor charging at him. He unleashed the divine wheel of the great path inside of his body and started a terrifying storm of death that blotted out the sun. He raised his hand and made a gripping gesture. A giant shadow of the hand of the death came into sight. Black-winged condor launched an attack with its golden and extremely sharp claws and shot out a burst of energy that could tear up the space. Bang! Something streaked across the sky and the giant shadow of the hand of the death shattered instantly. The crowd could barely figure out the black-winged condor's movement before they saw its claws lodged in the law battle platform with a loud noise. Han Yang retreated to the edge of the platform. His clothes were torn to pieces, and a deep and frightening laceration appeared on his body. The look on people's faces changed. Han Yang glared at the black-winged condor in front of him. "You are too weak. How dare a low-level person like you ask to spar with my lady?" The black-winged condor threw a tart comment and turned around to return to Xia Qingyuan's side without attacking further. After all, the black-winged condor had been Yi Futian's mount for so many years and could connect with Yi Futian's mind. It shared whatever comprehension and enlightenment Yi Futian attained and developed a superb offensive ability for itself. Although the black-winged condor was a little too harsh, its arrogance and force made Xia Qingyuan shine even brighter. How unfathomable this woman must be if even her mount was so domineering. "Little condor, you're being rude," Xia Qingyuan said. "We only came here to exchange ideas and learn from each other. The cultivation level of our opponent doesn't matter." Then she stepped forward and walked onto the platform. Surrounded by the dazzling divine light, she looked at the crowd with her captivating eyes and said, "Anyone willing to offer me guidance can come and give it a try. I would like to have a glimpse of the goddess's grace." An elder man walked forward, his robes flapping in the wind. He looked at Xia Qingyuan and said, "Be careful, my lady." His hands formed a seal before his voice faded away. In an instant, numerous seals of death emerged in all directions and darted straight to Xia Qingyuan the moment he raised his hand and pointed at her. Xia Qingyuan activated her divine wheel. A dazzling jewel-colored lotus wrapped her body and its petals floated toward the incoming seals. Xia Qingyuan stood inside of the lotus, where the seals couldn't enter without being destroyed right away. The jewel-colored divine light formed a ring around Xia Qingyuan and made her appear even holier. The cultivators of Senluo Manor couldn't help but secretly admire the beauty of the perfect divine wheel. 1, 2, 3. More and more lotuses bloomed and consumed the countless seals of death. Then they transformed into the death ray and charged at the elder man. The lotus obtained from God's relic fused with Xia Qingyuan's life spirit and transfigured her. She had been cultivating alongside Yi Futian and had considerable strength even though she wasn't capable enough to get a chance to join the battle back in the original realm. 3 supreme forces were involved in the battle in the original realm. Many of the people there were much more powerful than the cultivators of Senluo Manor. The lotuses emitted the light of the divine catastrophe. The elder man couldn't hold out against the attack with his second-order divine wheel and soon backed away. Another Ren Huang stepped onto the platform. With a rumbling noise, the mighty force of death overcast the sky. A shadow of the Reaper appeared above and a ray of divine light directly shone on Xia Qingyuan's body. The next moment, the divine light of death fell from the sky and struck Xia Qingyuan. This man was very intimidating with his third-order divine wheel. Xia Qingyuan's lotus divine wheel flared up. Millions of lotuses swirled and created a pair of jewel-colored swords of life and death. The storm circled around her body and dashed against the force generated by her opponent. Upon their collision, the lotus spawned a huge number of flowers and engulfed the divine light of death. The man was defeated before long. None of the other lower Renhuangs went onto the platform could even draw nearer Xia Qingyuan. They were all overpowered by her. The battle stopped in a short while. Xia Qingyuan hovered above the platform alone and was surrounded by divine light, her white dress blowing in the wind. Xia Qingyuan utilized the advantage provided by her perfect divine wheel to win against cultivators who were above her level. She wanted to create an illusion for the people of Senluo Manor that she had a distinguished background. Excellent, Han Lin looked at Xia Qingyuan and said. You're truly a goddess with unparalleled beauty and a perfect divine wheel. No one in the lower Renhuang plain from Senluo Manor is a match for you. Han Lin wasn't very interested in women in the past. At most, he trifled with them and used them for cultivation. Yet now, an idea came to his mind. It would be nice if he could make this woman his spiritual partner in cultivation. Xia Qingyuan pulled back and returned to her original place while still radiating divine light from her body. Thank you very much, Xia Qingyuan said to Han Lin. You're welcome, said Han Lin. Sorry that I disrupted your day. I'm leaving now, Xia Qingyuan said to Han Lin. Where do you plan to go? Han Lin asked. I come out to learn about the cultivation methods of various schools and groups. I don't have a specific goal in mind, said Xia Qingyuan. Since that's the case, you might as well stay for a few more days here in Senluo Manor. We have plenty of cultivation methods. Besides, I will go on a trip in the near future. I can travel alongside you and guide you. What do you think? Han Lin asked. Xia Qingyuan thought about it for a moment and nodded slightly, said, I won't refuse your kindness. You're more than welcome. Han Lin turned around and ordered, arrange a palace for the goddess immediately. Xia Qingyuan remained indifferent the whole time. As a princess in the Emperor Xia's realm, she had always been cold and arrogant before she met Yi Futian and was only playing herself right now. Ying Qing watched everything quietly on the side. Although she had been helping Yi Futian, she never truly made up her mind. Witnessing Xia Qingyuan's power certainly moved her. Ying Qing left the temple discreetly and went to the Yu Pavilion. She walked into the cavern residence and looked at Yi Futian, who was lying in the matrix. Although Yi Futian still had his eyes tightly closed, he was aware of everything that happened outside. Moreover, he could communicate with the black-winged condor and asked it to carry out the plan. Your sister's last name is Xia? Ying Qing asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian opened his eyes and said to her, yes. Do you believe me now? Ying Qing looked into his eyes and felt the struggle inside of her heart. Then, she nodded her head solemnly. Xia Qingyuan was accommodated in the palace in Senluo Manor with the best view. Since it was high on the mountains, Xia Qingyuan could see the clouds and mist floating outside as if she was in some sort of fairyland. Right now, Xia Qingyuan was cultivating there with her eyes closed. No one came to disrupt her. While in fact, Xia Qingyuan was not feeling serene at all. She knew that Yi Futian was inside of Senluo Manor and was in grave danger. But she and the little condor only arrived at the divine prefecture days ago and had no help at all. She had to remain calm, as any reckless move could put their lives at risk. A person was walking through the clouds not far away from where Xia Qingyuan was. Dashing and refined, it was Han Lin, the vice-chief of Senluo Manor. He gazed forward at the divine light glowing from Xia Qingyuan. The will of life and death wrapped around her body while she was sitting on a blooming holy lotus. She looked like a goddess out of this world. Han Lin was quite experienced with women, yet he had never seen one as elegant as Xia Qingyuan. She must be even more ravishing if she wore women's attire. Maybe it was more convenient for her to dress as a young man. After all, she was a disciple who newly entered the real world. Han Lin stopped before coming too close to Xia Qingyuan. Although Senluo Manor was his home, he didn't want to interrupt her in a bad-mannered way. Such politeness was vastly different from before when he ordered Ying Qing to transform Yi Futian into a corpse puppet. How can I help you, Vice Chief? Xia Qingyuan opened her eyes and asked Han Lin. Miss Xia, you said you came out to learn about cultivation methods from different groups. Even though Senluo Manor is not a top force, we still have plenty of books and scriptures in the collection. Would you be interested? Han Lin asked with a smile. If that's the case, please feel free to come closer. No need to be so polite, Xia Qingyuan replied. I was worried that I might interrupt your cultivation. Han Lin walked toward Xie Qingyuan in a couple of long and graceful strides. He maintained a short distance from her and waved his arm. In an instant, numerous jade slips and ancient books flew toward Xie Qingyuan and floated in front of her. These are some of the decent ancient books about the Great Path collected by Senluo Manor. Please feel free to take a look, Han Lin said. Thank you, Vice Chief. Xie Qingyuan nodded slightly and read the books in silence. Han Lin quietly sat by her side for a long time. A cultivator at his level naturally had great patience. Xie Qingyuan noticed that these were top-notch cultivation methods indeed. Han Lin was being intentionally generous to rope her in with these books. Nevertheless, she remained composed and stopped reading after glancing through some of the books. She looked at Han Lin and said, "This is quite a good collection. I learned a lot from it. But I read many of these when I was studying with my master. The principles of the Great Path are the same. I didn't see anything I particularly need." Han Lin was a little disheartened by Xie Qingyuan's comments, but he soon got over it. Xie Qingyuan's master must be a marvelous cultivator who knew far more superior cultivation methods. As good as his collection was, it was probably not special enough to catch Xie Qingyuan's eyes. "Sorry to disappoint you," said Han Lin. Xie Qingyuan shook her head. "My master has already taught me our way of cultivation. I came out this time only to visit different groups and draw on their experience. It's not appropriate for me to study your method from scratch. I truly appreciate that you're willing to share the collection of Senluo Manor with me. I came to Senluo Manor because I heard that your cultivators are experts in the Great Path of Death. Therefore, I want to see if there are any special cultivation methods about that." Han Lin nodded and replied, "Senluo Manor does have a unique method, but only a few people have succeeded. They are all direct offspring, none of whom could spar with you. We have another peculiar cultivation method. But it is a deviated approach that has a bad reputation." He observed Xie Qingyuan carefully, intending to fathom her attitude toward it. If Xie Qingyuan were a straight and conventional person who considered it to be an evil method, he would have to drop the idea of cultivating with her. "What kind of method?" Xie Qingyuan asked casually. She gazed into the distance as if she wasn't paying much attention. "Cultivating through puppets. It's unavoidable for people like us to have enemies. There are also people in the manor who are about to die. With their consent, we can make them puppets who can continue to serve Senluo Manor after their death," said Han Lin. Of course, he couldn't tell her the whole truth. A chill crept over Xie Qingyuan. Was Yi Futian a part of Senluo Manor or their enemy? Why was he being transformed? Nonetheless, Xie Qingyuan had incredible self-control. She remained composed even as the anger grew in her heart. What's the purpose of cultivation if we can't take revenge on our enemies? Xie Qingyuan looked at Han Lin and said, "As for the cultivators in the manor, what's wrong with them utilizing their values in another way as long as they agree to it?" Han Lin was surprised. He grinned at Xie Qingyuan and realized that he admired Xie Qingyuan even more. "My master once told me that the road of cultivation is meant to be cruel and merciless. How would we survive if we're too lenient? We need to take advantage of everything we have to cultivate and persevere in the world. Otherwise, why would I bother to come to Senluo Manor?" Xie Qingyuan continued while gazing forward. Yi Futian already asked Yingqing what kind of a person Han Lin was and told the little condor. Xie Qingyuan said everything Han Lin wanted to hear. "Your master must be a remarkable cultivator. I will certainly visit him and listen to his guidance if the chance arises in the future." Han Lin was more than delighted. Xie Qingyuan not only had a marvelous master and striking beauty, but she also shared the same views as him. Maybe this was destiny. He was immersed in cultivation for the first half of his life and had never had any real feelings for any woman. In his eyes, they were only objects he could exploit. Yet, now he felt aroused. It was not easy to find a perfect woman. He certainly would make every effort now that he met one. "My master doesn't like strangers," Xie Qingyuan replied casually. Han Lin was thrown into an awkward silence. Xie Qingyuan seemed to realize that she misspoke, so she added, Please don't mind me. It's all right. Han Lin laughed and stood up. Xia Qingyuan was surely an unworldly girl. It was surprising how forthright she was. Even so, he liked her. Sorry I interrupted your cultivation today. I will visit you again tomorrow, said Han Lin. Please keep these books for now. You can feel free to read them just for fun even if they're not particularly useful for you. Good. Xia Qingyuan nodded. Han Lin said goodbye and left with a smile. Xia Qingyuan continued to cultivate quietly without doing anything out of the norm. To raise no suspicion, she didn't even walk around inside Senluo Manor. Yi Futian's life was not in danger right this moment. Although Xia Qingyuan could barely wait one more second to save him, she had to be patient and play safe. Han Lin was not a gullible man. Xia Qingyuan couldn't let him figure out that she came to Senluo Manor with a goal in mind. Otherwise, he might become suspicious easily. Han Lin paid a short visit to Xia Qingyuan each day in the following days. They mostly talked about cultivation. Han Lin discovered that Xia Qingyuan was obsessed with cultivation and nothing else. Naturally, he catered to her tastes. As time went by, Han Lin felt like he became more and more familiar with Xia Qingyuan. He even learned her name, albeit not the real one. One day, Han Lin brought a person to Xia Qingyuan. It was a corpse puppet that was surrounded by the death will. Despite the human body, it looked ghastly and frightening. How fascinating. It has such a strong will of death. Xia Qingyuan seemed to be captivated by the corpse puppet and even stood up. An exciting look flashed across Han Lin's face. Xia Qingyuan was indeed someone who was fixated on cultivation and attracted by everything about it. The corpse puppet was produced through a unique cultivation method of Senluo Manor and was quite special. No wonder Xia Qingyuan was so interested. What is this? A strident voice sounded. The black-winged condor stepped forward and stared at the puppet. My lady, this thing is filthy. The will of death inside of this puppet is so pure, Xia Qingyuan said. Han Lin sneered at the black-winged condor. Xia Qingyuan was everything he wanted. It would definitely be extremely beneficial for both of them if they could cultivate together. Wisps of the will of death flowed out of the puppet and filled the room with the smell of death. Xia Qingyuan emitted brilliant divine light as several lotuses of life flew out. Surging and rolling, the will of death refused to be expelled even when the light shone directly on the puppet's body. The divine light around Xia Qingyuan became even more blinding. The lotuses enclosed the puppet and melted it little by little. The puppet's body shook violently and eventually disappeared after a while. This puppet can resist it for so long, Xia Qingyuan exclaimed. The puppet is controlled by me and doesn't have a life. It can survive deadly attacks and continue to fight, Han Lin said. Xia Qingyuan nodded gently and looked at Han Lin. This method. But then she stopped talking. Han Lin saw her expression and understood her unspoken words. He cracked a smile. He brought the corpse puppet here specifically to gauge Xia Qingyuan's attitude. He would certainly consider teaching her if she wanted to learn. However, only the core figures of Senluo Manor could learn this method. He wouldn't pass it on to Xia Qingyuan easily. This is a secret method of Senluo Manor. Only the core figures can cultivate in this way, Han Lin said. Xia Qingyuan didn't respond. She understood what Han Lin meant. Han Lin, can you please lend me a few puppets for research? Xia Qingyuan called him Han Lin instead of Vice Chief, which made their relationship seem closer. Han Lin was exhilarated that his efforts in the past few days hadn't been wasted. Of course. Han Lin nodded without hesitation. He ordered, go to the U Pavilion to prepare for this. Yes. Several people exited the room. Ying Qing left with them. Was Xia Qingyuan finally ready to make a move? Ying Qing didn't expect Yi Futian's sister to have such a level of patience. She never revealed any intention to save Yi Futian. Instead, she took the time to get familiar with Han Lin to the point where Han Lin delivered himself to her. Han Lin probably never thought that Xia Qingyuan had been waiting for him to show off the corpse puppets all these times. But Ying Qing certainly wouldn't say anything. She agreed to be a part of it, but she still didn't know much. It wouldn't have anything to do with her if Yi Futian's attempt failed. After all, she had no idea where Yi Futian's confidence came from. Inside the cavern residence in the Yu Pavilion, Han Lin's servants picked a few corpse puppets for Xie Qingyuan. Ying Qing, on the other hand, brought out Yi Futian's body. Yi Futian's body had a dark color and was wrapped in the will of death. His eyes were tightly closed as if he was about to die any second. Ying Qing, this one is not fully transformed yet. The vice chief doesn't have control over him either. Why are you bringing him? A person looked at Ying Qing and asked. They picked up Yi Futian together days ago and recognized him easily. More or less, I suppose you can figure out what the young master is thinking about, said Ying Qing. Sure thing, Goddess Xia is a gorgeous woman and a good match for the vice chief. Maybe she will be our mistress in the future, someone playfully said. Of course, they would only gossip about the young master in private. The vice chief purposefully brought a corpse puppet to visit the goddess. He probably wants her to learn how to refine corpse puppets. This one may be useful specifically because he is not fully transformed yet. Otherwise, all the corpse puppets are the same. What's the purpose of doing this? Ying Qing said. Other people thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. Ying Qing had a point. That being so, they should bring Yi Futian along. Right now, Yi Futian was faking his death. He sealed off all the energy inside of his body and let the death will surround him. The servants brought the corpse puppets out of the cavern residence and arrived at Xie Qingyuan's palace shortly after. Because some of the corpse puppets belonged to other people, their owners also went to Xie Qingyuan's palace to order the puppets to line up in front of Xie Qingyuan. Yi Futian was the only one who wasn't controlled yet. Xie Qingyuan's heart was pounding violently the moment she saw Yi Futian. People in Senluo Manor didn't know who Yi Futian was, but she certainly understood how marvelous Yi Futian was back in the original realm. The best cultivator in the original realm was treated so horribly here. Xie Qingyuan could feel her heart aching. He must be suffering. However, Xie Qingyuan still did her best to conceal her emotions. Isn't he not refined yet? Han Lin also noticed Yi Futian. He didn't pay much attention to this random, dying man they picked up on the road that day. Since he had been devoted to Xie Qingyuan in recent days, he almost forgot about Yi Futian completely. It only occurred to him now that he saw Yi Futian again. The goddess wants to research the puppets. That's why I brought him here too, Ying Qing bowed and answered. Okay, Han Lin nodded. Ying Qing's idea was pretty good. Han Lin looked at Xie Qingyuan and said, these are finished corpse puppets. This one is not fully refined yet and isn't controlled by anyone for now. Thank you very much. Xie Qingyuan had a strong urge to kill Han Lin, but she made an effort to keep a tight rein on her feelings. All that had been achieved would be spoiled if her intention was detected. She stared at the corpse puppets and occupied them with her divine consciousness as though she was studying them carefully. The death will seem so natural. This method of refining puppets is truly exquisite. I never heard about it even from my master. Xie Qingyuan expressed her admiration. She surely knew that Han Lin intended to attract her with the method of refining puppets. By faking interest and singing praises, she let his guard slip. As Xie Qingyuan expected, Han Lin grinned upon hearing her comment. This is a secret method of Senluo Manor and is indeed remarkable. But your master is an extraordinary cultivator. Senluo Manor couldn't possibly compare to him when it comes to cultivation method. Xie Qingyuan didn't respond. She focused on studying the corpse's puppets. Seeing how she ignored him, Han Lin said sensibly, why don't you research on them for now? Please feel free to do whatever you want on these puppets. Thank you. Xie Qingyuan nodded at Han Lin despite her deep hatred toward him. She couldn't wait for Han Lin to leave, but she restrained herself and didn't act too eager. It took her great efforts not to kick him out immediately. This was not the time to be careless. Xie Qingyuan didn't jump into action even after Han Lin was gone. She kept pretending to study these puppets studiously outside of the palace. It was impossible to know how many people were watching her here in Senluo Manor. She had to extra careful. Darkness settled in. Senluo Manor was especially gloomy due to the death will permeated the air. Xia Qingyuan finally started to move. She sent the puppets into the palace and asked the little condor to bring Yi Futian into the inner courtyard, where she applied the sealing technique. She did the same thing every night for the following days. It was quite common for cultivators traveling outside to block the divine consciousness. No one became suspicious because of that. Since the other puppets were controlled by the people of Senluo Manor, she wasn't ready to act until now and still couldn't make any move in front of them. Yi Futian sensed Xia Qingyuan's sealing technique and finally opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He felt much comfortable now that he got out of the matrix. He could recover from his injuries without spending all of his energy to resist the power of death in the matrix. Nevertheless, he still needed time. He was still extremely weak after his escape. Yi Futian opened his eyes and saw Xia Qingyuan's beautiful face. Xia Qingyuan's heart was aching while staring at Yi Futian. She felt powerless and useless as she couldn't save him. "I told you to go back to Emperor Xia's realm. Why would you risk your life to come here?" Yi Futian sighed softly. It was unbelievably dangerous for Xia Qingyuan and the little condor to go through the space crack and come to the divine prefecture. They might have gotten lost if not for the little condor's ability to track him. Even so, he was grateful that they came for him. Otherwise, he didn't really know how to get out of here. Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian with a scowl on her face. He still behaved in this way, even under the current circumstances. She squatted down and picked Yi Futian up. Yi Futian was surprised to see that Xia Qingyuan's life spirit bloomed into a brilliant lotus of life. One by one, the petals sprouted and grew larger, and eventually enveloped the entire space. The remarkable energy of life was circling each petal. Beyond that, Xia Qingyuan seemed to have an unlimited current of life, which flowed to Yi Futian in countless thin streams that connected them. Complemented by the dazzling divine light, she looked like a sacred Jotian goddess. As their bodies intertwining perfectly, the power of life poured into Yi Futian from Xia Qingyuan and gradually neutralized the power of death in Yi Futian. At this moment, Yi Futian had nothing to hide from Xia Qingyuan as the power of life rushed into his limbs and organs. The petals slowly closed and encased Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan inside. It looked like a bright lamp in the darkness. The black-winged condor watching nearby felt a little melancholy. They were doing it right in front of the condor in broad daylight. No, in the darkness. They really had no respect for the condor. How could they? The black-winged condor turned around and walked out. It was not appropriate for him to watch. He sighed with wonder at what was happening between Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan. Although he had been biased against Xia Qingyuan, he couldn't help but exclaim. The princess was a real woman. The black-winged condor was on the lookout for them for several hours that night. Mixed feelings rushed through his mind. Finally, the divine light faded, and the unblemished petals slowly retracted back into the lotus, which revealed Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan inside. Bashful and blushing, Xia Qingyuan seemed exceptionally lovely. "Thank you," Yi Futian said to Xia Qingyuan. He was a little lost upon seeing Xia Qingyuan's flushed cheeks. Her long hair was loose, and her eyes were bewitching. She didn't look like the princess she usually was. Xia Qingyuan threw a glare at Yi Futian as if she was displeased by his response. "How are you feeling?" Xia Qingyuan asked quietly. She didn't notice that her voice was extra soft. "I can circulate the energy inside of my body. Now I need some time to recover from my injuries," said Yi Futian. He was completely free from the threat of the will of the death. With Xia Qingyuan's help, he was in a much better state than when he first arrived at the divine prefecture. All he needed to do now was to recuperate by himself. "Okay." Xia Qingyuan nodded and said, "Have a good rest." She shot a glance at Yi Futian and carried him into the room. When she walked out with a faint blush on her face, she noticed a pair of bright eyes peeking at her. Xia Qingyuan was startled, yet the black-winged condor had already turned his head away. The condor didn't see anything. Xia Qingyuan walked toward the black-winged condor from behind. The condor could feel the hair standing on end on his neck. Women were truly fickle. How did they switch emotions so quickly? He only sneaked a few peeks. It really wasn't a big deal. Bring a puppet to me, Xia Qingyuan ordered. She planned to destroy each puppet in the name of research. As a result, Yi Futian could disappear reasonably. These puppets were not human anymore and were only used by the Senluo manor to kill more people. Thus, Xia Qingyuan didn't feel any moral burden at all. One by one, the black-winged condor brought in the puppets for Xia Qingyuan to clean up. After everything was done, Xia Qingyuan returned to the room to rest. Yi Futian was still there, of course. They had to share the room. Yi Futian had no other choices. Yi Futian felt much better the next morning. He was regaining his health at light speed and should be able to get back to normal in no time. The important thing was to avoid detection. Han Lin came to visit Xia Qingyuan again as usual. However, he didn't get to see her for the first time since she came to Senluo Manor. The black-winged condor met with Han Lin and told him that Xia Qingyuan gained some enlightenment from the day before and was cultivating in seclusion. Han Lin was convinced by the scintillating divine light and the holy lotuses blooming and surrounding the palace Xia Qingyuan resided. He left a message and decided to drop by another day. At this moment, Han Lin didn't realize why Xia Qingyuan was cultivating in seclusion. He already received the report that Xia Qingyuan destroyed all the puppets for research. Despite the hefty cost, he believed it was a worthy investment as long as he could win over Xia Qingyuan. What pleased him more was that Xia Qingyuan seemed to be gaining something from his efforts. Everything appeared to be normal and reasonable. Han Lin left with no hard feelings. Xia Qingyuan, on the other hand, started to cultivate in seclusion in Senluo Manor. Xia Qingyuan was cultivating in seclusion and sealed the pavilion to avoid being disturbed by outsiders. This was a very normal thing to do, and no one suspected anything. As for the destruction of a few puppets, Han Lin had mentioned before that Xia Qingyuan could use them however she liked. There was nothing wrong with Xia Qingyuan destroying them. She had finished studying them so that no one would investigate. Perhaps it was because she studied the puppets that Xia Qingyuan had some revelations. Han Lin thought so he did not disturb Xia Qingyuan and instead occupied himself with his own business. Time passed as Xia Qingyuan stayed in seclusion in Senluo Manor. She called it cultivating in seclusion, but she was actually waiting for the world tree to heal Yi Futian's damaged body. Originally, he could have fully recovered from the heavy injuries he suffered previously by himself. But he was captured by Senluo Manor and put into the death matrix. This made matters worse and made it so that the strength he could use was enough to resist the death force. Now, after coming out of the matrix, he had Xia Qingyuan baptize his body, accelerating his recovery. So, during these days, when Xia Qingyuan was in seclusion, Yi Futian recovered quickly and was able to move his body within a few days. However, Xia Qingyuan still had not come out of seclusion. Before coming here, Xia Qingyuan and Little Condor had scouted the Senluo Manor. They had the High Order Renhuang protecting it, and Senluo Mansion's chief was powerful. Although Yi Futian had killed the High Order Renhuang before, for the sake of caution, he needed to return to his full strength. After all, there were only 3 of them, and the only one who could truly stand up to Senluo Manor was probably Yi Futian. In the blink of an eye, a few more days passed. That day, when Ying Qing brought Yi Futian to Xia Qingyuan's place, she was always very nervous and worried that she would be exposed. After all, if she was not careful, she could be implicated and end up in a terrible situation. She was the one who brought him there, and if she was found out, she did not know if she would be suspected. Although there was no flaw in this plan, and she did not have a reason to help a puppet, she was still afraid that Yi Futian would betray her. Despite her fears, she still chose to help Yi Futian that day. People of the Saint Plain were very tough-minded. She had been trapped in Senluo Manor for several years and wanted to leave very long ago. This went against her heart, but if Yi Futian could really give her a chance to escape, she was willing to make this gamble. On this day, she followed Han Lin to the Yu Pavilion. Ying Qing and the others followed closely behind with normal expressions. It had been so many days. After Yi Futian was sent away, Xie Qingyuan went into seclusion to cultivate, presumably to allow Yi Futian to recover. What exactly did they want to do? Even if he recovered, how could they deal with Senluo Manor? A figure dressed in black robes, with a terrifying aura, walked towards them. It was Senluo Manor's Yu Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master. Han Lin nodded at the other party. Vice Chief, come with me. The Yu Pavilion Master led Han Lin and the others to a hidden palace, where there was an extremely strong corpse puppet. As a sense of death shrouded the palace, Ying Qing and the others retreated outside the palace, not daring to go in. What do you think? The Pavilion Master of the Yu Pavilion asked Han Lin. Han Lin stared at the tall puppet. It was refined by a powerful person at the 7th order of the Divine Wheel. They had paid a huge price and spent a long time dealing with this person, and now he was finally refined. He looked at the puppet with a sharp gaze, only to see the puppet's eyes were also open. A terrifying cold green light shot out from it like a ghost. Thank you, Pavilion Master, Han Lin thanked him. He was willing to give Xie Qingyuan some puppets to use for training because he felt that the consequences of doing so were insignificant. A puppet of this level was the kind of strong power Senluo Manor truly possessed. Naturally, there was no need to talk about his father's puppet, and now that he had this puppet, he would be able to increase his strength greatly. You're too kind, Vice Chief. The Yu Pavilion Master spoke up. It's a pity that there are too few puppets of this level in Senluo Manor. There are only 2, otherwise. Han Lin nodded. If there were more of these kinds of puppets, they would have already annexed another opposing force. But there was no rush. When they took down the other side one day, they would all be refined into puppets. Good puppets are hard to find, Han Lin said. The puppet that you ordered people to bring in that day was actually very good, but it's a pity that it went to waste, the Yu Pavilion Master said. Han Lin thought of the person he had picked up earlier, but he did not feel too strongly about it. He was only at the Divine Wheel 2nd order. It's not really a pity that he went to waste. No, I spied on his internal breath. His Divine Wheel is probably perfect grade, and he's good at controlling the power of life and death. Hence, the Matrix's death force was unable to invade and refine him. The Yu Pavilion Master said, you often sent people to check on him from time to time. I thought that you regarded that corpse puppet highly, but I was mistaken. Perfect grade and good at controlling the will of life and death. Han Lin furrowed his eyebrows. He had a feeling that something was wrong. Wasn't this Xie Qingyuan? Her divine wheel was perfect, she was good at controlling the will of life and death, and she was gifted beyond compare. What a coincidence. Ying Qing's heart started thumping when she heard the words of the Pavilion Master outside the palace, and her face changed uncontrollably. She slightly bowed her head to cover up her panic at that moment. She calmed herself down and returned to her normal appearance, but she was still very nervous. The Yu Pavilion Master had checked on Yi Futian these past few days. This was the Yu Pavilion, and someone would go to that matrix every day, but no one would touch the puppet that the Vice Chief was refining. However, it was normal for the Yu Pavilion Master to view the puppet to see how the Vice Chief's puppet was doing. But saying it right now, how could Han Lin not have thought of it? Yes, I heard that you gave a woman permission to cultivate, the Yu Pavilion Master asked. He did not really take notice of Xie Qingyuan. The Yu Pavilion was located in the depths of Senluo Manor, and from the entire mountain range, it was rather secluded. The Yu Pavilion Master was also busy with puppet refining, so ordinary things would not disturb him. Hence, it was not until Ying Qing took the puppet away that he asked a question and learned about Xie Qingyuan. But even then, he did not ask much in detail. Those words were unintentional, but when they fell on Han Lin's ears, they felt like a hammer strike to his head. Pavilion Master, who comes here often? Han Lin asked. He had not paid much attention to Yi Futian's presence before and had only asked about him once or twice, let alone sent people here to check on him frequently. Your subordinate outside. The Yu Pavilion Master pointed towards Ying Qing. Ying Qing came forward, controlled the fear within her heart, and bowed. Ying Qing doesn't dare to ignore the Vice Chief's instructions. That puppet was difficult to refine, so I came here from time to time to take a look. How many times did you come? Han Lin asked. More than 10 times, Ying Qing replied. She came more frequently later on. Did you bring him over there, too? Han Lin asked again. Vice Chief, if I knew that this puppet was extraordinary, I would definitely not have brought it there. I would have replaced it with another puppet. Ying Qing could adapt to situations quite well. She did not mention Xia Qingyuan, only that she did not know this puppet was extraordinary. Han Lin did not mention that Xia Qingyuan was suspicious. If Ying Qing took the initiative to mention it, it would be the same as admitting it herself. Under this sudden pressure, many people would easily get confused and accidentally spill the beans. Han Lin stared at Ying Qing, who knelt on one knee, her head lowered as she trembled with fear. Now, all these were not loopholes and could be explained. Seeing Ying Qing's attitude, although Han Lin had his doubts, he did not really think that Ying Qing and the other party were in cahoots. After all, she had absolutely no reason to do so. Why would she help someone who was going to die soon? And how could she get in touch with Xia Qingyuan? There were some loopholes in this. But if it happened to be that they sent Yi Futian to Xia Qingyuan, it would be a bit too coincidental. Xia Qingyuan disguised herself so much that she did not move even when she saw the puppet. Then, if she was suspicious, she must have known in advance that they had refined Yi Futian into a puppet. However, how did she know that? There were several rings in this that could not be aligned. However, as long as he went to ask Xia Qingyuan, everything would be clear. What's wrong? The pavilion master asked, seemingly realizing that there was something wrong with this. That woman is suspicious, Han Lin replied. Then, he stepped out first and said, bring her with you. He naturally was referring to Ying Qing. Ying Qing's face was a bit pale. She did not think that the conversation between the Yu Pavilion Master and Han Lin made her a suspect. Moreover, she knew that Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan were problematic, and Han Lin would be able to find out the truth once he went there. Thinking of this, she felt her whole body turn cold, but then she felt at ease. Since she had gambled, would she not have considered that she would lose her life if she failed? The Yu Pavilion Master frowned. Vice Chief Han Lin had been cheated. Thinking of this, he also followed Han Lin and was ready to see what was going on. Han Lin had been so attentive to Xia Qingyuan these few days. Before she went into seclusion, he would come here every day to chat with her, and he even used the resources of Senluo Manor for her cultivation. He thought that this was fate, and since it had fallen upon him, he naturally had to grasp it. But now, looking at it, was this fate, or was everything deliberately arranged? Is the goddess, who seems to be otherworldly, really so sinister? He wondered. Han Lin went to Xia Qingyuan. His body hovered above the cliff as he looked toward the palace in front of him. The people behind him stayed back and did not catch up to him. He needed to confirm his suspicions first. What if everything was really just a coincidence? Wouldn't that offend the beauty? Though the likelihood of that was low, he still held a hint of such a thought and was unwilling to admit that he had been played. Is the goddess still cultivating? Han Lin spoke aloud toward the palace. His divine consciousness enveloped the palace and soon encountered a sealing force. Xia Qingyuan raised her head to look at the outside of the palace. Streams of invisible energy were dashing against the seal she set up. She knew that Han Lin might have discovered something. He wouldn't be so rude otherwise. Xia Qingyuan turned around and stared at the silver-haired man who was sitting with his legs crossed. Surrounded by a bright light while cultivating, Yi Futian had returned to full health by now. Complemented by his white clothes and silver hair, his handsome and exquisite face seemed more mature and more charming. He opened his eyes and shot a glance at Xia Qingyuan. Open the seal. According to the information that Xia Qingyuan and the Black-Winged Condor had gathered outside of Senluo Manor, the chief of the Senluo Manor had achieved the Divine Wheel 7th Order yet didn't have a perfect Divine Wheel. Although he sounded like a capable man, Yi Futian should be able to deal with him with no trouble. Han Lin hovered by the side of the cliff where the palace was located. His divine consciousness inspected the palace once the seal was lifted. He instantly noticed the other man in addition to Xie Qingyuan and the black-winged condor. He paid no heed to Yi Futian before, as he was nothing but a dying man they picked up on the road. Nevertheless, Yi Futian seemed like such a dreamy and extraordinary man now. Everything looked perfect when he was next to Xie Qingyuan. It was as though it was only right for them to stand side by side. At this moment, Han Lin's eyes were icy and piercing. He realized that he had been played. Everything he dreamed about before was his own wishful thinking. He had cultivated for so many years. The last thing he would expect was to be played by a young woman. He thought Xie Qingyuan was unworldly and naive, yet he only discovered now that she had him eating out of her hand. He even sent her their cultivation methods and the corpse puppets. Han Lin was afraid that plenty of subordinates in the Senluo manor would laugh at him in secret because of this. Other cultivators also stepped forward and stood behind Han Lin. They obviously saw Yi Futian as well and became aware of what happened. Everyone's face was grim at the thought that the Senluo manor had fallen into the enemy's trap. One of the Renhuangs shot a glance at the ashen-faced Ying Qing. Considering what the master of the Yu Pavilion just said and what they were witnessing now, Ying Qing was probably involved in this scheme. Even if she were not, the vice-chief he knew would never let her off the hook easily. Xie Qingyuan and Yi Futian stepped out, followed by the black-winged condor. They raised their heads and looked at Han Lin, who was hovering in midair. Xie Qingyuan didn't hide her aversion and contempt for Han Lin this time. Han Lin cracked a scornful smile when he saw her expression. It was unclear if he was ridiculing herself or himself. Yi Futian was quite calm and looked at Han Lin indifferently, as if Han Lin was a dead man walking. "I'm very curious about your plan. What can you possibly do even if you manage to save him?" Han Lin said to Xie Qingyuan. He didn't ask about her real identity. It was pointless. He already determined that both Xie Qingyuan and Yi Futian had to die the moment he saw Yi Futian. There was no other way. He was going to turn Yi Futian into a corpse puppet before. How could he let him leave Senluo Manor alive now? That being said, he was still mildly shocked that Yi Futian could get back on his feet. Maybe it had something to do with how Yi Futian and Xie Qingyuan cultivated together. Xie Qingyuan didn't respond to Han Lin's question. Yi Futian took a step forward, his white robe flapping even though there was no wind. Wisps of the energy of the great path were flowing freely. Han Lin glanced at them and said, "Leave the woman for me. Bring the man and that damn beast to the Yu Pavilion and refine them into corpse puppets." He didn't call Xie Qingyuan goddess or by her name. The name she told him must be fake since everything else was a lie. He didn't plan on killing Xie Qingyuan just yet. He wanted to make sure that she would pay the price. Just like how he treated the other women, he would play with and torture her to his heart's content before transforming her into the most beautiful corpse puppet he had ever owned. Han Lin's subordinates rushed forward one after the other. An old man among them was a middle-level Renhuang with frightening strength. He was charged with the death will and created numerous shadows of death at once. The shadows hovered above Yi Futian and Xie Qingyuan and quickly surrounded the entire palace with a grand matrix of ghosts. The matrix was filled with ghosts and the terrifying energy of the death, which could attack people's spiritual souls. The old man's hand made a gripping gesture toward Yi Futian. Hundreds of ghosts immediately pounced on Yi Futian ferociously. Yi Futian's body radiated brilliantly and emitted the sword will that effectively frightened and warded off the ghosts. Buzz! A blinding blade of light flashed, and the sword will pierced the sky straight away. The shadows, ghosts, and the matrix that enveloped the palace shattered into a million pieces in an instant. The old man was alarmed. Endless grey death current wrapped around his body, and a gigantic ghostly shadow emerged. Yi Futian took a brief look at him and stepped forward. His sword penetrated the space. A shocking storm of the sword chi took shape as the glaring sword will tore up the space of the great path. The man felt like his body was about to split the moment it happened. The super-powerful sword will locked on him and made his soul tremble. Bang! Jets of death will gushed out. The old man leaped high into the air, wishing to escape. But the attack happened so fast. The sword already reached him almost at the same time it glowed. With a deafening exploding sound, people saw the old man shake violently with a through-and-through wound in his body. He was bound by the sword will and gradually faded away. No! Panic-stricken, the old man let out a bellow before his body blew up. Even the top of the mountains behind him was flattened by the shocking blade of light. All the cultivators in Senluo Manor fixed their eyes at the source of the commotion with concern. A succession of powerful renhuangs hurried in that direction. Their divine consciousnesses already covered the area and helped them grasp the situation. Before long, several cultivators showed up in the nearby field around the palace where Futian was. Although there was no high-level renhuang, plenty of lower renhuangs and middle-level renhuangs arrived at the scene. Only the chief of Senluo Manor was a high-level renhuang. Even so, some of the middle-level renhuangs, especially the ones at the Divine Wheel 6th Order, were intimidating enough. The will of death enshrouded the palace Futian was in and turned into a giant death trap. Divine Wheel 2nd Order and a perfect Divine Wheel. The crowd stared at Futian, astounded. No wonder the middle-level renhuang was slaughtered instantly. A cultivator in the Divine Wheel 2nd Order who also possessed a perfect Divine Wheel was easily comparable to a middle-level renhuang without a perfect Divine Wheel. A talented one might even be able to kill a middle-level renhuang in the Divine Wheel 4th Order. Several puppets were ordered to move forward in an attempt to ascertain Futian's strength. These ghastly puppets lunged at Futian right away. Futian stood there in silence and darted a disdainful glance at the puppets. A stream of the frosty will of the Great Path flowed out and froze the entire space. Those corpse puppets quickly iced up soon and couldn't move. Then their bodies were destroyed by the sword will. Quite some cultivators of Senluo Manor frowned with concern. How could this man be so formidable? Futian directed his eyes at one of the men surrounding him and said, cultivating in such an evil way, "You deserve to die." He floated in midair. The yin divine light shone from the full moon hanging in the sky and illuminated the vast field. Everyone trembled as the bitter and piercing coldness spread through their limbs and crept down their spines. Many middle-level renhuangs' faces turned grim. The energy permeated all of the space and suppressed all the other cultivators by slowing down the flow speed of their will of the Great Path. The divine light of the full moon froze the bodies of the cultivators who were in the lower renhuang plane. "Be careful," the master of the Yu Pavilion reminded others in a low voice. Many people wanted to back off. But the bright divine light shone upon them immediately, carrying tremendous power of the yin divine thunder. Bang! A frightened look flashed across the face of a lower renhuang. His body was smashed to smithereens the next moment. Then, the same thing happened to other renhuangs all over the place. Along with a series of loud and deadened thumps, a number of cultivators exploded and died a gruesome death. The lower renhuangs were not the only ones who were affected. Even some weaker middle-level renhuangs were also destroyed by the yin divine light. Form the matrix. The powerful middle-level renhuangs were scared. They were affected by the yin divine light as well and were exerting their strength to resist it. As the power of death surging inside of their bodies, they formed the yin matrix and created countless terrifying shadows of the Reaper. The divine light of death launched a series of onslaughts on Futian with horrifying ripples of death and was going to turn the mountain he was on into an enormous tomb. Buzz! A glaring divine sword materialized in front of Futian with a clanking sound. The divine sword shot out streaks of penetrating sword will, which blended with the yin divine light. The divine sword flew upward after Futian pointed his finger at the sky. With a string of harsh and grating sounds, the divine sword ripped apart the ripples of death and slashed through the sky. The tomb exploded, and the sword floated in front of the full moon. The sword will of yin reached its peak after the yin divine light released by the moon poured into the divine sword. No one could withstand its power. "Kill," Futian uttered. The divine sword dashed out like a bolt of lightning. Fizz! 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 The blade of light penetrated the bodies of many renhuangs before the divine sword returned to Futian. The cultivators in the sky were filled with terror. Then they blew up one by one. Han Lin's heart sunk a little deeper as each of his people died. A great number of cultivators were hit, and none of them survived. The master of the Yu Pavilion was also scared witless. He couldn't understand why Yi Futian was so powerful. Did Han Lin bring the god of carnage back to Senluo Manor? Ying Qing's heart was also pounding wildly. Speechless and dumbfounded, she stared at Yi Futian with her black eyes. Yi Futian once told Ying Qing that he had a way to leave. She never thought that he meant to fight his way out. Ying Qing probably wouldn't bother to talk to him if she had known this. How could a man in the Divine Wheel Second Order prevail over the mighty Senluo Manor? Nevertheless, Yi Futian became the god of carnage now and slaughtered more than of the Renhuangs in Senluo Manor with one strike. He stood high up in the air, his white robe flapping and billowing in the wind. The sword will spread through the field, accompanied by a frightful and strident wail. It soon overcast the sky and blanketed the entire Senluo Manor. Buzz! As the sword will raining down from the sky, the mountains fell, and the palaces collapsed with a series of loud and rumbling sounds. Senluo Manor was razed to the ground there and then. Even though a cultivation method was never absolutely right or wrong, Senluo Manor shouldn't exist in the world for the evil deeds they committed against humanity. If not for Yi Futian's extraordinary abilities and help from Xia Qingyuan, he would be murdered and transformed into a corpse puppet by Senluo Manor. In addition, he was not the first victim of Senluo Manor. They were apparently accustomed to such crimes. A bolt of terrifying energy suddenly shot out of a palace far away at the highest point in Senluo Manor. The chief of Senluo Manor, who was cultivating there in seclusion, was disturbed by the noise. An enormous amount of death will surged into the sky and formed the clouds of death, which looked like the face of the Reaper. Buzz! A massive hand of the Reaper that could easily cover an entire mountain was aiming at Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at it briefly. The clanking sound of the divine sword resonated with the endless sword will. Bathing in the yin divine light, the sword will brought the cleave of all things into play and hurtled toward the giant hand of the Reaper. However, each sword turned black and lusterless immediately after coming into contact with the Reaper's hand and soon evaporated without a trace. A cultivator in the high-level Renhuang plane carried unimaginable strength. The dark hand of the Reaper blotted out the sun and deprived this field of every glimmer of hope. Xia Qingyuan activated her divine wheel to wrap the black-winged condor and herself in the light screen of the lotuses to retain their energy and remain unaffected by the attack. Yi Futian pushed his hand forward. The divine sword thrust toward the giant hand of death. The energy of the great path flowed against the stream and almost shattered the space. Bang! With a deafening thump, the mountain under Yi Futian burst into pieces, and his divine sword was hurled back by the shockwave. Both Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan were engulfed by the will of death. Nonetheless, the hand of the Reaper also cracked and turned into an endless stream of the death current. Yi Futian's body shook slightly as well. After all, even with his perfect divine wheel, there was a considerable gap between him and a high-level Renhuang in the Divine Wheel 7th Order. A burly man wearing a loose-fit black robe appeared in the sky above the ancient palace located at the peak of the highest mountain in Senluo Manor. His jet-black eyes were staring menacingly at Yi Futian from afar. A person in the Divine Wheel 2nd Order slaughtered so many cultivators of the Senluo Manor and even wanted to destroy the whole manor. Chief. Many people mumbled and greeted the man. They were more stunned that Yi Futian, a lower Renhuang, stood firm against the attack from the chief of Senluo Manor. It was an astonishing display of strength. Another burst of domineering death will came from a different direction and turned Senluo Manor into an expanse of death. Under everyone's watch, a corpse puppet flew directly from the Yu Pavilion and stopped in front of Han Lin. It was the dreadful puppet he visited before. Han Lin glared at Yi Futian. Despite Yi Futian's remarkable talent, Han Lin was still determined to kill him here and now. How could a cultivator in the Divine Wheel 2nd Order beat a high-level Renhuang of Senluo Manor? Han Lin once had a perfect divine wheel, too, and was aware that cultivators with perfect divine wheels had the strength that exceeded their current ranks. It was common for them to be comparable with opponents who were at 2 levels higher. Some outstanding ones could skip 3 orders. But there were 5 steps between the Divine Wheel 2nd Order and a high-level Renhuang in the Divine Wheel 7th Order. It was by no means a small gap. Yet, somehow, Yi Futian caused a significant loss to Senluo Manor. "Father, he's mine," Han Lin said to the chief of Senluo Manor in the distance. Yi Futian would become his corpse puppet, and Xia Qingyuan would meet the same fate in the end. But he wanted to reward her well and make her pay the price before that. Han Lin formed a seal with both hands. In an instant, the corpse puppet's eyes were lit up with an eerie green glow. The decaying smell of the will of death emanated from its body. With a rustling sound, countless vines of death grew out of the corpse puppet's body, which looked like a rotten ancient tree. Like a million tentacles, the vines blotted out the sky and launched an attack on Yi Futian. The divine sword rushed forward and hacked at the vines. However, the vines kept growing and were approaching Yi Futian at full tilt. The entire field was filled with the stench of death and desperation. The scintillating divine sword carved out an opening and charged at the corpse puppet. With a crackling sound, the divine sword penetrated the corpse puppet and wanted to destroy it with its terrifying sword will. Nevertheless, the corpse puppet stretched out millions of tentacles that twisted and tangled around the divine sword, aiming to dissolve it. The corpse puppet didn't have a life and wasn't afraid of pain. Its tentacles attacked the divine sword frantically, even as the sword will slashed through its body. On the other side, countless vines of death continued to extend toward Yi Futian. On top of that, each vine had a hideous mouth growing on top that was trying to gnaw at Yi Futian. The light screen of lotuses around Xia Qingyuan was also attacked and slowly eaten away. The vines were already pressing on her. Yi Futian saw it and his eyes glinted with rage. A beam of even holier light shone from his body as his superior power spreading out. The area around his body turned into his absolute territory. The invading vines were immediately cleared out. The holy light also shone upon Xia Qingyuan and drove off the rotten energy for her. Ashen-faced, the cultivators of Senluo Manor were staggered by Yi Futian's ability. How could this man become even stronger than before? Besides, this kind of power, even Han Lin's expression became grim. The chief of Senluo Manor stared at Yi Futian and asked gravely, "Who are you?" To his surprise, he sensed a source of imperial power and the will of the emperor from Yi Futian. What was this man's identity? Why would Senluo Manor offend such a supreme cultivator? People in the Divine Prefecture were usually very cautious and intentionally avoided becoming enemies with extraordinary cultivators. After all, so many people in the Divine Prefecture had an unfathomable background. Although Senluo Manor had a high-level Renhuang in command and was an influential group in the region, they were nowhere near the top forces in the Divine Prefecture. There were plenty of people Senluo Manor didn't have the nerve to affront. "I'm a man who was brought to your manor to be transformed into a corpse puppet," Yi Futian responded in a casual tone. The divine sword inside the corpse puppet's body emitted even more dazzling light as he was speaking. "Break," Yi Futian spat in a cold voice. Countless vines shattered into dust. The corpse puppet burst apart and disappeared in a flash as the incandescent divine sword destroyed everything. The divine sword hovered in the sky and burned with indescribable radiance. The moon cast the yin divine light over the entire area. One by one, cultivators of Senluo Manor were frozen into ice sculptures and crackled and fizzed. Some middle-level Renhuangs exploded into tiny pieces straight away. Yi Futian darted a glance at the people around Yingqing. The divine light of the moon fell upon them and took their lives before they could utter a sound. Senluo Manor deserves to be exterminated. The blade of light illuminated the field and produced the mighty sword will everywhere. More cultivators in the middle-level Renhuang plain were killed by the sword will, a horrified look left on their faces. They would never expect that a cultivator in the Divine Wheel 2nd Order could destroy Senluo Manor. Finally, Han Lin started to taste the fear as well. He stared at Yi Futian, his eyes wide open. How could this happen? Yi Futian was only a random dying man Han Lin picked up on the road. Why did he happen to be such a monstrous cultivator with unspeakable strength? Buzz. At this moment, Yi Futian suddenly sensed danger when a faint silhouette appeared in front of him. He knew he was seriously threatened since the faint shadow could attack his spiritual soul directly. Yi Futian felt like his spiritual soul was confined when the chief of Senluo Manor made a gripping gesture at him from afar. He had trouble controlling his body to react to the attack at this moment. Wisps of energy floated out of Yi Futian's body and turned the field into an absolute Great Path domain. Yi Futian fixed his eyes on the chief of Senluo Manor, who immediately sunk into the illusion world created by the eye sorcery. Notwithstanding, he still lunged toward Yi Futian fiercely. Get the F***ck back. Yi Futian focused his eyes on the faint shadow and sent waves of the yin divine light surging and rolling toward it. The shadow hastily retreated and hid behind the chief of Senluo Manor, where a massive statue of the Reaper had manifested. The Reaper glanced around. The moon and the sun were appearing in the sky at the same time and shone the terrifying divine light directly on him. He was trapped in the Great Path domain, created by the divine wheel of a lower Renhuang. Yi Futian stretched out his hand, which was holding a spear. Infused with the will of the emperor, the spear spewed out unparalleled energy. Yi Futian became a war god at that moment. The chief of Senluo Manor seemed alarmed. Innumerable shadows of the Reaper pounced on Yi Futian simultaneously and troubled him with an awful feeling. But Yi Futian was still charged with the ultimate intent of battle. A ray of light penetrated the space as Yi Futian stepped forward. The chief of Senluo Manor wanted to back off, yet the spear already reached him. The pure energy of yin froze the air and slowed down his movement. F***ck off. Panic-stricken, he raised his hands and flailed desperately. But the man holding the spear had transfigured into a beam of light and streaked across the sky. With a fizz, the chief of Senluo Manor exploded. No, the scene struck terror into Han Lin, whose face was deathly pale. Yi Futian turned around and looked at him. Yi Futian held the spear and walked toward Han Lin. Han Lin was already in the mid-level Renhuang plane, but all he wanted to do at this moment was running away. However, he was trapped in Yi Futian's Great Path domain. Where could he run off to? Another bolt of lightning struck. Yi Futian vanished from sight and reappeared behind Han Lin. A spasm of pain contorted Han Lin's face until the moment when his body blew up. The few people still alive trembled with fear. Everything seemed like a bad dream to them. A cultivator in the Divine Wheel Second Order wiped out Senluo Manor. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.